Pleasure phone. No, I got the business phone. I don't have my pleasure phone. What we could do? No, ain't no fucking light bill due.
Oh, the rent ain't late, right?
No, the rent ain't late because mama
if it
got
was,
it.
we would go and get straight, right?
Exactly.
Fuck, man. Dang. Fuck I'ma do now, man. Hustle. I got to do now, man. Best. Fuck do what I do best. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. See, all I know is hustle, that's all I know. Cause I'm a country boy, straight from them dirt roads. All I know is hustle. And if I don't talk to you, dog, then I don't trust it. See, I'm a go-getter, nigga, I go and get it. Cause I'm a hot boy, certified weed splitter. All I know is hustle. Something I inherit from my fucking grandmama. See, I'm a paper chaser, nigga, I chasing paper. I'm trying to make moves, get money like Tony Drapers. All I know is hustle. And if you cross the line, then my dog and I'm a buck. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. My nigga, I'm a trapper, trapping, that's how I live. I give it all I got and I ain't got no more to give. All I know is hustle. I kill y'all niggas for my child gotta suffer. See, I'm a swamp nigga, swamp of alligators. I stay away from bitches, snitches and all you haters. All I know is hustle. I died for my family and I put that on my mother. See, I'm a real nigga, 1,000 is all I been. Only care about the ones, don't care about no friends. All I know is hustle. I never let you niggas try to play me for no sucker. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle.
Pleasure phone. No, I got the business phone. I don't have my pleasure phone. What we could do? No, ain't no fucking light bill due.
Oh, the rent ain't late, right?
No, the rent ain't late because mama
if it
got
was,
it.
we would go and get straight, right?
Exactly.
Fuck, man. Dang. Fuck I'ma do now, man. Hustle. I got to do now, man. Best. Fuck do what I do best. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle. All I know is hustle. See, all I know is hustle, that's all I know. Cause I'm a country boy, straight from them dirt roads. All I know is hustle. And if I don't talk to you, dog, then I don't trust it. See, I'm a go-getter, nigga, I go and get it. Cause I'm a hot boy, certified weed splitter. All I know is hustle. Something I inherit from my fucking grandmama. See, I'm a paper chaser, nigga, I chasing paper. I'm trying to make moves, get money like Tony Drapers. All I know is hustle. And if you cross the line, then my dog and I'm a buck. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight.
Turn up one time for them light bills out there, that's due. I'm talking about, hey.
Plus my
Round
lady
table game, baby.
say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. My nigga, I'm a trapper, trapping, that's how I live. I give it all I got and I ain't got no more to give. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I kill y'all niggas for my child gotta suffer. See, I'm a swamp nigga, swamp of alligators. I stay away from bitches, snitches and all you haters. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I died for my family and I put that on my mother. See, I'm a real nigga, 1,000 is all I been. Only care about the ones, don't care about no friends. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I never let you niggas try to play me for no sucker. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle.
What's going on, man? It's your boy OTK, Roundtable Gang. You know what I mean? I said, you know what I'm saying to myself, yo, let's continue on to what we doing. And in case y'all see, yeah, I'm representing the Eagles, you know, the best team in the NFL right now. So I said to myself, yo, why not drop Who Should We Believe In Part 3? Because when I first dropped the other shows, it was I based it on Christianity or either Islam, one out the two because of the guests that I was having. But now since I had this discussion with Truist today, I had to add a third aspect into it. So who should we believe in? Is it the gods or deities, our ancestors, or science? So with those three things, I know it's a wide construct. It's a wide level, a wide range of answers. So the thing about my questioning is that no one is either wrong or right, because no one can tell you who you should believe in or who did what for you. So the reason why I'm asking that question is because, and I take this from my sister off Unscramble Mind, Nisha. The reason why I'm asking that question is because I'm trying to get it in the air, like who should we believe in? And once we find out who we believe in, how are we using that to get farther ahead? How are we using that as far as our communities? Now, granted, sometimes, you know, communities can be a limited word, because in some environments, communities are not the same. We all might be underneath the same environment, or we might be dealing with the same environment, but our communities are different because of the environment. So let's take, for instance, my environment in the South. What the community says is pretty much what goes. if we say this and that, that's a whole unity and that's what goes. I tend to see like when you're dealing with other states and other cities, that's not always right. Some people, they fight for the community, but the community can be constructed within blocks. In the South, our community is structured within neighborhoods. So you got multiple blocks. So that's something that I want people to think about. When we start asking people like, yo, what are you doing for your community? In some communities, it's not as easy as others to do directly and to have a direct impact on the community. So like I can do something and within a year, it can happen in my community. As far as people like up north, where it's bigger population and it's a diverse of people, and not everybody from there is in that community, it might take them way longer. They might need petitions. They might need this and they might need that. So that also plays into like, who should we believe in? Because should we believe that person that's in a different community than us, and they telling us like this is what we should believe in because this is what works for them, but in your community that might not work. So that's where the ad-lib come in at, to where we don't believe everything and everybody. And even if you are doing the work, this is the thing, you could be out there literally doing the work, but still that doesn't mean that the work that you're doing in your community can apply to me. The only thing I can take out of that is your method, and try to apply the method that you use to my surroundings and to my community, and try to put it into play. See, around here, community raises the kids. You know, you get in trouble up the street, you're gonna get in trouble when you go back home. That's how we're raised around here. It's not that I do something to your child and I send your child home crying and you coming back down there coming to me like, yo, what did my child do? No, when your child gets home, the first thing you're gonna ask them is, what did you do? Now, granted, sometimes that might have been for the wrong or the negative, but it all depends your community and the people you're around. So for me, I can take info and I can apply it to my community and see immediate actions and stuff like that. But to others, they might not see that immediate action. So I don't want people to don't see that immediate action to stop doing what they do, because everything helps. It's people that writes that talks about what they've been through. I've learned a lot from watching other people. I learned a lot from hearing what other people went through. So by hearing these things and seeing these things, I've found a way to not go that route. I'm trying to find a new way to where they turn me down or where they do me wrong, like how they did the rest. So then the next person that's coming after me can take all us as a construct, and then they can get better, because it's all about growth. So when I ask the question, who should we believe in? I want y'all to think deeply. I want y'all to take the title for what it is, but I want y'all to think deeply. And remember, it's no wrong or no right to this. I want to hear everybody's opinion, because sometimes our opinions get swept up underneath the bus. Our opinions don't matter to certain people. And I feel like that's a problem. Because without opinions, who will we be? Who will we be as a person? Our opinions, our thoughts is what makes us different than each other. So when y'all think about that topic, who should we believe in? I want y'all to think deep. And I'm ready to hear anything. Y'all can throw it in the chat, and I can go in from there with the chat, or y'all can come up. It's an open panel, open discussion tonight. Nobody can be wrong. And one thing about me in this roundtable gang, we very non-biased. We don't all agree in the same thing. So with this part 3, I hope we get a science person in here. I hope we get a person who believes in science and religion. We can get an atheist in here. I know my boy True is gonna come back through after that powerful show today. I know he's gonna come back through and he's gonna conversate with me and give his thoughts. I'm hoping my sisters from the Unscrambled Minds, I hope when they come through and give their input. I know my boy Renegade J, my little bub, he's gonna give his input whenever he can. You know what I mean? And we're gonna go for that, go from there. I'm hoping my cousin Darvis come in here too and give his input. I want everybody to come up tonight, and I want your input. That's it, your opinion. And we can have a discussion. So with that being said, Jay, you got anything to say, bro? Okay, my boy might have stepped off because he's still at work too. All right, so I started off, man. When if somebody was to ask me who should we believe in, I would have multiple answers. And the reason why I will have multiple answers is because I believe in the words of our ancestors. Some sciences I do agree with, and some stories in religion I agree with. And that's just being an open person. If a person say he agree with this and not the rest of that, I respect that. But I'm not gonna hold back because it's like different points and different times that you might believe in this, you might believe in that, you might believe in nothing. So it could be times and points in your life to where you believe certain things and where you don't believe certain things. So that's one of the main things to me is that I keep my thoughts to myself. And I don't push them on nobody else. So my thoughts are subjective because they only fit for me. Even though you might have the same story or a similar story and you might have come to the same conclusion as me, that doesn't mean that we are the same or we have the same belief. No. It just means that we all have a mind that's working. We all think outside of what that things that we see, things that we hear, things that we can touch. outside of the five senses. Spirituality is something that helped us in the past. So I asked a question about that. Like, before this science thing came about, to where science was trying to prove that a person's belief was wrong or right, before that came about, to trying to prove what people believed in was right, before that came about, whatever you believed in could be considered as right. Because it wasn't no scientific method to prove it, whether it was wrong or right back then. So I wanted my brother Truist to go into that, and he's going to go into that more, because that's a question that we all should have. Like, before science and religion came about, it was spirituality. And who's to say that what we was having spirituality thoughts about was not real? Religion and science, I feel, came about. It wasn't trying to necessarily do these things, but I feel that religion and science came about to prove our spirituality. And that's my thought. And that's just from going back in history, studying about the Bible and studying about where the Bible came from, studying about these wars and these conquerors who was doing all this conquering, slave trades, all of that. All of these things that I studied helped me came to that result that I have now. Now, am I saying that's my absolute result? No. Because I'm willing to accept other information that comes in. I'm willing to accept it, process it, add it in, and then grow my information and grow my knowledge.
You're going in, bro.
So
you're going in right now.
When we deal with these things that are absolute, that it sometimes it can be subjective, because what is absolute to me would not be absolute to my round table gang, Truist and Renegade J. What they absolute might be is not my absolute. But now, one thing I guarantee you that we all agree upon, though, is that our absolutes in some aspects can be subjective, and it has limitations. So with these limitations, it's also causing us to stop believing in certain things. Because when a person want to believe in God or believe in Allah, you know what I mean, or Yahweh, it's these certain things and these certain constructs that come about that limitates us and stops us. Now, I heard stories that these people that was reading the Metanetta was only for certain people. Not everybody could speak this Metanetta. So if that Metanetta was for certain people, the Bible say this Hebrew was for certain people. The Quran said this message is for certain people. When y'all start putting limitations on these things, it stops the buildness. It stops the fulfillment of these words. So if y'all want to limit the word of the Bible to just Israelites and nobody else, go ahead, keep it. Now you're limiting yourself. You want to keep the Quran just for Allah and Muhammad? and all them, and Master Farad and all them, then go ahead, keep it. Y'all want to keep the Dead Sea, not the Dead Sea Scrolls, the pyramid text and the coffin text. My apologies, I didn't mean to mess that up. The pyramid text and the coffin text. Y'all want to keep that for just the commission priests? Go ahead. But Jay, where do that leave us? That leave us limited to what we know. And that's where we are today. And that's why people keep asking, well, who are these knowledge holders? Who are these gatekeepers? Because they control who we should believe in. Because of the information that they let us get. But now it's the age of Aquarius, which is my sign. It's the age of Aquarius, the age of information. Anybody can go get it. Yeah, that's true to a limitation. Because if you don't know what to research and you don't know how to research, you can only go but so far. You're limited. So when I ask y'all that question, who should we believe in? Science? Gods? Or our ancestors? At the end of the day, the ancestors went out. They're the most important. You know why? Because man writes science or woman makes science. Man or woman creates a deity. And man and woman also creates our ancestors. So at the end of the day, it's man and woman at the end of the day, regardless of who you want to put at it. So at the end of the day, it still comes down to one common factor who we should believe in. And that's the here and now. What we can grasp, what we can see, what we can feel, what we can understand, what we can apply our senses to. These are the things that we need to not worship and not pray to. But these are the things that we need to hold dear, that we need to take care of. Because these are the actual and physical things that helps us with our society. It helps our thinking. You understand what I'm saying? Without nature and a whole, we will still be lost. So, who you should believe in, man? I don't know, Jay. Who you believe in, Jay? Who should you think we believe in, Jay? You still in
I
with
can't.
me, my brother?
I hear you, but I can't give you that answer right now because of where I'm at.
Okay. I respect that. And I would love to hear that a little later because being that you a brother of the craft of Islam, I would love to hear that, man. When True was come up being a brother of the craft.
Well, I'll say this: it's a very misunderstood craft because a lot of people think they know it and they don't know it, and then a lot of people that were born into it also don't know it. So that's probably the most I could say right now.
And I like that answer. And you know what? Now that you said that answer, now I can apply that answer to the Bible. and the same thing applies to the Bible. People that might have been born in it is different than people who understand it and who believe in it. It's a big difference because not everybody that's born in it believe it, and not everybody that believes in it is born into it. So I love that answer, my brother. Anybody else want to ask a question? Go ahead, ask, and or either answer. Who should we believe in? Sister Dots, y'all always welcome. Come on up. I'm about to post the link back. real quick, and y'all can come on up and we can go in from there. Open discussion, open panel, man. Anybody can come up. And let's just talk about it. Good word. And these are more conversations that we need to have. We need to be able to have conversations to where nobody is like being judged for their input or being judged for the way they feel. Because Jay, I grew up different than the way you grew up. So the way I grew up will probably reflect a lot about my judgment about certain things. Would you agree? Okay, Jake. Yo, Dots, y'all come on up. Hit the screen button, and I'm gonna bring y'all right on up. Until then, I'm gonna give y'all time to come on in. Y'all can hit the like button. Until then, I'm gonna play this at real quick. Y'all hit the like button on the way in, man.
No, I got the business phone. I don't have my pleasure phone. What we could do? No.
Anyways, somehow that horn got added where my song supposed to been at, man, and it just keep doing with no song, so it's all good, man. We're gonna leave it like that. But hit the link, man.
No, ain't no fucking light bill due.
Oh, the rent ain't late, right?
No, the rent ain't late because Mama
if it
got
was,
it.
we would go and get straight, right?
Exactly.
Fuck, man. Dang. Fuck I'ma do now, man? Hustle. I got to do now, man. Best. Fuck you what I do best.
light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. See, all I know is hustle, hustle, that's all I know. Cause I'm a country boy, straight from them dirt roads. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. And if I don't talk to you, dog, then I don't trust it. See, I'm a go-getter, nigga, I go and get it. Cause I'm a hot boy, certified wig splitter. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. Something I inherit from my fucking grandmama. See, I'm a paper chaser, nigga, I chase a paper. I'm trying to make moves, get money like Tony Drapers. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. And if you cross the line, then my dog and I'm a light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. My nigga, I'm a trapper, trapping, that's how I live. I give it all I got and I ain't got no more to give. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I kill y'all niggas for my child gotta suffer. See, I'm a swamp nigga, swamp of alligators. I stay away from bitches, snitches and all you haters. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I died for my family and I put that on my mother. See, I'm a real nigga, 1,000 is all I been. Only care about loved ones, don't care about no friends. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. I never let you niggas try to play me for no sucker. Light bill due, plus my rent late. Only got enough money, go and get straight. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. Plus my lady stressing, say she needs some money. I kill y'all niggas for my child go hungry. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle. All I know is hustle, 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 hustle.
Yo, Jay, man, I'm saying, man, ain't nobody want to come in and politic with your boy. I mean, you still at work and all that, man, you know. Okay, Doc said give her a few. Okay. Doc said give her a few, so I'm gonna just stay in and leave it open for when my sister Doc's coming through. We can have a good build. I know my sister Dulcinea. I know she's exhausted. She's probably like on a 5-day flight from studying, might be 12 days from researching for the debate, having a debate, and then the after debates. Plus home. You know what I mean? I had a real good interview with my sister yesterday, man. If y'all didn't see that interview, man, please go back to the video with OTK and Sister Dulcinea. The second half of the video, we went in on some gang things, but the first half of the video was real powerful because I try to bring Dulcinea into our living rooms because people might not know her. She probably didn't have as much exposure as into being in our living rooms as to us knowing who Dulcinea is in a whole. So, you know what I mean? With that being said, that's why I did that. And I want to do that with all my Unscrambled Minds sisters and people, period, throughout the community, because sometimes people only know us from these debates and they get opinions about us. But some of us are really out here doing some serious things beyond this debate thing and beyond this YouTube thing. And they don't want to throw it on their channel because they don't want to tell people about what they're doing because it might seem like they cocky. And I agree with that. That's what we call anonymity. When you do something for someone or somebody or a community and you don't look for the credit, you just stay behind the scenes. The only way that people know about you is because somebody else brought you to the forefront. Like, look, because of this person and such. That's what we call anonymity. And that's what we need more of. Everybody, some people that be out here, they just do these things, and then when they get in a certain situation and they be on live in front of these people who they don't even know and stuff like that. Now it's like, yo, I'm gonna bring your business out. Remember I did this and I did that for you? Oh my God. I'm not down for that. Not down for that. Hey, Sister Nisha, how you doing, Queen?
Peace, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing today?
Man, I can't complain. Shit, I can't call it. I'll spoil it.
I know that's right. That's the country talk. Hey, Nisha, you had seen some of what I was talking about at the beginning?
No, I didn't. I'm just really getting in good, getting in the
Okay.
house good, and I didn't see it, but I got the notification, so I said I was gonna um check y'all out once I got settled.
Yeah, yeah. So the topic was like, hold up, you already settled yet? Because I know you like to be by your two computers, screen, and all that. You know what I mean? Before I ask you questions, because I
No,
want you to
I'm settled. I'm getting my black right now.
I already know. All right. So the title was "Who Should We Believe in?" It's a subjective question, and I know I'm gonna get subjective answers. It's not about who's right or who's wrong, because we can't tell the next person about who's right in their life and who's wrong. But with those three topics, science, gods or deities, or our ancestors, what do you think, sister?
Well, like you just said, it is subjective, right? So I can only speak for me. So as for myself, it's myself.
Oh, go ahead, elaborate on that.
Everything that I feel that I need, hope, help, it's already in me. So I don't feel the need to have to look external for anything.
So all right, I'm glad you say that. So then you think I should add ourself into that title, or does that fall like under the category of ancestors?
No, I think it's a whole separate thing.
It's a whole separate thing. So I
Be-
need to add that in the next title.
I mean, you could, but some
Right.
might say that ancestors would be you because we are made up of our ancestors, and I could understand that, but it's
Right. To a
still
certain point. Right.
I get that,
Right.
but you're still looking externally for something that's already internal. So that's how I look at it. So I don't see the need for um a God in my life.
Uh-huh.
Um I could care less if we primates or not. It makes no difference in my life. So, science could kick rocks too. We need it. We use it, of course. But it's not like I'm about to fight you over your beliefs, what you believe, that's you. That's the path that you choose to go down. Um, so as for me, it's me.
Okay. And you know what? I told somebody one time, they asked me, they was like, well, who do you believe in? I said, oh, as far as a creator wise, I was like, well, I know I came from my mom and my daddy. Other than that, I don't know. But I know that I came from my mom and daddy, and I know that my kids them came from me and their mamas. I know this for a fact because I've done this. I've seen this. So then he threw that question, then he threw a question up. Well, if you died, can your parents them make another you? I said, you know what? That's a good question. I said, you know what? Yes, they can. Because if I got the same mom and daddy that my siblings have, then we all got the same chemical makeup as far as chromosomes. We both have half and half. Now, our genetical makeup and our characteristics and our phenotypes might go one way or another, but overall, we're all the same. Right, sister? Am I saying that correct?
I don't agree because I think that
Mm.
if you no one is like you. You are you. Regardless of sisters or brothers or what have you. You are you. So
But that's
no,
characteristics, though, right? So that falls underneath the category of characteristics. Now, that part I agree on. But
mhm.
as far as your chemical makeup, if we came from the same mom and the same daddy, then we got half and half from both parents.
But it's
So we
different
are the same.
halves.
Hold up. No, huh?
It's different though. My mom is a twin. It's different. You're not getting the same, and we had this discussion before. You're not getting the same exact amount that your sibling is getting.
Chromosomes?
No, that's equal. I'm not talking
Right,
about
right.
that. I'm talking about
Okay,
the
okay. All right,
percentages.
all right.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
no.
Misha, okay, sis, boom. I agree with you with that. That's my fault for not clarifying myself.
Okay.
Yes, I do believe that I know that we get half and half chromosomes from each parent. We half and half from each parent, but our characteristics and our genetical makeup can lean to either side, right? Are we saying the same thing now?
It's a mixture though, because everybody is unique.
No, I'm just saying our characteristics is what lean us to more the mama side or the daddy side. Those are traits.
Yeah,
Okay, those are traits.
yeah.
But beneath the traits, when it comes down to your 26 chromosome makeup, are you and your brother and sisters the same if you came from the same mama and the same daddy?
And I'm gonna say again, no,
But y'all got half and half chromosomes from each one of the parents. How are y'all not the same?
because
Y'all might not act the same. Y'all might not live the same. Y'all might not talk the same. Those are characteristics. Those are genetical traits. But as far as your chemical makeup, your 26 chromosomes apiece, those come from each parent, right?
right. But you
Okay.
also got to think about that each parent gets half and half from their parent. So you might get something that your sister didn't get.
But that's impossible.
It's not.
That would be genetical traits. It's impossible for you not to inherit because if your dad inherit his traits from his mom and his parents, his half that he gets from each one of them is what makes up his 26. Well, part of his 52, but that's part of his 26 that he gives to you. Grandparents, them, great grandmama, great great grandfather, all of that passes down through that 26.
but it's not evenly distributed within the body. So you getting different things from different ancestors. You might have your sister might have green eyes, and and your mom and daddy don't have green eyes, but your great great grandmama had green eyes.
That will fall up underneath genetical traits, though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we agree. We agree. Then we
Okay.
agree that traits cause us to be different, but yet we're the same because we get both the same chemical makeup from mom and daddy. You know what? I need to find out how to ask that question the right way, Nisha. Um, because I really want to know, and I'm asking that question because I really want to know. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you.
Uh, Peace, Smack Jones. Hey, Smack Jones, you got an echo, so either you got something open in the background, and if you ain't got nothing open in the background, then you good, bro.
Okay, am I echoing now?
No, no, you're not. Go ahead.
Okay, okay.
I
Peace,
am,
peace,
but go ahead.
peace.
I'm gonna mute up when I let you talk. But peace, bro. Go ahead. Introduce yourself. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I just like what I was hearing. You know, I wanted to listen a little bit more before I put my 1 or 2 cents up in there, though.
Peace, brother.
Peace to you, sister.
Yeah,
But
I
I.
mean, no, go ahead, Nisha. Hey,
Mm-mm.
Smack, mute up real quick when you're not talking, Smack.
Okay, okay. Hold on one. Let me find my mute button. Hold on one moment. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna go out and try to come back in.
Okay, okay.
All right.
I'll let you back.
Am I muted?
No, just tap your screen. You will see the mute come at the bottom. That. Hey, Nisha, go ahead and.
No, I was just saying that we are all created individually. So, listening, taking in your question, nah, they can't make another you. You are special. You are you. Your brothers and sisters don't have everything that you have.
But the reason why we say my brothers and sisters don't have everything I have because they don't act the way I act, right?
No, they genetically don't have everything that you have.
Oh, okay, because of trait. Yeah. You really sound like you know what I mean. I just want to make people think. You know what I mean. That's Hey, Smack, man. Hey, listen. This is an open panel, bro. You can jump in. The question is, who should we believe in? Should we believe in science? Should we believe in gods or deities, or should we believe in our ancestors? And now, Sister Nisha put and a but also, matter of fact, not an and, but a but also ourself. What you think about that, bro?
Okay, am I echoing? Is it an echo? Okay, you can. Okay, listen. This is my thing. Um, you can go with the ancestors, but we got to keep in mind that the information that we're getting, we got that from somebody else and somebody else, and it goes so long that by the time this generation get it, it's all disturbed. Now, for otherwise as God, to me, to me, God is for people that want to live a good, prosperous, basic, plain life. And I say that because when you mention God, that's people of hope. You know what I mean? Everybody entitled to what they want to believe in, but when the people that do believe, that's hope. Like they need that higher power. They don't believe that whatever it is that they don't believe they can do it themselves, or manifesting it, or either just being who you are yourself. Now, you as yourself, we are powerful. We're very powerful. We're very, very powerful. And we can, the saying that they say you can do whatever you want to do if you put your mind to it. Let me give an example of that. Everything that comes out of the body, depending on how you push it out, what vibration you on, negative or positive, you can do whatever. Just like you can't move your hand without thinking it in your mind first. There's no way possible your hand's gonna move without you thinking it first. I'm gonna move through quickly. With this. Science. Science is good, but again, it's only accurate to us for the simple fact that the tools that they using, I mean, we made the tools, so that's all they know. If you ever pay attention, when they find out something that's so accurate, years later they come and say, oh, now it's this, because all they doing the same thing we doing. They trying to look back in time and find out things, and it's like we're not going to find out. It's impossible. It's impossible to find out how life started. It's impossible. Can't nobody tell you that. It's impossible.
Hold up.
And
So is it impossible to talk about how life started from the past or now?
how life started, period, how life became. Nobody can tell you that. Nobody can tell you how human life started. Nobody. We know today how it started. Yeah, we can see that. And all you know is that, like you said earlier, all we know is that we came from human flesh. There's no way possible a baby can be born without coming through flesh. Again, I'm not trying to break nobody's belief, but when you're a kid, you believe in the tooth fairy. When you get older, you got to be wise to see common sense. You can't tell me, again, you can't tell me, and I'm not going against the Christian or whatever, the reality, religious. I'm just saying, you cannot tell me you heard a voice from a burning bush. You can't tell me that. No one of today's generation or the generation before us or the generation before us, nobody never heard a voice from a burning bush. So with that being said, you have to be wise.
What if I told you, that, mute up real quick so I don't echo, and then I'm gonna let you go right back in, okay, bro? So what if I tell you that the reason that I'm where I'm at today is because I was down bad. I lit a fire. I sat by that fire, just me and that fire. And sitting in that fire, I said, you know what? That fire gave me a thought. How can you not say that when I tell you about my story, like, yo, dog, something in that fire inspired me to where I am today? How can you say that what I saw and what I experienced is not real if I'm showing you the finished product here today? Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Okay. No. Okay. You got a point. So let me say this right here. when I was speaking on that, I was speaking on the Bible terms. But let me first clear this up right here. A lot of words that's in that book is not the actual words that's basically I'm going to say that the words was translated to say that. Those weren't the actual words. And what you're saying, you're right. You could have been next to a fire and you could have got a spark. You could have been and it could have brought you where you're at today. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say that when that can happen. I didn't ask God for things and those things have happened again. And like when I say God, I say my God because I know what's within me. Now, do I believe this all this other the stories? No, I don't believe that, not one bit. But back to your question. I'm not gonna say that. You're right. So I'm gonna take that back. But when I was giving my story, I was talking about the book. But now that you said that, it could have been something in you that, like you said, it's you and something in you that you could have seen in that fight. That can happen. That could have been a open eye meditation. That can happen. But you did that. You did that.
Now, when you say I did that, yes, I performed the duties. I lit that fire. That fire was burning by itself after that, though. I didn't make that fire uh take me into a place, you know what I mean, to where I am, to where it got me to where I am now. I did the footwork as far as to get me where I am now. But if I didn't never light that fire and that fire kept burning and I sat by that fire, I would have never, I'm just saying, using this for example, I wouldn't have been where I am today. And I was referring that as into the Bible because I came up into Christianity, and I'm a AME. I rock that into the day I die. I'm not changing for nothing else. You know what I mean? That go generations back. Um, so with that being said, I was kind of referring that also to religion because by you just saying just now that you're right, it could have happened to me because I'm showing you the finished work now. But because Moses is not here, or the people who was talked about in the book is not here, that we have no physical attribute or no physical not attribute or no physical what we say, no physical evidence of these people. Is that not to say that what they were saying is not true? That it couldn't have happened? Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it couldn't have happened. I'm gonna say this right here. First of all, those were very wise people that wrote that book. Very wise people. Um, I'm not. It's like to me, there's no evidence of, and when I mean evidence of of anything in the book. To me, if you the world repeats itself, it repeats itself. Everything that's now will gonna always come back around. It's gonna always come back around. But I think it was put here. I think that book was actually put here for that's people. It's people life. They telling people life. They're telling people life. That's what it's doing. They're telling people life. They saying the thing that these things happen. But I think it's this my thing. If it happened then, why it's not happening now? That's it. So this is so. Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe the book at all. Now, is it some good things to read in there? Yes, it is. that book can put you on a good life because it's just a good book. But do I believe it? No, I don't believe it.
So what do you think is more plausible? Like, what would you actually say is the truth then?
Again, I can't. I don't even know where to begin on telling you that because it's impossible. It's impossible to find out the truth. It's impossible in the book to be made how the book say we were made. That's impossible. It's
So
like
how
if
could you discredit one thing but you can't put forth something better? Right? Because in my mind, if you see something as wrong, incorrect, or flawed, therefore in your mind you must have something that supersedes that. Right? So what is in your mind that's better than what you see? There got to be something that you think that's an upgrade, right?
My bro, go ahead. I had to mute you because every time somebody talk, you got an echo, and I know you ain't paying attention because you in tune with the conversation. So I just had muted you myself, brother. No disrespect, okay? On you. Go ahead.
okay, no problem. I prefer you mute me now. You could just mute me now when you want to. Okay, that's a good question. That's a real good question. Like I said, but to answer your question, this is what I said. I said when I refer to God, I refer to my God. My purpose of saying that is because I the way that I live my life is like it's me. I'm not saying it's me. No, I'm not. I'm not God, but it's me. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say that it's me. Now, it's times in my life that I need a higher power, and I've told myself that, and I even asked God for that. But that's a good question. That's a good question. But I don't necessarily have something better. I just know the impossible. Like I said, as a kid, some things you just fall victim to. But as you get older, it becomes common sense. It's just, I mean, it's impossible. If again, if this happened then, why it's not happening now? We had we had Moses, we had Jesus, we had these people. Now who do we have now? Who do we have now telling us uh that what God said? Why we don't have nobody now? But we had Moses and Jesus and the other people in our time, but nobody now?
Mm. Jay, you gonna answer that or I can go ahead on it. Anisha.
I guess I do understand what he's saying. Um, and Jay asked a good question, but I don't need anything to replace it or to make it okay. So I find flaws in it, right? I just find flaws in it. I don't have a need to make it to have something else. It's just me. Like I said, we were all created with everything we need. We just don't look inside enough. So I don't have to come up with something else so it could sound good to somebody else. It's all about me and how I'm maneuvering through this life. So I don't need to come up with a replacement for that. It is what it is. I don't need it. I don't need any sort of religion. I believe that if we're gonna take the take a definition of of God, um, then I would have to put that in my life and say that I am my God because I look to me to figure this out. I could have, I don't like, real talk, I used to have bad days, but I don't anymore. I might have bad moments, but I don't have completely bad days because I would not allow that. So it's just, I don't know. I don't, and when I say it and I hear it, because we have conversations like this a lot, even on our show, we have conversations. And for me, some people need that. Some people are not looking completely inward for the solutions to whatever they're going through. So some people need that hope. Some people need to um, feel like somebody is going to come and help their situation out. And to each his own, that's fine. But as for me in my life, the things that I done seen and been through and dealt with, no God got me through those 3 years of prison. It was me. I was in there by myself. And guess what? Every day I woke up, I was like, a little while longer. That's how, a little while longer. I ain't killed nobody. I was just out there getting money. So a little while longer. And that's just how I look at it. Like, it doesn't have to be, everything doesn't have to be so, oh, and so deep and all of this, man. I just live my life. And that's why a lot of things that y'all know how I talk, a lot of things that I say as far as, and I don't give a fuck about, I don't. And the reason being is because, and like I said, everybody have their different experiences and what they have been through in their life. And me and you could have had a similar experience, but it didn't affect me like it affected you. So I'm not going to I'm not going to look at it like, oh, woe is me, da 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 da. No, it's nothing worse for me. It was nothing worse than having my time taken away, having my freedom taken away. It's nothing worse than that for me. So me out here being free, surviving, living, doing what I need to do, enjoying this shit. That's why I don't be stressed about nothing. For what? I'm gonna make it happen. I have an obstacle. Something go wrong with my car. Something go wrong at my job. Something go wrong at my contract. Then guess what? I got to figure this shit out. And while I'm figuring it out, I'm not praying to nobody for any assistance. While I'm figuring this thing out, I'm still maintaining and doing what I need to do. Everybody is not built the same. Everybody is not created the same. So we're not using the same tools, put it like that. And I feel like religion is a tool. It's just not the tool that I choose to pick up.
Hey, Nisha, on some real, I always respect your mind, your thoughts. You entertain conversations, but at the end of the day, you keep it real. You know what I mean? Um, and that's that. If you missed the beginning, but I brought your name up, and I said because of you, you're the reason why. I look at it to where when we be dropping these information and this info out here, how are we using that today? And I brought it up to where like some people will get this information, but depending on where they're at, they can't use it like how a person like me would use it. Just say like if somebody give me some knowledge and I can take it in, Nisha, for a sister, I'll be done go to county council meetings, I'll be done speaking, I'll be at all the churches speaking on every Sunday for a whole month and putting the word out. You know what I mean? And I got immediate results. But somebody living like, let's say like New York, they gonna have to go through stages in order to get results, right?
That's true.
So that's why I had to bring you up earlier. Like, what are we gonna do? So with that being said, that eliminates room for excuses, because no matter if you're up north or you're in a bigger city, you still can apply what my sister Nisha is asking. What are you doing with this information in your community or with either your family?
Right.
Sometimes your family can be your community.
Yeah.
Because what you pass on to them leads on to the next generation after you dead and gone.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, bro. What you think about what Sister Nisha just said?
I got a lot to say, but my phone about to die. I'm about to go in. I'm about to switch phones and come right back in.
Okay, bet. I'll let you right back in. Hey, Nisha, and I respect that. You know what I mean? I always respect your mind, even though I might throw a little feedback here
Yeah.
and there. But it's just because I want to know. And just like I was telling Dulcinea, sometimes we get caught up in these constructs to where people only know us from YouTube, from this and that, to where they feel we ain't doing shit. We ain't shit. Or your information ain't shit. Or what you researching ain't shit. So you ain't shit. You ain't doing nothing in your community. Or shit like this. When they little do they know, it be the weakest and the smallest people who don't try to make no big name for themselves that's really doing the most.
Right. Right. It's all about, man, listen, this life here is a trip. It's a journey, but it's also beautiful.
It's definitely beautiful.
And I don't take it too
For granted.
seriously, and I don't take it too lightly either.
Right, right.
And I enjoy what I can when I can, and I just have to look at, everybody bigger picture is different.
Definitely.
So my bigger picture is family, and the things that I'm doing today, even though I have no kids, the things that I'm doing today is still for my family, the younger generations. It's still for them. So I don't mind the conversations from time to time, but I don't like to just stay stuck in that place to where this is all we talking about without talking about anything else that is going to propel us.
Hmm. Hmm.
The conversation's good, entertaining. Sometimes you get a little bit of info and make you think and make the hamster go around in your head, and that's fine.
Definitely.
But
Definitely.
for my people, I always want to see us doing better and leaving something, you know, behind when we go. Hey,
And I
sis.
and I well,
Hi, boo.
it's just the dots. Hey, Doc, I'm gonna let you go. And Sister Nisha, just quick, really, to iterate on what you said, and I agree with you with that. So that's why you see I be trying to come up with different topics or to try to further the conversation. I don't try to stay on the same level of the conversation. I try to take the first conversation that I have and keep elevating it to where we can come up with a final a final analysis, because I can't just go off my first conversation and be like, boom, that's it. Because my first conversation was only with men. My second conversation was with women. You know, now my third conversation is mixed. So you understand what I'm saying, Nisha? So I appreciate you for telling me that. You know what I mean? Because of people like you, that's why I want to make sure that what we're talking about can be used, and I'm hoping that it's help growing awareness. Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to get to an accomplished goal to where, like, who should we believe in? And at the end of the day, I hope it end up being where everybody just look in the mirror and say, me. Go ahead, Sister Dots.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, y'all. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi again. Hi again. You know what, though, OTK, guess what? That's that's going to be in a fantasy world, real talk, right? Because at the end of the day, especially at the age that we are now, nobody, I feel like for the most part, people, have their perceived notion of what it is going to be, and I think sometimes, like, that's where how do you say, that's where the discontentment or sometimes feeling like burnt out can come from when you're trying to include everybody and their mama, right? Because for some reason we think just because you skin folk, that means you kin folk.
Well,
And the bottom line is we know kinfolk will do you worse than anybody else. Okay. So, when that's why I always say find your tribe. And I genuinely mean that, because everything can't be for everybody. You weren't made for everybody. I wasn't made for everybody. Right. So I think, it's like find your niche and be okay with that. Right. Um, and sometimes, like, don't be too hyper focused on the collective or on the all, because we're not a monolith. We're really not, right? Like, we know that, right? um I mean, we're diverse as fuck, so that's in our mindset too, and that's okay. That's okay. But oftentimes, sometimes you can feel burnt out after a while, because you do have a very, like, when you're trying to include the all, when you are trying to have these discussions with, like, good intent, like, that is no malicious intent behind why you're trying to have these conversations, or why you're trying to encourage a different way of thinking, right? But what we see time and time and time and time again is that a lot of kinfolk will be resistant, and that's okay. That's okay. But I damn sure am not interested in saving or bringing everybody on this journey with me. Absolutely not.
right.
Erica Badu song Bag Lady? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Drop that weight. Yes. Drop that weight.
Hmm. Totally agree with you, sis. Well, you know that already.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I do, man. It's just, we just stay so stuck sometimes on a fairy tale, and we just all need to come together and to be all right.
Right.
And come on, man. Come on. That's not reality.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
So do y'all think it's life after death?
That's a good question. That's a great question. I think I definitely, I think that like for me, I believe that everything is interrelated, interconnected, you know, and I do believe that when we transition, um, you know, that that type of energy still stays depending on how connected you are or tapped in. I think that that's why when we talk about the circle of life, right? The circle being a 360.
Yes.
So I feel like it's an ongoing, I guess ongoing 360 kind of circle of life, if that makes sense. And that includes every living thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
What do you think?
I'm strict with it. I think it's just I think the end is the end. That's just the end. Because if your function if nothing is moving or working inside your body, So then we go into souls and spirits after that. So once you go into that, then you got to go into, you see what I'm saying? It's a lot you got to go to. Some people just take that on face value and say, okay, well, we got our spirit, we got our soul. But if that's what you believe, now you have to believe on the thing before that, which is angels. Then you got to think of things before that. You have to believe in all these things if you believe in life after death. And once you get so, you again, it start to make no sense. It just start to make no sense to me. It just seemed like, where this, I'm gonna go back to this question. Okay, first of all, it's impossible for something to come from nothing. That's impossible. Do we agree with that?
Anybody else want to jump in? I don't want to.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Smack Jones, that's a good question. Are you asking each of us individually? It's no
I'm
problem. We
asking.
all can give you a
I'm
quick
asking.
question.
It
Just
don't
want a
matter.
yes or no.
I'm gonna elaborate too. I just want to know: can we agree that something cannot come from nothing?
I would say I agree with that. I'm gonna leave my answer. What you think, Nisha, and then Dots? What y'all think? So he can keep on building.
See, it's can something come from nothing? I would have to say no.
Okay. So
Dots, what you think real quick? So my brother can keep on going in. So me and Nisha said no, we don't from his questioning. Now, we don't want to go and elaborate and take this question to a whole nother level to where we can say, yes, something can come from nothing. Because we can take that to a whole nother level. But for his questioning, we're saying no right now. What you think, Dots?
I would
Can
say
something
no.
come from nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead, Smack. Go ahead, bro.
okay, so they say, and I also had. I'm not gonna say they say, but as the saying is, and I had my times believing, and again, that God is the all creator. He created everything. But when you go to ask them the question, when I say them, I'm talking about the religion. When you go to ask them the question of where did he come from, they say he has no beginning or he has no ending. And then they say, don't question God. But to make a long story short,
Alpha and Omega, the omnipotent, the omnipresent, and the omni-knowing.
see how, again, like I said earlier, that question can never be answered. Nobody can answer that question of where he came from. And this is why I say it's kind of impossible to find out where life came from. You have to look at you have to look at all these different cultures, all these different races. Like, so how can how can all them people form from just making two people? Everybody should have been like them two people. So then they want to say, okay, well, that's because they was born on this part of the country and they was born on this part of the country, but that don't explain why everybody look different. But then they gonna tell you that the sun shined more over here. This is why I just can't believe that because the sun shine everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I can't believe that. That's like saying where it's cold at, they shouldn't look like the people in Atlanta because it's hot in Atlanta. That's like saying that's like saying that. So all this is unexplanatory. It's interesting and it will be good to know, but we will never ever know that question. We will never know the answer of where life came from. But to get back to the book, back on hand, I done lost myself. But I guess somebody else can go. I done lost myself. I lost myself.
Nah, you good. You asked a real important question. About can something come from nothing? We all said no because we know, well, we think we know from what we see today. We know
Right.
that this baby got to come from me and a mama in a process. It has to come from a process that
Right.
we know about today. So today we know that we can call that an absolute. In some form, we can call that an absolute because it's a fact that we know that can happen. Creation,
Right.
like
Right. Right.
human creation can come from us. Let
Right.
me put it like that. Human creation. Now,
Now,
I
um,
agree with you. Go ahead.
no, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
Tell me
I
after.
just wanted to get this out the way for the people that is religious because everybody have their own belief.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm religious, but go ahead. Keep on
okay,
going.
now
Go ahead.
just because they can't explain it, I mean, it now that doesn't mean that there's not a God. That just means that the God that they talk about in the book is, I mean, there's two different gods. I mean, in the book, it's like a invincible, super. It's. I just think that it's overrated. I'm not gonna sit here and say um that there's no God. Everybody had a belief. I'm just saying that the way that he's portrayed is not. Is. Let me ask you this right here. Question: Do God have the right to be mad at an atheist?
Um, shit, God is an atheist too.
Okay, so, see, this is again
So therefore, he would be in conflict with himself.
right,
Okay, go ahead.
but they
If that
say like
answers your
they
question, I don't know if
they
that's
say
the
he's.
answer that you wanted. I wanted to give you an answer so you can keep
Oh,
on.
go ahead.
Was that a good enough answer for you to keep on going on with your build?
Um,
Or what answer was you looking for? Well, when you asked me that question, um, if I was just like a person that didn't study outside of the Bible, um, or took the Bible for what it is, um, then I would just come straight out and tell you with that answer like uh nah, I would tell you no.
okay. So it's like okay, but okay, obviously a person that doesn't believe in God is not going to heaven, correct? So they say, right?
No, that's not true
Not
because
true?
that's the
Okay.
Old Testament.
Okay.
Because the Old Testament, the only way to the heavens is through by God. But the New Testament, Jesus gives us another way to the kingdom. And I'm playing Christian advocate right now. You know, I know the book real good, but I'm gonna entertain you, man, just so we can have a good build.
Okay,
You know,
I hear you. Okay, I hear you. I mean, I
go
hear
ahead,
you.
go
I
ahead, bro.
mean, because I thought that okay, if you hate this, you don't believe, then you can't go to heaven, and this, that, and the third. But
Mhm,
if everything was written and he's the all knowing God,
mhm.
then that means everybody should have an excuse for what they do. Nobody should be blamed. If it was already written
Right,
and he knew that he knew that this is what was going to happen, and he's within us as we in with him,
right.
then why are these things happening?
I understand what you're saying by that because it's everything that he's already knowing and he's already doing. So everything that we do is by his will, is what you're saying. So, yeah, I got you. I follow you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if I'm kind of just talking on things that's not kind of making that don't make sense to me as I have gotten older.
Okay,
So,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
um, Jesus was only crucified because he could. Was it true that he couldn't save himself?
You asking me a question real quick?
Yeah, yeah. Was that true that he couldn't save himself?
I'm gonna give you a quick answer. I know that he could have saved himself, but he didn't save himself to fulfill the prophecy.
And that sound right?
Huh? You asking me,
Okay.
do that sound right?
Yeah.
Let me
Um,
say something. Let me get in because
I'm, I'm gonna
every
tell you like
time,
this. Go
every
ahead, go
time
ahead.
we have these conversations, it's like looking in one direction, discrediting that direction, and then when we ask other people about what they think is better, they really can't do anything but critique what has already been provided. So let's just remove the whole concept of a religious text altogether, right? Why not do a mind exercise or a philosophical exercise and try to answer the same questions without referring back to the book? Because a lot of people have a problem with the fairy tale book. So let's just say, forget the book, right? We ask the question, we see creation in humans. Then my next question would be, all right, we see humans can create. Now, how do we account for the initiative process of humanity in general, right? What initiated humans in the first place so that humans can create more humans? If we think of it logically. So let's just use our brains and not use religion, because I think it's a cop out to just tear down the religious explanation, but then not use your own mind to try to come up with an answer to the questions or the claims that you're discrediting. So I would like people to try philosophical exercises with these same questions, if possible.
You know what?
Hey,
That that's
Jay,
that that's that
thank
sound good.
you, Jay. Hold on, real quick. Smack Jones. Hey, Smack Jones. That's my little brother, little big brother, Renegade Jay. Um, he's a round table founder, and so is Truist. Brother Truist is not here yet. These are
Okay.
round table founders. These are what we consider as the round table gang. Atheist, Muslim, Christian. We just believe in information. That's it.
That's
Um,
me. That's me.
that's it. And what my brother said just now, it makes a lot of sense. But you know what I gotta tell you, Jay? I'm glad you say that, and that's why I need my brother Truist, because see, my brother Truist will bring that philosophical study into the question, and that. You know what I mean? So I'm glad you say that, Jay. And now I got to talk to Truist about this. So now I can come up with an in-depth philosophical question to ask. But since Jay already said that, man, go ahead on in on that. Smack, let's get out of religion. Because that's what I usually do. I tell you, wipe your religion at the door when you come in, but
Yeah.
I see that sometimes I have to play, a Christian advocate, because sometimes that's the only way you can get people to talk. They gotta
Yeah.
feel like they gotta have something to attack,
Right. 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 Right.
and that's what he's saying.
Right.
Let's not go at the things that's already there in place. Let's get off
Um.
on our own. So go ahead, bro.
Okay. What I got. That's good that he said that. But I just want to touch one quick touch, and I'm gonna get back out of there. It's not that once you discredit it that you don't have something else to say. Like I said, there is no nothing else. Like if you say something else, you'll be just making up another theory. Now, if we just talk and build, and I mean the theory is always good, something to think about. But but like I when I discredit it, I didn't have nothing else to say or the way that I think is done because the shit is just impossible. In my eyes, this is just impossible. And the way they said it was done is just impossible. Now, about the humans, um, it all goes back to a supreme being because we know we have babies, we know we have life, and I mean that's a good one. That's a good one. And
Do
I
you
can't.
do you believe in evolution? Would you say evolution is responsible for humans? Because some people go with
I
that.
have
They
an.
say,
I have a. I have a. For the sake of the conversation,
Okay. You
I
want to
can.
answer
I'm
Jay's
gonna.
question? Go ahead,
I'm,
baby.
yeah, Jay. I'm gonna. For the sake of the conversation, I'm gonna make another philosophical assertion in the state of claim
Ooh.
using sort of um your measure or your metric that you suggested, right?
Uh,
Okay. Is it possible to have a philosophical discussion, right? And engage in a philosophical conversation without talking about the effects of what that would look like? So, for example, philosophy, right? One could assert is all about questions, okay? Right? Based on observations and other metrics. But at the core of philosophy, it's a living organism, if you will, even communicating, right, to another frequency, to another energy, right, to figure out an answer, cause and effect, right?
right,
Okay.
right.
So, at a philosophical level, if humans, especially at the very core and the very base um, of who we think we are and how we are classified currently, right? One could assert, well, part of that engagement was, well, what are we doing? Why are we here? Right? What is the greater good? Why am I mean, who the hell knows what kind of conversations they were having? Okay, but you get my point. And out of that, potentially could have I'm sure when things are not clear cut, right? When you think that when the human brain says that I have exhausted all possibility, I have tried any and everything under the sun, and nothing good has come to me. So the only thing left that I have is my belief in a tomorrow, or my belief in the greater good, or in my belief that I'm going through this for a reason. And it's those types of it's the outcomes of that, i.e., the social construct we say religion is around, comes about. So can you have a philosophical conversation without talking about religion?
Right.
I don't think so.
I would say yes, because philosophy predates religion. Philosophy is just the exercise of the mind pondering and coming up with ideas. So you actually get religion out of philosophy, in my opinion. Religion wasn't created first. And I said earlier on the previous stream that philosophy is at the foundation of every discipline that we have, because it's basically just a human mind at work. So I think you could have a philosophical conversation without religion. It's just that religion is so culturally powerful in our day and time, but that wasn't always the case.
I agree, but you moved the goalpost just a little bit. Because I did not say that. You know I didn't say that. Okay. You know I did not say no shit like that. You know I did not say that religion predates philosophy. Come on, bro. Why you going to do me like that? You know your girl didn't say no shit like that. Nice try.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to support my answer.
No, but I'm saying like the bottom is like, can we, it's that's why I said cause and effect, That's one, I think that's one could argue that's one effect of those philosophical conversations, right? The belief that there's even a point. Why am I existing? Why am I here? What is my purpose?
Good question. I don't know. It's a good question.
Do everybody feel like they have found their purpose?
Me personally, I don't think it's a purpose. because we die. What could actually we don't serve a purpose to the earth at all. All we serve is a purpose in the world. But I mean, that's from no, we don't serve a purpose. When people get good jobs in NBA sports and they say that that's what they were supposed to do, that's just talent. That's talent. They've been doing it since they was a kid. You keep doing something, you get good at it. Otherwise, that's a purpose. We don't serve a purpose to the earth. The trees do, the grass do. We don't.
But why are you using just the earth as the metric? Like, think about a woman, right? And let's say she has children, right?
Well, I'm thinking
Her
she was
body.
saying human beings,
Hold on.
period. Do human beings serve a purpose?
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but see, a woman is a human being.
I
Right? A
know.
mother is a human being. Like, we're not a monolith. Not everyone is the same. So
Okay,
if
so
an
what
NBA player says he believes that he was equipped, created, made athletic, strong, intelligent to go and play a sport, I think that's fair just according to his characteristics. Or
Oh.
just naturally by nature, a woman's equipped with certain traits and characteristics where she could nurture and take care of people, right? So
Okay,
I think sometimes it's natural for some people to be born athletic or born very intelligent or born to be a scientist or born to be a doctor or born to be, you know what I mean? Because within nature, we're given certain traits and characteristics. It's up to us to carry it out, cultivate it, and hopefully live long enough to see it through. But we definitely do have purpose. You just got to know yourself to know your purpose.
no,
It's
okay,
not going to be the same for every single person.
right. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying an individual purpose. I'm talking about the human race, period. What's the purpose of a human race, period? Like, what's the purpose of humans?
You're asking me?
Yes. So when you say a woman purpose is to give birth to a kid, like that's still a human. What is the purpose of a human being? What purpose do human beings serve? Not to each other, but to period. Like the human being, one human being.
You know
What
what? I
purpose
think
do they?
in one sense that question is kind of easy to answer. And in another sense, I would say you would have to know the mind of the creator of humans. But to me, the way I would answer what is the purpose of human beings, I would look all around us and I would see the purpose. So look at your home, look at your roads, look at the systems that have been set up, look at all the things that humans have created.
Did-
I feel like that is humans carrying out their purpose.
Okay, now let's go.
It's all around us.
Okay, now let's go deeper. If it wasn't humans, we wouldn't need that. We wouldn't need that. We built all this for our sake.
Yeah,
For our sake.
But that's the point. Like you're supporting the point, right? If we did all this for our sake, then you're basically answering the question, what is the purpose of humans?
So the
things that we've done.
So the purpose of humans this is the answer that I'm getting. It's not what you're saying, but this is what I'm getting. That the purpose of humans is to grow up, get a good job, and have kids and live life, correct?
No, I feel like you simplified it, but one person may look at it that way, yeah.
What I call a purpose.
There's more than life than just a job and having children.
Okay, maybe when I think of purpose, like the see
All right, let me ask you a question, right? Hold on, let me ask you a question. Do you have children?
Yes.
And obviously you're a man, right? So
Right.
we could just look at circumstances or certain scenarios. When you're walking around, let's say your business, where you live in your neighborhood, and you see children playing and they're playing kickball and the ball goes into the street, what is your purpose or need as a man in that situation?
To go get that ball.
Right.
So I'm gonna say that our purpose is to help other people, to help not just in that scenario, because again, like the doctors and all of them, our purpose is to help others.
I think that's one answer. And I think it's hard to like, I don't think there is one answer, but I think there are many answers, and the answer lies in just observing your surroundings personally and what you feel is right, you know, like what you believe is the right thing to do. Do you think that you should look out for children and make sure they're safe and make sure they know right from wrong?
Oh, of
Do
course,
you
of
believe that you
course.
should protect your neighborhood, make sure people aren't doing things that they shouldn't be doing? Do you believe that people should be employed and have something to do to take care of their families? Do you believe that people should live in safe neighborhoods where the roads are safe, where the bridges are safe? Do you believe that people should have sufficient food so that they can eat well and nurture their kids well? Like, to me, those are all different purposes that different people are going to serve. Not everyone's going to do the same thing. So it's really hard to give one answer. All I can say is, like, look around you, and the things that you don't agree with, it might be someone's purpose or your purpose to fix it and make it better.
Okay, okay. Let me ask my question like this: what's the purpose of making the first human being?
I love that question. That's a good question. And you know what? It makes me think there didn't need to be the first human being, right? There didn't even need to be. So the fact that there is, I feel like life is a gift.
Of course.
It's a yeah. That's a great question, bro. What was the purpose of the first human being? Why do we even live in the first place? Why give life? Why create life? Why spawn any of this?
Well, from what science say, the purpose of the first humanoid or human being or whatever, he didn't know what his purpose was. Remember, that's a question that we asked, Jay. Who that was the whole question that we asked: are men and women created equal? Because at the end of that question, it wasn't for us to say no, men are stronger than women, and no, women are more stronger in this aspect. It's to pinpoint on the aspect of what is our purpose. For us being our purpose here, are men and women equal? And I still stick to this today. Yes, we are equal as far as our purpose of being here. As far as the first humans who realized it, who came into knowing that they were supposed to create life, or they could create life, and they made it a purpose to do that, that was our purpose. But before that, I figured we don't know what our purpose was. We were still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
What you think about that, Smack Jones? We didn't know our purpose. We was trying to figure it out until we found out that creating life was our purpose.
Okay.
Oh, you
Right.
just
Okay. Right. But it's still.
and that, so Nisha and Dots are just up here for what? To keep on getting skipped over?
Oh no, my bad, Queen.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Y'all can jump in at any time. Okay, if one of y'all want to answer that,
Like where they do that at? No, I'm joking.
No,
It's so easy. It's so easy to mess
do
with
you
you.
want me to repeat it real quick?
Nope, I
So
got
in
it.
that,
I got
okay,
it.
thank you.
Mm-mm,
Go ahead,
I got
Queen.
it. I caught it. I don't. No worries.
Touchdown.
Okay, so to me, hearing you brothers speak, it reminds me, and it tells me that like this is why life is when we think of it, it's a 360-degree circle, right? And this is how I'm also believing more and more that it has to be in its feminine essence, because it is a 360 circle. And the femininity in it, in that power, is that you guys are trying to find, it feels like a physical identifier, not understanding that energy happens regardless. It's always changing, even when
That's
you
good.
don't want it to. You understand? So physically, it may look strong, but you're forgetting the feminine essence around it. That it's going to transform and change even when you don't want it to. So that's the unexplainable. You're not supposed to get it. Because
I
even if
like
you
that.
got it, it won't matter anyway because it's going to happen anyway. Because the energy
Mm.
is in continuance. It's a 360 circle. It's the feminine essence that surrounds all of the energy that is happening. It's absorbing all the triangles, the squares, the rectangles, octagons, pyramids.
I got you.
Right?
That's deep.
So you're not
Queen.
going to get it. So as you know, me representing as your sister, you know, the feminine essence, right? I chuckle. I really, it really did. It like tickled my spirit, and I'm saying, of course I don't get it, right?
Right. I feel you. Go ahead.
I'll land the plane. Land my plane there.
That's good. I like that. That's good. That's good.
Sister Nisha. Go ahead, Queen.
Huh. I don't know. I just feel like for me personally,
Uh-huh.
being the age that I am, I I I don't think that I really have put my finger on my exact purpose. I know what my contributions are,
Mm.
but I don't fully know what my purpose is. Or maybe I'm in it, but don't know that I'm in it.
Mm.
So that is something that I'm still trying to figure out within myself.
Damn, I love that. I love that. Man, I love what you just said just now. I don't know what my purpose is yet. And go ahead, repeat what you had say, Queen, because that was powerful. I don't know what my purpose is yet, but you said something. You know what your contributions are.
Yeah, I mean, I know what I contribute, you know,
Ooh.
and I could be in it, but really don't know that I'm in it. And maybe when I um shake a little bit of some things that need to be shooken off my tree. Once I shake that off, maybe I'll be able to see clearer. Maybe I won't be so cloudy in my vision, and it's still I'm still growing, and I'm still trying to figure it out. But shit, I'm getting old, so I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
riding this ride, man.
down south, we call that season. You getting seasoned, man. That's all. Hey, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, elaborate on what the two sisters said, man.
um,
Great points. What they brought up. What you think?
the energy. I'm gonna get on that because when she said that, I had to remind myself. I forget about that, but it's so true that it happens like that. When that energy kick in, you don't know when it's kicking in. You don't know when it's leaving. You don't know, and that's the other way of saying when them tables turn, they're gonna always turn. There's gonna always be ups and downs because that's what that energy do. Nothing is. I believe in that. I believe in that. I believe in that deeply because I experienced that before. And you don't know. People call it luck. It could be whatever, but that's that energy. That's that energy, and we all have that, and that vibration get to vibrating, and whatever it is that's in your algorithm, that's what it's gonna be. This is why they say stress don't last forever, and you know what I mean. When you have fun, fun don't last forever. It's always gonna change, man. It's always gonna change. And what the other sister said, man, at my age, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna say I know a lot, but at my age, man, and what I know, I didn't find my purpose. That's just for me. This is why I came to say that there's no purpose. So, but each his own though, because it's like shit, how can I say this? Um some people can, again, like we just said, we can see somebody doing something and we can automatically call out their purpose. And I'm not taking that away from them, but I'm just saying the steps that you take in life, no matter how old you is, you're gonna get results from whatever steps those were. You got to get results. Whatever you put, whatever work you put in, that's what you. If you out here robbing people, you're gonna get the results of that. If you're out here going to school, real doing what you got to do, you're gonna get the results of that. That's why I don't call it. That's why I don't call at the end of their destiny or whatever that whatever they doing that was their purpose, because they made that way. They paved that way for themselves. And then it could be true. Maybe us that don't have a purpose, maybe we didn't pave our way. But still, when it come down to the end of it, it's still like this is what you did. Like it's not each his own. Though I just don't feel that the human that there was a purpose. That's just my belief.
It is very profound to me that we could go around the round table and no one has an answer for this question.
I
And
do. Go ahead, Jay.
okay, well, you might be coming from a perspective that provides an answer for the question,
Nah,
but
go
I'm
ahead.
just
So
I
you
don't
go
I
ahead.
don't even I want to save it. I really do want to save it, but man, it makes sense to me. Like I
Okay,
can
that's fine. That's
understand.
cool.
Yeah, my bad, bro. Don't feel triggered.
No, I'm not
But
right. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm right. Go ahead. I'm cool.
I wasn't even addressing you, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Yeah. But no, it makes a lot of sense just listening to, where people are coming from and then why they will then say they don't know. To me, it makes a lot of sense. But what I was doing while you guys were talking, I was looking up the definition in its noun form, and then you get synonyms such as cause, reason, basis, intention, goal, right? So the purpose of something are those things, right? So then I went further and I went into, I think, reason. And then when you search reason, it says cause, explanation, or justification of an action or an event. So, sorry, hold on.
Sis, Dots.
Yeah. Hey, Sister Nisha, you by your computer, baby?
I'm on my computer. What's up?
Can you pull that definition up for Jay and I share it?
Okay, hold on.
'Cause he's at work.
Okay, give me a second. Let me get
I'm
to
sitting here writing. I'm sitting here writing stuff down. I'm taking notes throughout the conversation.
and I'm looking up the definition of purpose.
Yeah, and I share it. So when we come back on, but go ahead. Go ahead. Dots. Nisha was talking to you, Queen.
She ain't right.
So, my bad. But if I'm looking at something as a cause or an explanation, to me it seems like humans are a result of something. So, in order for you to know your purpose, I think you would have to know your source or your origin. And I think that's a question that everyone has to ask themselves. What is their origin? What is the source of humanity in general? Which is what Smack Jones was talking about with the first man. If you don't have an answer for that question, then I don't think you could qualify a purpose, because just by the very definition. Your purpose is your reason, which is your cause. So when we get into, I didn't want to go into the whole religion thing or the belief thing, but when you get into atheism, there's no way you can have a purpose. That's why some people don't know.
That if you go
Atheism
to
doesn't
atheist,
really
that you said you can't have no purpose if you're an atheist.
Hey, hold on, Jackson. Hey,
provide. It doesn't really provide
Jay,
you
I
with.
got the definition of purpose up for you, bro.
Oh well, I can't read it. I'm at work.
I know you can't read it, but we just showing it. As you going into the definition as you talk, we're gonna try to pull it up as you talk. I'm just letting you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that I'm gonna save whatever I got for another time. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna let y'all know it first, either tomorrow or Friday. One of these days, I'm coming back with my series of Blackness in Islam. I'm teaching it from my
Definitely.
perspective, my studies, right, and the foundation. And I want to do one on how Muhammad was a renegade of Arabia. Nobody would ever say that except for me, but I'm gonna teach that, and I'm gonna go in on the slavery thing. Does Islam promote slavery? But yeah, I like to move from a foundation that I do believe in God, and I think with that foundation, these questions are answerable. But if you're coming from a foundation of atheism, then you really can't establish a firm answer for what is your purpose, because then everything is just you almost become nihilistic. There's no meaning. We're not so clear about what's right and wrong. Everything becomes very muddy waters. So I think it's important to have a foundation. I know that's triggering for some people. I understand. I'm not saying it for it to be triggering. I know it makes people's heart beat a little bit faster and makes them want to jump out their seat at me. But I'm being very gentle right now, and I'm not even in an environment to go in the way that I want to. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let my words do what they did, right? Because my words are the cause, and we're about to see the effect of it. So y'all go in.
No, Jay, I totally disagree with that. Like I said, I know what my contributions are, and I could be in my purpose right now and not fully aware of it. But I don't believe that you have to have a foundation based on a God, a religion. I don't think that you have a lot of people that does not have that foundation and do know their purpose. So
Can we use the analogy? Can I give you an analogy? Let's talk about like human inventions, right?
Right.
Let's talk about phones, the very things that we're using, or even a laptop. Who would know the purpose for which these devices were created?
Who would know?
Like objectively, who would know the purpose of?
Nobody. The creator, whoever made them.
Right. It's a simple answer, right, bro? The person who would know the purpose of why these devices are made is the one who made it. So if it's an Apple or iPhone, it would be Steve Jobs, right? He would be able to tell you clearly the purpose of why the phone was created. So what I'm saying is, if you're a human being and you don't recognize or acknowledge that you are the creation of something or the result of something leading to your existence, then how can you therefore identify a purpose? You would have to go back to the authority, identify it. You don't got to call it God. You could call it a higher power. You could call it the essence of all things, whatever you want to call it. You can remove the religious connotation. But until you recognize that, you are the product of that thing. So without you acknowledging it, how would you be able to identify your purpose? Or let's say even a car, right? The person who would know the reason why a certain car is created is the one who originated the model. You can't go to a human really and just have a human make up the answer. The answer lies above you, the reason why you're even here in the first place. So that's what I was saying with the atheist. You'll never be able to identify a purpose because you don't really recognize anything that's responsible for you.
Just no.
You gotta. Well, you got a point, but
No.
no, because that don't mean because you're atheist that you don't have a. Nah, I can't go for that one.
Right. And that's what I just said. Just because you are an atheist does not mean that you don't know your purpose. It's plenty that do.
Right.
So what's
So
yours,
then-
Nisha?
Yeah.
I just said.
Okay, what's yours, Smack Jones?
Well, just because we're two,
I don't know it, but I'm going to tell you I'm going to say anybody's purpose is okay. When I was saying the purpose, I was talking about life itself, the human life, not an individual's purpose, because I can't say what an individual going to think that their purpose is. Whatever they think their purpose is, that's their purpose.
The same thing. I'm saying the same thing as you. Life itself, humanity itself, not the individual. I'm talking about all of humanity.
Right.
Furtherwise, okay. Furtherwise, as in, they don't serve.
How would a phone
We do not
be able
serve.
to answer it themselves? A phone can't answer that question itself. Yes, I know a phone can't talk. But I'm just saying, the creation or the result or the product is not really going to be the one responsible for answering that question. You would have to ask the maker, right? But if you think there is no maker and that you're your own God and you done created everything,
You should be able to
how
answer
could you really give a viable answer for what your purpose is? You're not recognizing the very thing that's responsible for why you're here.
At that point in time, your purpose is going to be whatever you say it is.
No, but we're not talking about yours as an individual. Remember, we're talking about humanity.
Okay.
Right.
But see, I'm just trying to use reasoning here, right? I'm not trying to give you no verse, no Bible verse, no Quranic verse. I'm just using logic and reasoning, and you all have the same tools that I do, right?
Right.
We're not going verse for verse. We're just going logic for
Right.
logic, mind for mind, rhetoric for rhetoric.
And you damn sure sparked a good question, because to me, I would say, man, I know that our purpose was here to procreate. Now, like Nisha
create.
said, now what I do, to make kids, to create other kids. And
Okay, but why was the first one here? What?
Let me finish.
So you saying human race was here just to make more
Hold
humans?
on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I said, now I feel our purpose here on this earth was to mate and have kids and you know what I mean, and keep creating kids. Now, when it comes down to each individual person, that's where your contribution comes in at. Did you play your part in life? Did you play your part? If you didn't procreate, did you help as far as the growth part of it? So that's where the contributions come in at. That's where the attributes come in at, where we all different at. But as far as our purpose, I feel that our purpose was here because we tried it. We tried it just being here by ourselves. That shit didn't work out. They died off, right? Until they started breeding in with other humanoids. And then it was like, damn, okay, now we can keep living, y'all. Damn, now we got to eat. Okay, what we eating, y'all? Boom, boom, boom. And you know what I mean? So it was stages of knowing your purpose. So that's why I just say the stages that once they got past those prehistoric days or whatever, and they found out that, hey, yo, let's breed together. Let's keep our bloodline going on so we can live longer, and our tribes or bloodline can keep existing, and we can help advance. That's how I feel. That's what our purpose was. Now, contributions is what we do once we're here.
So you think do people owe the world contributions?
Everybody should give the world contributions.
but do they owe the world contributions?
Yes. Why not? Why
Because if
shouldn't
you're
you
not
give
if you're
back?
not giving back, then you just mooching.
You just
You
not
gotta
getting no
give
sense
back.
to being here.
Listen, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm listen. I do
Okay,
my
go ahead.
contribution. I'm not saying that I don't, but I'm just speaking on people out there that don't. How they don't owe you don't owe no contributions. When you give contributions, that's for you.
Okay. So hold up. Let me. I'm glad you specified that, because the way you're using contribution, it sounds like a given form, a form of like money
Oh
or
no, no,
payment.
no, 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 no,
So
no.
contributions now that comes in many forms.
Right,
You
right,
see what I'm saying? So
right.
your contribution could be that you have a truck, and anytime somebody in your neighborhood need to move, they call on you.
Okay. And what if you
That's your
don't do it? What if
contribution.
you don't do it? Are you wrong?
Yes, you are fucking wrong. You goddamn right. And you know what they call them people?
What's
They
that?
need to die off by the wayside of life. I'm gonna play church for a second. You know what I mean? They get left behind by the wayside of life. You feel me?
Okay, I got one more question before I get out of here, man.
Nah, bro, you good, man. You stay as long as you want to.
Listen,
Quick question, man. What do you believe in, bro? Real quick, before you go on with your last question.
I'm a
What do
five
are you
percenter.
Hebrew? 5%er?
Yeah,
Oh shit. Okay. Damn,
yeah.
dog, man. Please come back,
Welcome,
man.
man.
Drop your email in the back. Drop your
How do I
email in
do
the
it?
back.
I'm just gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, yeah, man. We love to hit you up, man. Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, do that. I'm gonna turn on alerts for this joint too, man. I'm in every time. I had to click. I seen this conversation. I had to jump on here, man. I usually don't do this, but I had to get in here.
Damn. So you missed part 1 and part 2. It's
I missed
crazy how
all
part
that,
3
man.
came to you.
I'm gonna go back and watch it tonight, though.
Yeah, go
From
back
bro.
and check it
Where you
out.
from,
And
bro?
while you're subscribing,
Huh?
make sure that you subscribe to Unscrambled Minds and check us out.
Yes,
Definitely got
those my queens. That's an all female panel. That's our sister company, man. Those queens go in just like us. This really an all male panel,
you. Yeah,
but our sisters is part of the round table too.
I like what
So
y'all
we
doing,
let
man.
them know.
I'm included. I'm in here. I'm in here all the time now, man.
Yo, where you from,
Man,
bro?
man.
I'm
Go
from
ahead.
Buffalo, but I live in North Carolina.
Oh fuck, this nigga from the cold, damn near the next coldest spot to Chicago, and then he's in North Carolina, a state away from me.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in South Carolina, bro.
Oh damn. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
in
Good.
Charleston. Yeah, I'm in Charleston.
Okay.
Next to
I'm in
Charleston.
Charlotte.
I'm in Goose Street. You in Charlotte?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I went to Livingston College, outside of Charlotte.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
my last
Okay.
question for the day, though:
Go ahead, bro.
is there a devil?
Physically, no.
Oh.
I don't think there's a physical devil. I think that we have within us, we were created with good thoughts, good energy. And
Okay.
I also feel like we were created with negative energy, because sometimes you need that. So it's a balance.
Mm.
Right. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I didn't know the answer. That's why I asked. But I agree with. I could agree with that right there. I could agree with that. I could agree with that. It's some people say it is. Some people say it's not. And I didn't. I just wanted to know because I don't. I didn't know.
It really ain't no right or wrong answer to that. That's a subjective question. And that's
Who
why
says?
Nisha said it, and
Okay,
that's
it's
why
not a
Nisha
rule.
answered the way she answered. Not I don't know if that's the reason why she answered the way she answered, but from her answer, I gather that that is really up to you, to what you manifest. If you believe it's a God, then you have to believe it's a devil.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah. That's what I was getting at.
But if you come and realize that they both are within you, whether you call them the God or whether you call them a devil, if you understand that they both reside inside you, and that's what keep you balanced with yourself, everything will be a better place. What you think about that?
I think that's deep. Now, you know that's deep. The thing is remembering that's good though. That's good. I like that. That's good. That's good. But I just never knew. I just asked because I never really looked at it if it was or what. And I did before, but I ain't really paying no attention to it. But if you believe in one, you gotta believe in the other.
Yeah. But it's no right or wrong. Ain't nobody can give you a definite answer. And hey, before you leave real quick, man, I want you to meet our brother, my other roundtable gang member, Truist, man, brother Truist. Truist, this our new brother, man, just came on tonight. First time coming in, man. Go ahead, Truist.
Peace to you, brother. I haven't really heard the conversation up to this point, so what's the topic on the floor?
Now, me and you gonna have a new topic, but he just asked us a question. So go ahead, ask Truist that question real quick, bro.
What was I? Was there a devil?
Oh, the question is there a devil?
Yes.
Um, so the way I see it, is the devil is as we know it, because we only see that term pop up, starting with the Bible, right? You don't see that devil word used prior to it. And in its biblical usage, it's referring to an adversary, at least in the Torah, right? The devil, Satan, he's the great adversary. He's an accuser. Now, in the New Testament, he obviously becomes more of a physical force. Hence why people that practice Torah only, they don't believe in a Satan. They believe the Most High is the only high power and force. They don't believe in a Satan at all. It's usually Christians and New Testament followers that believe in a physical Satan. When we're talking about my belief, I believe there are adversaries, there are accusers, but adversaries and accusers are relevant to you, right? Everything is an adversary to something, right? A lion is an adversary to a gazelle. A tiger is an adversary to the wildlife it preys on. So when we're talking about us as human beings, we have adversaries in the form of other human beings. When we're talking about a socio-political environment, right? You can look at it from a racial perspective. We can say Black people, we have an adversary, right? Hey, how's it going? Yep, peace. Yep. So when we're talking about that lens, you can say the adversary is the white man for Black people. When we're talking about your religious tenet, if you are a Christian, you might see Muslims as your adversary. If you're a Muslim, you may see Jews as your adversary. So I think when we're talking about devils, it's relative to you.
Right. Okay, so basically, use your common sense, basically.
Whatever is opposed to you and your beliefs, that's your devil.
Right. Okay. I can, I guess, yeah, that sounds more accurate. So it's just a term, it's just a word that's just being thrown around then.
Right, your adversary.
Okay, I can go for that one.
Hey, brother, man, we appreciate you, man. You don't have to leave if you don't want to, man. You welcome.
Oh no, yeah, I gotta be out, but I definitely listen. You ain't gotta worry. Next time you're on here, I'm up here. I'm about to. I think I subscribed already. If I didn't, I'm about to do it now, and I'm about to put my email in the chat right quick before I get out.
Okay, definitely do that, man.
All right, peace, y'all. Y'all be safe out there.
All right,
peace, brother.
All right,
peace, brother.
Hey, Jay. I wanted to ask, on what I just said. So as I know, with people that are Torah only, like Jews that practice Judaism, even they don't believe in a physical Satan. They believe in adversaries, but they only believe in the Most High. That's it. When it comes to Islam, do Muslims believe in a Satan figure or some sort of physical devil, or not really? It's just Allah.
The answer is yes. Me, the stories, as much as I'm dealing with the history. So talk to you about it. I really try not to get so caught up in the theology, right? A practical lens and a historical lens, and try to view things that way. Everything that comes about in between then is the religious aspect. But Islam isn't just a religion, right? It was political. So I try not to just stay in. Simple answer to your questions, yes.
Damn, my boy was breaking up while he was speaking.
Yeah, we couldn't really make out what you were saying. You were kind of breaking up a little bit.
But Truist, did you get the gist of it though? Like
I caught the part where he was saying like Islam was not just like religious, it was political and
political, right?
and that bit of it, which
Right. But he did say yes though. So let's just go off the he answered your question, yes.
so
Go off
there
that
it,
Truist, and go off that.
okay, so similar to the New Testament, there's a actual Satan figure in the Quran. I'm assuming by his answer.
Uh, well, yeah, but I think they give him the name them jinns. They give him the name jinn. Like they had the attributes of gods, but then yet they wasn't like the angels or whatever. They wasn't like the angels.
Well, the
So
the wouldn't the
yeah,
jinns kind of just be like wouldn't they just kind of be like evil spirits, but they wouldn't necessarily be Satan
evil.
himself.
Yeah, they
You know
wouldn't
what
be
I'm saying?
evil spirits, but some can be evil. In other words, the jinn in Islam, from what somebody told me, and I want Jay to correct me, the jinn in Islam, he decided not to accept Adam. When all the other angels bowed down and accepted Adam, the jinn decided not to. So in Islam, the jinn is like considered the one who went against everything. And we know in the Bible and in these other books and these extra books, Enoch said that Azazel didn't want to accept Jesus. When Jesus was up there in the kingdom, but they didn't call him Jesus right then, but they said the Son of Man was sitting on the right hand side, and Azazel or the archangel or some of these angels didn't want to accept him, so they got casted down. So we got a similar story. So I want you to just go in off that. So yes, the Quran does have a story like us.
Yes, but isn't Azazel like only one of the helpers of the actual entity Satan? Like he's not Satan himself. He's just
Well,
like one of the demons.
they don't know if Azazel was or not, but he
I
was
mean,
one of the leaders. You know what I mean? He was a leader of the fallen angels. He taught men a lot of stuff from what the book say. He taught men a lot of things. He or she. I don't want to just say he because the book says. Go ahead, Truist.
yep. So when we're talking about Azazel, I'm not too familiar with the Apocrypha. That's one thing I need to read, all the Apocrypha books. But
Okay.
I do know the only other names that are associated with Satan are Lucifer and Devil. But mainly Lucifer in terms of name. And when we're talking about the entity that's ultimately going to lead an army against Christ in Revelations, in the end of days, right? That entity leading the charge is going to be the Satan figure, along with the Antichrist.
Right.
So this is just what I was wondering about Islam. Is there an Islamic equivalent to that entity? Is there some sort of evil entity like Satan that in the end of days in Islam is going to oppose Allah and lead some sort of war and is going to have to be defeated the same way Satan is going to have to be defeated by Christ?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Damn, that's a good question. Hey, Truist, Jay jumped out. He probably about to jump right back in because he's probably getting off. But can I entertain that question with you real quick and just go a little deeper into that until he come in? But I'm gonna stay on the same topic, same subject. Okay, so we also know that in Revelation, that's when Jesus had a fight with Lucifer, right?
Yes, he has a fight with both Satan himself, the great dragon, and the Antichrist, who tricks the world. He has a war with both.
Right. And so he didn't get to save. His whole purpose of being down there was to go to save God's people from there, right?
Right. So he's coming for God's people. Now some people interpret that as all believers. Some of that interpret that as specifically Israelites.
Right. That's why I said God's people. You know what I mean? Because I elaborated earlier, like these books are for specific people. So these books keeps us within limitations. You know what I mean? So yes, I agree with that. So why do they say that Jesus is coming back then? If he already went and fought when he died. Now, see, people don't know when he died in those 3 days that he was gone, he was down there fighting what me and you just got through talking about. And then he arose the third day. Why do they say Jesus is coming back again if he already came back? If that makes sense. Because when he died, they say he was coming back. He did that. And then now we saying like, yo, he's coming back again.
Right.
Go ahead in on that for me real quick, bro.
Hi, y'all can right inside. Have a good time. That's because of misinterpretation and misunderstanding, right? Nowhere in Revelations does it ever say that use the term second coming, right? You know, that term people love to throw around, the second coming. That's a term that the Christian church made up. That term is nowhere in the book of Revelations, right? Because when you actually have an understanding of what's happening, it would actually be a third coming, because he originally came, right?
That's once.
In human form. That's once.
Right.
He was crucified.
Right.
And then he resurrected.
That was already
That's twice.
Right there.
The resurrection was the second coming.
Right. So
So
that's what I'm
so
saying. So why are they waiting? If he
well,
already
no,
came twice,
they're
right?
rightfully waiting that because there's a prophecy that says he is going to come back a third time to save God's people and cleanse the world of wickedness and establish a new Jerusalem. So that
Oh,
prophecy has to be fulfilled. But the
hold on. Did he
misinterpretation.
say it was him or did he say somebody else
Oh no,
is
he
coming?
said he is the Lion of Judah. He
Okay,
he
so
he
why did he tell his disciples them like, yo, I must leave y'all because somebody else is coming. But don't be fooled by those that come in my name, but
exactly
somebody else,
right.
and I prepared the way for them, for he is coming. So what
Yes,
was that about,
you know who the
man?
he is. When he's
But
saying
go ahead, go ahead.
he is coming, someone else is be prepared. Someone else is coming, and they're coming
Right.
in my name. You know who
Uh-huh.
that is? That's
But he
the
said,
anti. That way, I'm telling you, it's the Antichrist.
oh,
The
okay,
Antichrist is
okay.
the man or the being that is going to come in the end of days and trick everyone into thinking that he is Jesus.
So why would he make
That's the whole
way for
point.
the Antichrist though?
But because the Antichrist is going to imitate Jesus, he's going to fool and trick the world into thinking that he is Christ. So Jesus is saying pretty much like,
Yeah, go ahead.
like you guys are believers in me, right?
Uh-huh.
You guys acknowledge me as your king, as the Son of God, right? But don't be fooled when there's someone who comes in my image and don't follow him just because you're believers in me, right?
Uh-huh.
They're like, don't be fooled by the one who's coming that is going to imitate me. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That's what the Antichrist is. He's acting like he's Christ, but he's really an evil entity. That's his whole purpose of being called the Antichrist. So
Mm.
that's who Jesus is referring to.
But that's crazy though that you said that, right? Because now I'm saying to myself, why you said now I must leave you because I must prepare the way for somebody else. If you supposed to be the man or the person you say you are, why would you leave us in the time of the Antichrist? I'm your disciple. If anything, you should be the one staying around to at least guide your disciples so we can see and recognize what the Antichrist is. But yet, he left it open. Now, what I get out that story, it's a test of their faith, a test of their belief. Are you gonna just roll with what you see that come and say that they come in the name of me? Or are you gonna believe in me? Are you gonna have faith in what I told you and all of this? In that time and age, that will be a hard task.
Right. And that's the whole point of Revelations, the signs of the times, right? There's going to be certain things happening when the Antichrist is here, right? There's going to be the mark of the beast that will show the sign of all the people that follow this Antichrist, right? Um,
Ooh,
the Antichrist himself, even though he'll come in the name and act as if he is Christ, he's going to ask people to do things that clearly the actual Christ would never ask his believers to do.
mm.
Like
And
there
I'm
will be
glad you brought that up about the Antichrist, man. I'm gonna let you go back in. I can't wait till Jay come back in because Jay can read that Aramaic. I don't know. Can you read Hebrew? If you can read Hebrew, then they told me that in the Bible in Hebrew, the name is written. The person is written. He's described. I mean, not he or she, but the name is described in Hebrew. It's called Besmalah. Besma'Allah. Besmala or something like that. I wish Jay was here right now because Jay could go in more with that. But they said that is the mark of the beast, and they was reading the scriptures, and it say it tells you the name of the beast. And the mark that they're gonna have, yeah, it was like 3 characteristics: the mark, the name or something, the mark, the name, and it was something else. It was like 3 characteristics that the Antichrist or whatever supposed to have. And it showed it in the Bible, and the name was like Besmala. I don't want to mess that name up, but you heard anything about that as far as that being the name of the Antichrist?
No, but I did hear this one crazy radical Christian ideology that is clearly anti-Islamic, where they highlight how I believe it's around the year 660 AD that the Prophet Muhammad is given his revelation, right? And they make mention of this because they suggest that pretty much Islam rises to prominence around the year 666 AD. So they're suggesting that it's quite possible that the Antichrist could be the Prophet Muhammad himself. I've heard radical Christian ideologies that would suggest that the Prophet Muhammad is the Antichrist and Islam is the mark of the beast.
Which Bismillah, now that you say that, I think Bismillah means like warrior of Allah, warrior of God, or prophet of God, or something like that. That's why I wish Jay was here, or anybody who could read Hebrew. But I need to talk to somebody who can read Hebrew and ask them, is that in the Hebrew scriptures?
Well, the problem with that is the text where you would find the mark of the beast would be in Revelations, and that book isn't written in Hebrew; it's written in Greek and Aramaic. So you wouldn't be able to find the Hebrew word for it.
Right. So Hebrew is a form of Aramaic, and the Quran is in Aramaic. Everybody who tell you that they speak Hebrew, brother, they will tell you that it's a form of Aramaic.
Well, how could that be when Hebrew is older?
I'm just trying to tell you, truest. That's not a question for me, my brother. That's a question. That's a question you have to ask a Hebrew Israelite who speaks Hebrew, and they'll tell you that yeah, it's the same as Aramaic.
One moment, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Nisha, you still with me, sister?
For a minute.
Bet. Hey, listen, sis, can you hold on? Who's that in the back? Oh, that's Jay. Why are you in the back? You can just log your cell phone, man. Hold on. I'ma get you. I'ma put something in the chat real quick, and then I want you to pull it up for me real quick.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro. Yep, we hear you, bro.
You at home, Truist?
No, he's at work. Um, true. He was actually we were just entertaining just now and asking the question. Um, uh, and then we got into some other stuff. He was asking a real good question. And Nisha,
Uh,
Oh,
pull up, type in this right here on YouTube, Mark of the Beast in the name of Allah, Revelation 13. Dr. Chuck Messler. And this is what Truist was going in about the 666, about Muhammad and all that. And I'm glad Jay back now, because Jay gonna really take us in deeper with
Well, I'll
that.
tell you the truth. I really don't like going into the theology because that's where you lose a lot of people, and that's
Mhm.
where you can't you can't really argue anyone's belief or what the theology says. It's one of my least favorite types of conversations. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't really
Oh
like
yeah, yeah.
talk, I don't really like talking about this part of the book, burning bush part of the book, this miracle part. I really don't like talking about that. I much
No,
yeah,
no,
I
yeah.
really don't.
I understand you, Jay. I understand you 100.
he said burning
Truist,
bush.
yeah, I know, right? I know, right? Jay, no, when you were Truist, actually, I asked a question, but you had left. So I said, Truist, man, let's just go ahead and build until bro come back, because bro at work. So no, Jay, this really ain't, this part of the conversation right here really ain't for you. But you know what I mean? I wanted you, I knew you know how to speak Aramaic, so that's why I was just using you as a source that could speak it. But now that you're back, Truist can go ahead and ask you that question that he
No, the question about an entity similar to the one in Revelations. I'm not gonna
uh-huh.
ask him that when the man clearly just said he doesn't enjoy these kind of conversations. And to be honest, I don't really either. It's just when I hopped on
Oh,
the
oh,
panel, I could tell the conversation was a theological one. So
oh, I
that's
didn't know I didn't know he had heard us because he wasn't on the panel. So I didn't know that he heard the actual question. That's all. I thought he was saying that answer just now because of the question I just asked about the scripture.
but
My fault.
what was your original question for tonight in this series for what do we
Who
believe?
should we believe in? Who should we believe in? Science, gods or deities, our ancestors, and Nisha added in, should we just believe in ourselves?
Uh do
Go
we
ahead.
my response would be, do we have to choose one, or is it possible to have multiple beliefs?
It's a subjective question, so therefore you can have a subjective answer, brother. It's about you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have a multitude of beliefs. I
Well,
don't
go ahead,
just
bro.
believe in one thing. I believe in science, I believe in my family, I believe, well, my ancestors, I'm not going to sit here and say I believe in them, because to be quite honest, I don't know too much about my ancestors to say I believe in them in a sense of uh I believe in their thoughts or ideologies, because I don't know too much about what they believed in particularly. But who else? You said myself. Absolutely believe in myself. I wouldn't do what I do every day if I didn't believe in myself. Whether it be taking my ass to work every day, forcing myself to go to the gym, trying to make myself a better man for myself and for my girlfriend, the potential family. All these things, I have multiple beliefs. I don't just have one.
Right, right, right. Right. And that's what I said earlier. Like, yo, when they come down, who do you should believe in, man? I believe in what's here and now. Do I believe that where I am today is because of my ancestors? Of course, because without them, I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? But like you said, I don't know what they believed in. Some of them I don't know what they believed in, but I know a lot of them believed in the AME church. You know what I mean? Because we still in that today. But yeah, I agree with you with that, Truist. But let me ask you this though, Truist. Do you think we should believe in something? Or something? Or uh, uh, is there anything, I'll put it to you this way. Is there anything that you think we should believe in?
OTK, I'm sorry, I was checking IDs. Could you just summarize your question?
Yeah, man. Do you think that, okay, is it all right to you for people to believe in what they believe in, whether or not it is one out the three of the topic? Is that okay with you?
Am I okay with people believing in what they believe in? Is that the question?
Yes.
I'm okay with people believing in what they believe in, so long as it's not harmful, especially in a violent way, to other people, especially people immediate to me. Now, whether or not I'm okay with someone else's beliefs, isn't gonna change their beliefs, quite frankly. So no matter what, I have to live with other people's beliefs, because otherwise, if you don't live with other people's beliefs, that's where you can lead to violence. For example, many wars take place because governments cannot accept the beliefs or ideologies or stances of other nations. So, because they can't tolerate it, they become violent. So this is why I say, even if you're not okay with another person's beliefs, you should at least aim to tolerate it to the point where you don't feel you need to take action, especially physical action.
Right. And I agree. I agree with that too. I agree with that too, because okay. Well, let me play advocate real quick with you, Truist. What if that same deity that they believed in caused them to turn their life around and go on the straight path? But just say this is old low key. You know, let's go with North mythology right now. This is low key, tricky God. They say this God that he's believing in helped them change around, and then once they change their life all the way completely around, they do one thing bad that causes them the rest of their life, but it's because of what they believe in. So is that like a double standard of life, or what?
Well, that's that example would be something we would call a double-edged sword. There are many things in life that can be healthy to us, but if utilized the wrong way, can be poisonous to us, right? And it could be the very same tool. The very same tool you use to heal, you can use to destroy. So, yes, you don't even have to use Loki as an example. You could use the God of the Bible as an example.
Right.
The Bible can be used for very super amazing, beneficial things, but it can be used to drive destructive ideologies and thoughts as well. So I think in your example, ultimately, yes,
Yeah.
if that Loki deity, if Loki managed to make someone change their life around for the better, that's great. But if ultimately in the end it led to this person making a life-changing decision that ruined his life for the worse, and possibly ruin someone else's life,
Uh-huh.
would it be worth it in the end? I don't know. Especially if he ruins someone else's life in the process.
Mm. And I like that. I like that. Jewish, I like how you take my questions, and because I know sometimes I word my questions some crazy, but I like how you take my questions and then bring it back and then answer the question in a way that we can understand it. You, Sister Nisha, all of y'all, man, I appreciate y'all for just being patient with me, because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Sometimes I be having the question right on the tip of my mind, and then when I'm ready to spit it out, it's like, boom, oh, hold up. You know what I mean? So,
Nah, brother. Nah, I be getting with you. Be thinking you're asking bad questions, but you're really not. I understand what you're trying to say most of the time, but for real, like, you're not asking bad or stupid. No question is bad in the first place, but you're coherent. I know you think you're not, but you absolutely are.
okay. Bet. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. And the only reason why I ask the questions the way I do, because I need an answer in that form of my question the way I'm asking, for me to understand. So me and Nisha can ask the same question, but in different ways, because the way that Nisha asks the question is for her to understand. The way I ask the question is because I want you to answer it in a way that I can understand. So that's why I appreciate you with that, bro. You know what I mean? Um, Peace to the chat. Bond Dog, peace to you, bro, man. We waiting for you to come and roll up on the chat, man, and jump into this, man. Leave everything at the doors, just an open panel, open discussion. You know what I mean? Truest. Let me ask you this real quick. If I said I believe in science and only science, would I be wrong?
I think you would be misguided. I think you would be a little naive, but I don't think you'd be wrong. Because I think that would be just like telling someone who says they only believe in Hinduism that they're wrong. Yeah, I think it's a little naive if your only belief in life is Hinduism, but I'm not going to say you're wrong for that. That's just what you choose to hold all your belief in, when you really should have multiple beliefs, or else you'd be a fool.
Oh, I like that. You say we all should have multiple beliefs?
Absolutely. I don't think you could be productive in society with just one belief. I don't think it's possible.
So let me ask you this now. So do you think that's why Yahweh needed the Elohim for balance? Because each God was representing a belief? Let's use
If you want to ask, if you want my honest, if you want my honest opinion, when it comes to all of, well, I'm not gonna say all, but most of the gods we're familiar with, I think most of them require belief, because they needed themselves, like the actual gods themselves need it. They need to be worshipped. They need to be praised. It's like a vampire that needs blood to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they can exist or operate without worship or praise or veneration, or because all of them beg for it, and they get angry if they don't get it. They will destroy things if they don't get it. They will curse things if they don't get it. So I think it works both ways, right? We need beliefs because these beliefs, at least in the theological sense, lead to the praise and worship of these gods or entities. When you're asking me the question about Yahweh and the Elohim, it's
Okay.
almost like a boss who needs workers. A boss
Right.
needs managers.
Right. To keep balance, because he can't
Right.
do it by himself. To help make decisions. Because let's be for real, and in some of these companies, when you got co-managers and other managers that's in other spots, they not only just keep things in order, but they also help with decisions.
Right. It takes the load off of the top, right? They get to just give orders out and not have to do work. You know, they can have entities move on their behalf, work as the hand of God, the hand of the boss, the underboss. Think of the mob. You got your mob boss, and then you got the underboss.
I got you. Nisha, you got anything you want to say about that?
No, I don't. Oh, you know what I wanted to ask Truist though? I wanted to ask Truist, do he know what his purpose is?
Oh, good question.
Well, are you asking him his individual purpose or his purpose as a human being? Because we did ask like 2 questions.
Yeah, his purpose as a human being, yeah.
So she's kind of asking you objectively as a human being, what is our purpose? Unless she's saying subjectively your individual purpose.
So, okay. So first, and I know you guys are going to be like, here Truist go.
Nah,
But
fuck that.
it's really important to qualify things. We have to assume that purpose is real in the first place, right? Does purpose even really exist?
Truist,
Or is it something?
I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this came to mind. As a man, what is the purpose of the phallus, bro? Maybe there's more than one. Just list them.
Okay. So I'd say if we're talking purpose, if I were to apply any purpose to it, if I had to, you held a gun to my head, it is a body part on the human body that is used to reproduce, to procreate. It is the way we transmit seed to the female part, the female entity of our species.
Booyah.
That's but if you put a gun to my head and force me.
Truist. So
Yes.
now reverse this question to the female, to her part. What is her part for?
I mean, it's the same thing, same answer in reverse.
Are those pretty much the two parts that separate men from women? Because we both have breasts. Okay, some men can get breasts, but they might can't lactate or whatever. But you know how that goes. And some are born hermaphrodites. Some are born with both parts. We know this. But those are the two distinctive things that separate us.
Those are biological, physical traits that we observed. Going back to that observation word, we observed, and based off of that observation, we created classifications called male and female. Now, as I said the other night, I think classifications are needed I think they serve a purpose. I think they're necessary, right? Even when we're talking about racial classifications, right? But we have to admit they are classifications that wouldn't exist without human observation and selection. When we're talking about purpose, though, like I said,
Right.
I will. If
Right.
you put a gun to my head, that'll be my answer. But at the end of the day, ultimately, when we're talking about sex in general, I think it's more so done in a instinctual level, just off of pleasure. I think a lot of times, even for us that consciously like just think about the amount of times you've had sex in your life. OTK. Let me ask you this. Every time you went and laid down with a woman, did you do it with the intention to produce a baby? Every time.
If I did not use protection, yes.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I can't say the same, brother.
Nah, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah, come on. I'm like, come on. Like, let's real walkie-talkie for a
My
second.
bad.
Real walkie-talkie. Come
My
on.
bad, too.
Yeah.
But
Come on.
no,
So
no,
so what I'm saying
definitely
is
not, definitely
what
not.
I'm saying is even the way we as humans move, especially in 2023, right? It's not even a fact that every time we lay down to have sex that we're doing it for the purpose, quote unquote, to reproduce. When we look at even other forms of nature, I've watched every single last one of my pets hump inanimate objects with obviously no purpose of trying to reproduce with a freaking teddy bear.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these things come off of biological urges, testosterone levels, estrogen levels, right? Pheromones that are released that
Right.
drive sexual urges. Now, these things lead to reproduction. But reproduction is the byproduct of these things. But I think it's a little misguided to think that every time something biological engages in sexual activity, it's doing it for the sole purpose of reproduction. I don't think so. And I could just look at my own life to say that's not true.
Okay, so now that's the subjective part. So the objective part, you agree. That's why our brother put that fallacy analogy out there for you. So with that being said, yes, to reproduce, that's what you said, the objective purpose is. But subjective purpose, now that you're living life, you see that it's something different.
Right, and it's not just different with human beings. I'm saying I could observe that. I can observe that with dogs, with cats, with many things in nature. Every time they engage in sexual activity and behaviors, it's not always with the purpose of reproduction.
But remember, Nisha asked you a question. I only asked you that question because you were kind of saying, I forget what your response was, but it was kind of entailing that purpose is kind of what you make it out to be. So I just asked you about a body part and asked you, what is its purpose? And I wanted to see if you could come up with the answer. It was something. But her original question was, what is our purpose as human beings based on what you think?
Okay, so all right, yeah. So let me try to answer that.
Sea moss, bro.
Yeah, this shit is bad.
You some fucking sea moss, bro.
This shit is bad, and I gotta fucking try and go around family tomorrow. But yeah, so let me try to answer her question the best I can. So, all right, putting the whole whether or not purpose exists shit aside, because that's a rabbit hole we don't need to go down. If I had to again put a gun to my head and say the purpose of human life, I would say it is not survival of the fittest, but the progression of the species, right? So whether it's progression via reproduction, that's one way to progress. another way to progress is to constantly make intellectual advancements, technological advancements, medicinal advancements, able to protect and fortify and secure families, societies, live peacefully in harmony amongst each other. That would be our purpose. Because if you don't have all of these things working in conjunction, we are going to reach extinction much faster than we already are. Because we are going to go extinct eventually anyways. But if you don't have all those things in order, we will reach extinction much faster. So if I had to say there was a purpose, it is the advancement of the human species.
I can understand that, and I can agree with that to a certain extent. But I want to go back on something, and just because I'm doing it right now, you're trying to say that, like, not all things have a purpose or something like that. What was the wording you used? Because I could give you an example where that wouldn't make sense. What was you saying?
So,
if purpose can even be defined?
Yeah, so I was saying I would raise and qualify the question of, does purpose actually exist? And like, how would we define purpose if it does exist? Or is it something like we created?
Yeah, I do think with a lot of things, it comes from a mind. Absolutely. So it is something that we create or that a mind creates. But like, for example, right now, I'm locking up. And this is a lock and I have a key. Will we be so naive to say that a lock doesn't have a purpose? Does it not truly exist? Does that lock's purpose not actually exist? Well, it's really hard to say that because that lock was created by somebody with a mind and an intention. Therefore, how could we then go and say that purpose may or may not exist? Or let's even use the key. The key has a very particular design where it only fits certain locks, right? So how could we say the key doesn't have a purpose? It has intention, design, and it came from a mind. Therefore, I would think it's very hard to argue that these things don't have a purpose and that we're just, that it's so subjective. I think it's actually objective. But I understood what you were saying though, bro.
Yeah, I definitely think when it comes to something like a lock, that, like you said, it was crafted, it was molded, it was shaped, it was formed, kind of like Adam was molded, shaped, and formed for a specific purpose by a specific person. These things, they have circumstantial purpose, right? Their purpose is tied to some sort of other entity. And if you strip that creation from its creator or from whatever entity molded it, it no longer has a purpose. So the purpose is really a dependency, a purpose that is dependent upon some sort of exterior force or entity that molded it. So that's where I raise the question, does purpose, is it something that really exists, or is it only applied when something is imposing or superimposing itself on something else? Because if we say purpose does exist, then I would argue that you would have to believe in intelligent design. Because if you're saying there is purpose to everything, right, then that implies everything was created with some sort of intent behind it.
Yes.
So this is why I'm saying, like, as an atheist and as someone who, while I don't completely rule out intelligent design, I don't exactly fully believe in it at this point in time. I would say if you believe there's a purpose to everything in creation, you would have to be a creationist, or at least believe in intelligent design.
But so do you believe that the key was created with a purpose and the lock was created with a purpose?
Both, because the lock was created. The lock was created to secure something, and the key was created and crafted to unlock the item that secures something.
Well, then I guess my next question would be, and I agree with what you said, because that's exactly what I said earlier. I believe that if you're an atheist, it's really, I said this and the people on the panel could vouch. I said, if you're an atheist, because we went around the table, we asked Mac Jones, Nisha, Dots, and I said, I actually understand why when we ask them what is their purpose, they don't have an answer, because they're not referencing the source or the very thing that's responsible for them existing in the first place. And I gave them the example of a phone. The phone has a creator, and the person who knows why the iPhone was created would be Steve Jobs, right? It came from him, therefore he knows the purpose of the design. So I just use that analogy with humans. But if you're an atheist and you don't recognize a supreme source or a higher mind or power, then how could you therefore assign a purpose? Now things are kind of like nihilistic in a way, where everything is subjective. There's no real meaning, kind of like what you're saying right now. So
that's exactly what I said to OTK earlier when he asked me, well, what kind of atheist are you? I told him I'm nihilistic. I'm cynical, because I agree with everything you just said. Now, at the same time, I do believe, even with that mindset, I believe I can create and forge purposes for whatever moral or ethical beliefs I have, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I still understand that these are purposes that I can't apply universally to all humans.
It becomes
this is something individual. It's
yes,
individualistic.
That's the difference we was making. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page. And it wasn't a slight or anything, but I was just pointing out, like, and I only know this just from like studying philosophy just a little bit, of how certain schools of thoughts will take you down certain avenues. So it made sense to me why an atheist would not really assign a purpose to humans, you know what I mean? Or maybe not even themselves, unless they, like you said, create one for themselves. So it definitely makes sense. And I'm happy you said it without hearing the previous conversation, because it lets me know that, you know, you just giving your honest opinion.
Yeah, like I said earlier, people just be honest. And it might not sound good. Like it's not going to sound good for me to say I'm cynical or not, but I just have to be honest about the way my mind works, and I try to be consistent. The same things I say about how I feel and believe, I want people to be able to go back months ago and see I've always felt this way, because I try to be authentic in my beliefs and my stances. It's just easier that way, and I think it helps people understand others better when you just be authentic.
Now let's be real though. Don't you think that nihilism is a fast route or highway toward depression though, bro? No?
I think it can be. Absolutely. I think for some people, it absolutely can be. Like if you look at life as having no real purpose and there being no afterlife, and the only purpose in life is what you make of it, it can lead some people down a road of being depressed. Like, well, since there's no purpose, why don't I just end it all right now? Like, what's the point of continuing to live if there's no purpose? But for some people, like I've said before, on the way I see it is, because I don't think there's anything after this, because I don't think we have a purpose, that kind of emboldens me to live life even fuller for me. Because now I'm in full control of my own life. I'm in full control of my own destiny. I can craft whatever purpose I want for myself. I'm in full control of my own destiny. And this is all I've got. I don't have any second life after this. I'm not coming back as anything else. Neither is anyone else in life. And therefore, if someone robs that of someone, yes, they deserve to be punished now, because they're not going to be punished in some next life. So this is, I use it as fuel to motivate myself, But I do understand how some people could use it as fuel to take them down dark paths.
Mm.
And to be honest, I wouldn't promote the way I think to anyone else. Like I'm probably not even I'm not gonna promote the way I think to my children. You know what I mean? Like if I'm being perfectly honest, I would probably still raise my kids with biblical tenets, you know? But
Right.
and then when they turn 18, they can make their own decision or whatever. But because I do understand the way I think, it's very hard. It's hard, and I think it takes a different kind of strength to have the thoughts I have.
Yeah.
And I do recognize there are some problems in the way I think. Like some of the things I find entertaining is problematic, but at the end of the day, in terms of looking at life for how it is and how it can end up making positive things being produced, I think it's very possible to do that with a cynical or nihilistic mindset, even. But as you said, there have been people that had led to depression, obviously thinking this way. But then there's a lot of people that are religious that have led to depression. So it works on both sides.
Go ahead, Sister Nisha. I know you want to get something in.
No, I was just commenting on. I mean, I was just listening at Truist. I mean, I completely understand how he feels about himself, because I feel the same way. You know, I'm like, my personality. I'm a introverted extrovert, and I don't know, man. This life.
Hold on. Introvert, extrovert. Ooh.
I mean, you know, it's crazy, but you know what? I would not, if I had kids, I would not raise them with any type of tenets of any type of religion. I would not do that. And then when they get older, they already starting on the wrong foot in my mind because of my beliefs. So that's one thing that I would not do. Y'all can hear me good? I done got on the sofa.
Nah, you good.
Nah, we hear you.
Hey, you know OTK got that couch talk, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, sister Nisha, I think one question, I don't know if you've ever answered or if anyone's ever asked you. When did you decide or you realized you were an atheist?
Oh, I was about 7, 8.
Wow. Wow.
The reason why I say that is because I'll give it about 10. I will give it about 10 for real. But I always, of course, I was raised in the church, of course, but not for a long period of time. Just for a little while, and then my mother started introducing different schools of thought. She would get the final calls. She would get the 5% of books, the Dr. Malachi York books, and it'd be all in the house. So I had all of this stuff to read at a young age, and she used to make me read. I used to read newspapers and all. And just by reading and not fully understanding what I was reading, I was just, reading. But as I got older, I'm talking about 8, 9 years old, it just never resonated with me. It never made sense to me. I never believed any of it. And then, but I had to suppress it just because of society, just because of other family members. I had to suppress what I really felt until I got old enough to um, voice it. And it's been a hard road. It's been hard going down this road, but I have to live my truth because none of the religious books that I've read resonated with me. It doesn't make sense to me. And like I always say, I don't look externally for anything. For anything. It's in me. I figure it out. Even when I was behind bars, I figured shit out. But no, it was,
Nisha,
I would say about
don't
10.
give me all, Nisha. Don't give us all, Nisha. I still
Hey,
gotta
hey, Sister Nisha, you brought up a great point. You said you had to suppress how you really felt. That is why it took me until I was 18 to like finally fully accept. And even now, I have to still suppress my thoughts. Like tomorrow when I go around, I can't talk the way I talk to y'all around my family or my parents. I can't. And you know what's sad? Let me ask you this question, OTK. Do you find it kind of messed up that let's say someone is an atheist, like that's what they choose their non-belief or belief system is, right?
Uh-huh.
Isn't it sad that a child can be excommunicated from a family or kind of shunned from a family or cut off from family just for disagreeing with people's beliefs? Like the fact that
Yeah,
I feel like I have to hide the fact I'm an atheist from my
yeah,
family or else I'm
yeah,
going to be excommunicated.
Right.
yeah, yeah,
Like can't
yeah,
that lead
man.
to
You know how
depression?
long, dog, I would have never told my grandmama, like, no, grandmama, I don't believe in no Jesus. Oh, I would have never told my grandmama that. No, not my grandmama. So yeah,
My family
I
don't
could
play that
never
shit.
do that, dog. I would have, dog, I couldn't stay in the house. For one, you couldn't stay in the house on Sunday. If you didn't wake up and go to Sunday school or church, you couldn't stay inside that house. If you wasn't eating, you damn sure wasn't eating Sunday dinner. You know, so yeah, true as hell, no, man. Yeah, no, we
Bro,
couldn't do that
you cannot sit down and have dinner without saying grace.
without saying grace.
I'm getting cursed out. Like, boy, you better say grace.
But see, I used to be like that. But now where I'm at in my life, I don't have to feel that way anymore. I'm completely open, completely comfortable where I'm at right now in my unbelief.
Right, right. And see,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
the
a
thing.
beautiful feeling. I hope that one day I will be able to fully um like live my life carefree of family's thoughts of what I believe in. I that's a beautiful feeling that I hope I get to feel one day.
Yeah.
Right, right. And this is what I say, man. Whatever got you to where you're at today, I don't care what it is. Man, you could tell me like, yo, I seen a goddamn zebra and I rubbed the zebra at the zoo and the zebra said something to me. And I ain't gonna lie, since that zebra, I don't know, maybe I looked at the zebra and like, damn, the zebra is in the cage and it's not free in the wild like it's supposed to. And it changed my life. Like, damn, man, you caught up within yourself. You need to be free. You ain't no different than the zebra who you petting and walking around on a leash. You trapped. You need to be free. So if I was to tell somebody that story and then show them like, yo, this is where I'm at today, ever since I got a one-on-one with the zebra and I touched the zebra and I really looked at the zebra and I said, damn, Why the zebra in the goddamn cage when any other time I see a zebra, it's in the wild? So that's how I feel that people can look at the books, use it and apply it if you can. The books was written for the time that they was in. The beginning of science was for the time that it was in. But everything grew, and right now it's still growing. Things are still growing. So it's all right now for me and an atheist to be in the same spot and still chill together today. It's all right for me, and I'm an AME. It's all right for me and a Hebrew Israelite to be together. It's all right for me and a Baptist or a Catholic to be together today. So, and that's all because of growth and new ideas and new thoughts. Like Nisha said, we got to find out, how do we get this information that we talk about and use it? If not, the conversation just ain't no sense of having.
You brought up Baptist, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Bro.
obviously, my most of my family is Baptist, most of it. So I was baptized, and my mother always told me that, because my mother is Baptist, she always told me, like, when you have a kid, I don't care what kind of Christian you decide to be, make sure that baby, my grandbaby, is baptized, because I don't want my baby going to hell. Like, pretty much my entire Baptist family truthfully believe that it didn't matter how good of a person you were, if you were not baptized, you were going to hell.
Right.
And like, do you know
baptisms.
like what do you know like what kind of implications subconsciously that can have on a child's mind and the way they think when you're telling them this since the time they're young? Like,
you know what? Hey, Truers, you and Nisha done brought up like 6 topic shows already, just that quick. Man, that's major. And now, let's just say now, is that the beginning of mental health problems? See what I'm saying, True? So that dog, I would love to have that conversation with you, because I helped started mental health programs in the schools that we have now. When Kamala Harris was running for president, I got her down here at our fellowship hall at our church. Her, Charlemagne the God, and our state house representative at the time came in and they spoke on mental health. And from that day forth, though, we started mental health programs inside schools today, starting from middle school.
sorry, OTK, I heard you was talking about mental health and how you helped with a mental health program with Kamala Harris and something of the sort, but I didn't catch the last bit you said.
Did you hear what I said? I could start from what you said about the teaching of religion, how that can start a mental health problem from jump?
I think it can, but I think a lot of things. I think, I think it definitely can, but I think a lot of things can. I think instilling fear, no matter what it is you use to instill fear, can employ mental health issues. So some people use religion to instill fear. Some people use actual like physical violence or threats of physical violence, or will use abandonment tactics, maybe even sometimes going as far as depriving people of food or entertain. Like, I don't want to go on to like punishment is needed, but then there are some things that are just straight up fear tactics, right?
Why
And
expectations appearing real? The
right,
unknown. The unknown.
right. And this is what could lead to mental health issues, especially things like dealing with antisocial behaviors, because the first place you learn social behaviors is at home.
At home.
Um, so
Church second.
so if you're
School third.
yes,
Okay.
so this is why most people you find with antisocial mental disorders typically have some sort of bad parenting or some sort of bad history with one of their parents at least. That's for most like sociopaths. But when it comes to people that are just psychos that are just crazy and just naturally violent because they got some sort of brain issue that they just don't have empathy for other people, that doesn't happen due to factors like bad parenting. Like someone like I think Sakina, she brought up what was his name, Jeffrey Dahmer earlier. Like someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, he's a psychopath. He didn't have a bad childhood. He had both his parents. They had money. He had a great childhood. He even said like there was nothing wrong with his childhood, and he doesn't even quite remember half of the things he did. And he actually cried in the courtroom many times to some of the victims' families. But he had an urge to hurt people. That's the difference between someone who's just a psycho, like there's no reason why they do what they do, versus someone who actually has sociological factors as to why they're violent, such as like a gangbanger. You could look at a Crip that thinks they just need to kill anyone wearing red as a sociopath, because maybe they grew up having people wearing red kill all their family members. So now they feel justified in killing everyone who wears red.
Right. What man? It done been 3 hours and 36. I don't know if Jay coming back or not, man. But I'm about to go get me a little wrecking on little Indian little wrecking on some other places. Sister Nisha, you say something real quick. Hey, Truist, if you want to stay on and you want to keep rocking out, you and Sister Nisha, y'all can. I'll still be right here, so if y'all need me, I'm gonna just jump on this tablet and go and get me a little wrecking on the Indian side. You feel me?
Oh, whose channel you about to hop on?
I tell you, I'll send you the text.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go catch me a little Indian wrecking, man. But y'all can keep on going. I'm actually about to ask him if it's all right if I scream it on this channel while I'm on their channel. So that way y'all will be able to stay in and comment while I'm over there too.
I might go see what's up on certain other channels.
Okay.
I'll text you. There's two certain people live right now. I'm interested in looking at. One of the people he was talking to the other night.
Okay, well, yeah, go ahead and put it in the chat. Put it in our chat, man. And we roll like Voltron. Sister Nisha, before me and Truist close out, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, say some final words overall.
Well, first of all, I appreciate y'all, all y'all. I really do. And I just want to say, regardless of who people think that they should believe in, science, gods, ancestors, their self, you got to make that decision for yourself. Bottom line. And I never try to sway anybody in my direction, because this journey that I'm on is mine. It's mine. And that's it. In the words of Dots, that's it. That's all.
Because we just don't know. Where, hey, Sister Nisha, I appreciate you. Truest, go ahead and elaborate what Sister Nisha said, man, and go ahead and say your last words, and then I'm gonna go ahead and close it out, bro.
Yeah, no, like I completely agree with what she said. When it comes to me, I'm of the same belief. When it comes to purpose and beliefs and all these things we discussed tonight, these are individualistic to you, um, in my eyes, and I'm completely comfortable with people having their own beliefs and their own purposes. As I said, so long as it doesn't interfere in a harmful way to anyone else's life, and it doesn't impede violently or negatively on anyone else's life and anyone else's purpose. Uh, I don't I don't try to impede the way I think on others either, for multiple reasons. And I'm going to try my best not to do so when it comes to my eventual family I grow and build. But outside of that, I came in on the latter half, but sounds like this was a great conversation. OTK, once again, uh, I'm a sign off, and great show. And
Yeah.
one last thing, um, this conversations about having discussions and debates with other groups of people or individuals and stuff like that. Uh, when it comes to us, I know Jay and OTK are always up for the smoke, but myself in particular, um, I'm not really available until next year for those kind of things. But I'm also always open to having discussions. But a formal debate, uh, people are gonna have to wait till next year to see me in the ring.
Right, right. Just throwing it out there. Jay. Now, listen, Jay. If you want
Yeah.
to keep the show going, bro,
Yeah. Say that again. Yo.
show going. Because
Can y'all hear me?
I don't think Truist ready to leave. Sister Nisha on the couch, she got her goddamn milk and cookies. And
What you going to bed, old man? You going to sleep, old man? I just got
I
home.
said I'm going to catch me some Indian wreck.
Oh, you about to go to Waffle House?
No, Indian wreck, homeboy.
That's the Waffle House.
Nah, no.
It's 12
no.
o'clock. I know where you going.
That's that. That's Munchie's wreck. Come on, man. GG. Nah, I'm not. I'm about to go catch me a little Indian wreck on another channel.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'm going to catch me a little. See, you ain't did no time, so you don't know what a wreck. When I say I'm going to catch wreck, that means you know.
Bro, we say that up here too.
Okay, but wreck for us is not the gym. That means we're going to catch wreck.
No, bro, we say wreck too. Wreck mean you about to get into some shit. That's what wreck
Okay.
means.
Oh, okay. So how he didn't understand me then?
I did understand.
He
I'm
did.
just messing with you.
Yeah,
Man.
he trying to. Oh, so you just fucking with me? Talk about Waffle House. God damn it, my.
Hey, OTK, let
Don't
me
get
ask
beat
you.
up over there, OTK. Call for help if you need it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to
Gang,
ask.
gang,
So
gang,
you
gang.
see, I've seen Jay get into back and forth with some Muslim brothers. I've gotten into mad back and forth with other atheists. Have you had any encounters with other Indians or Aboriginals that you had back and forth with?
No, because you know what? We humble and we respectful. And we respect everybody for what they is. Ain't no need to start no argument or no conflict with nobody. You don't see that.
No, I'm not even talking about an argument. I'm talking about like a dialogue where like you have a disagreement and you guys spar on the information kind of. You know what I mean?
No,
Like
I
I'm not
haven't
saying
seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
no, I'm saying with you and another Indian or you and another Abba.
No,
Okay,
no. Hey,
okay.
Tush, now you know the only thing I'm gonna talk about is shit that I got.
That's bullshit,
research.
man. I seen you go back and forth with Darvis. He's an abo.
Darvis is an Abel, a Hebrew, a Moor, a Muslim, and he told us this, man. You know, he told us this. He said he's a god, so he's
Yeah.
all of the above, bro. Say word. He's all of the above. Fuck, I circled D. All of the above,
Right.
and I gotta respect that. You know what I mean? I can't tell him that's not what the fuck he is, because in his world, that's what he can see himself as. Just like in my immediate family, the roles I play, I might can see myself as a god because I'm doing everything for my family. Like I'm feeling like, damn boy, if I don't put things in play, my family gonna be screwed.
Well, answer what Poomp said to you, bruh. Since
What's
you
that?
got.
No, I didn't say I was God. I said, thinking from what my brother Darvis is thinking from in his paradigm, in his universe. Yes,
Right.
you can think that. But can you control your heart that beats within you? Yes, you can control the beats. You can control the rate that what your heart beat.
Mm.
So
I don't
I
mean
don't
to be
know.
morbid. I know a quick way to do it.
You know,
I'm not gonna say it, but
a
I know a
defibrillator.
very quick way to change my heartbeat.
Yeah, oh yeah. You crazy as hell, man. Where, but yeah, that's a good question, Poon. But yes, I can change the rate. I can control my heart.
Hell, even if you take anyone that ever had a pre-workout or any stimulant,
Any
those raise your heart rate rapidly.
any kind of fucking drink. See, these boys be drinking these motherfucking drinks, thinking it's gonna get them energy and shit like that, and but they don't know, dog. It's stipulations behind drinking that drink. That shit will only work if you going by what it uses for it to work.
Yeah, even shit like
Shit.
Kevin Samuels died because Viagra. All it really does is it
Boost the heart
raises
rate.
the blood flow to your fucking jugular based off
And
of your heart rate being
right.
raised. And that's why he ended up having a heart attack and dying, because on top of his heart rate being raised from that, he also was drinking Red Bull, which has caffeine, which raises
Right.
your heart rate as well. So
Right.
his heart couldn't take it.
Mm-hmm. His
Hey.
heart or his dick.
Yeah, because then on top of that, he's fucking, which fucking increases your heart rate
Right.
too.
Right.
So
If he would have probably released, he probably would have been all right. But the point that he probably was in that process of trying to release, your heart rate is even pumping even faster while you doing it, because now you're doing a workout. Your heart already on 1,000 with just the Viagra. Your blood is pumping faster, and with just the Viagra. Period. Now you're doing a workout. Now you're drinking Red Bull. Something got to give.
And it
Something
did.
got to give. Word.
So when you interview Anisha, man.
Whenever Nisha ready, man. Nisha, you gonna be ready for me next week?
Yeah. Just let
I'll
me know.
contact you through by like Dulcinea or either Sister Freedom. I'll contact you, and then we'll set a date for next week.
You're having a date? That's so with the other host?
Huh?
You said you had a date with the other host.
A date?
Yeah, you said a date.
No, all of mine. So I don't go on dates. All of mine on unscrambled mine. So it ain't a date. Um, nah, I'm just tripping.
You're just missing, right?
I'm
Okay.
just tripping. No, I was saying I will set a date
Is she an
next month.
atheist, by the way? Are you atheist?
Who, me?
No, no, her.
Sister
Yeah,
Nisa? I
yeah.
want
You
to
are.
interview you too, bro. I want
You
to
know,
interview you
this
too,
is like
man.
really, really rare. You know, she is probably like probably the third or fourth atheist who is black that I spoke to. All the atheists that I know are white for some reason.
What is black?
Black.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
I
you
like
are
how you
black,
put the
right?
fingers up. Okay, all right, I got you. I got you.
Aren't you black?
No.
You're not. I can literally see your screen. What are you talking about?
So now you're judging me.
I'm not. What? You gotta be joking. Like, I don't
Is
know, man. To
is black
me,
not
oh,
a
okay,
is,
okay, okay. You're African American. Let me just be
a what?
political,
Oh,
all right?
whoa, whoa! You really got me
African
twisted
American.
now. Uh-oh. 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 I don't even have to leave now. I can get me some Indian wreck right now.
You think that's offensive?
I don't, yes, I'm not no African American. Now, do I maybe have an African ancestry in my bloodline? Maybe yes. But
Hold
I
on,
don't
I'm
claim that.
African, but
No, I claim
you,
American.
oh, you're Indian American. Okay, you could be just like European American, right? Or white
Yeah.
American.
First Peoples.
Yeah, but like
Southeast Coast.
I
Yeah,
don't know
Southeast Coast, man.
why the space among atheists is just really really white. Like in a sense of like I know some people who are atheists, like Nandishi Thomas, who was the other guy? Jeremiah Campbell, Neil deGrasse Tyson, but black people are not atheists in general. Like right, like the majority of like we've had atheists in Ethiopia, but like I don't think the majority of people who are black are
Ooh.
not atheists. We're usually theists for the most part, and we're actually monotheists. We're not polytheists or whatever, right? So she is rare in that kind of like she's really unique. I like it.
But
There's
that's over
two of
there.
them.
That's
There's
over
two
there
of
where
them right
you're
here.
from,
Emmanuel
though.
Truist is an atheist too. There's two.
Yeah, right.
Who?
That's over there where you're from, though, right?
I'm sorry.
Most people that's your complexion is not atheist where you're from, or you're
Where
speaking
I'm
from
from, it's like less than like it's like 1% of the people. Like
damn,
in general, people of color are not atheists.
damn.
Atheist is like you understand what I'm saying, right? Like
Hmm.
people who
Hmm.
are like most black people or indigenous people are theists in general, and they're actually monotheists. They're not
Hmm.
even polytheists.
Right.
Polytheist is more of like a Asian culture
Hmm.
for the most part, right? So I mean, she's kind of rare. She's kind of unique in that kind of scenario because, like, I mean, there are black non-believer organizations. So, I mean,
And let us
that's
know
just
where
my
you from
opinion.
again, man. And let us know where you from because yeah, I know
I'm
you not.
from East
We know where you
Africa,
from, but let
Ethiopia. I'm
everybody else
from
know.
East Africa, Ethiopia, and stuff. I'm a 5 point. So I am a theist in that scenario. Like because like you can't be atheist in our neighborhood. It's kind of like you understand what I'm saying, right? Things could happen. So where am I going to talk to when things happen? You know?
Are you from
Oh,
Addis Ababa? Where you from, man?
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm from
Oh,
the
speak.
capital.
Hey, speak some Amharic right now.
Okay, let's speak right now. What do you want me to say? I'll
Just
say anything.
say the same things you've been saying, but don't insult us, cause I'll translate and we'll find you, bro.
Uh, let me read the. What do you want me to say
I
specifically?
want you to say
But I'm
peace,
Tamrandic.
peace, peace be unto
Zaga de
you.
Chulich, but I'm Tamrandic. But I'm
Say
Kodier.
peace, say peace be
Fotoani
unto you.
Yayotno, Fotoani Yayotno, Fotoabat Amno Miambro, በኢንስታግራም በጣም ወድጄዋለሁ። አስተያየቷ በጣም ደስ ይላል። አሳሳቋ በጣም ደስ ይላል። There I said it.
That sounds
A form of
Arabic a little
Arabic,
bit.
isn't it?
It,
Arabic or Aramaic, right?
it does.
I didn't think so. I didn't think it sounded Arabic at all.
No, that's not Arabic. That's Amharic.
Let me
What is
ask
that?
you.
What
Let
is
me
it
ask you
called?
then, Emmanuel. Because
Yeah.
to me, it didn't sound Arabic. But would you say it is that language connected anyway to the Somali language in any way?
I don't actually know the Somali language, so I can't actually say if it's like similar. So
Okay,
I can't actually say because I don't know what people over here
I got
in the
you.
Somali
I got
talk.
you.
Yeah.
Is the language Shemitic or it's indigenous to Africa?
So I had to learn English when I moved to America. So English is actually my second language. It was really tough for me, you know. This is not my language. What I'm speaking right now, that is natural. What I spoke is natural. But when I speak English, I have to think twice because I have to think and translate what I say because it's not my first language.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think we are the originators to answer his question. I think we probably originated back in the time of Abyssinia Empire. So Ethiopia used to be like they used to have a trade deal with Arabs and stuff. And they used
It
to
was
have
the Yemen.
trade
The
deal with
Yemen.
the East. Yeah, we
Mhm.
used to sell gold, coffees, slaves. We used to sell a lot of things back then.
You said
You
slaves?
guys also, yeah, the empire actually had a part of the Arabian continent, which was the southwestern part.
Really,
Right.
that's really new to me.
But
Yeah, you know that. You
brother,
just said it. The Yemen, because Yemen's southern Arabia, and Abyssinia encompassed that as part of its kingdom.
Right. Facts.
Wow.
brother, but what I was curious about is not necessarily where you as a people come from, but more so where does that language you were speaking originate? Where is that
Yeah,
language from? Is it Shemitic or is it indigenous to Africa?
I think it's indigenous to Africa. I would say that. Because if you remember when King Izana was the king of Abyssinia, before that Ge'ez was the first language of Ethiopia, but they actually developed Amharic and it became more popular after King Izana. I mean, I could be wrong. You can fact check me or whatever, but in my opinion, it is original to Africa. That's what I think it is. I think it's Afro-Asiatic Asiatic language.
Well, would you
Getting
consider
silent in here.
Ethiopia? Would you consider Ethiopia an Afro-Asiatic region? Because geographically, Ethiopia is kind of far from the Near East.
Yeah, like I would not. I identify as African. Like I don't identify as Asian, like half Asian or whatever, right? But the people like if you see Ethiopians, there's like a difference between someone who's from the east side of Africa and the west side of Africa. So, but us, we used to fuck like Arabs and stuff back in the days. Not only did we made a trade deal, but we kind of like breed with each other. So I think you could call us Afro-Asian. Even we used to fuck like the Koreans as well.
Keep it scholarly, bro. Come on, be
Okay,
intelligent.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that a lot of you modern Ethiopians are the byproduct of admixture with Arabs.
Now I am not personally. Like
Not
me
not
personally,
you.
no.
Yeah.
But in general, the majority of the people are that. Like because I even remember OTK saying the other day that I've met some Ethiopians who their hair texture is kind of similar to the Indians or so, and there's a reason why to it, you know.
But that
What would
kind
you
of trumps
consider
the
an
idea.
Arab?
I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna write that
What
question down. I'm gonna come back to you. Go ahead, y'all.
No, but
what do you?
now hold on. Now what you're implying though is that some traits can't develop within Africa just because a group that's neighboring them possess it. And that's just a hypothesis. You can't really say that's true. Like, why is it that that hair texture can't originate in Africa and is only a product of a mixture? And then
Okay.
I'll be very careful with the way you answer, because if
Now
you start to say
this
that your
hair.
people, hold on, brother, because if you start to say that your people are a product of mixing with Arabs, then now you're taking away your originality. Now you're just a byproduct. You're not original anymore.
Original of what specifically? Are you
Because if
saying
you're saying your people and the way your hair texture, your skin is just a byproduct of mixing with another group of people, then that must mean there's an original Ethiopian that's not you.
no? Not now. Mine is different compared to most Ethiopian. Mine is this is African. There's nothing in, like right here. But other Ethiopians are not like that. Like the
Hmm.
majority of the people that I actually meet, my hair texture is more harder and more African than that. Theirs is more of like it's kind of similar to the Arab. So I believe that I'm original, but the majority of the people are not, and there's actually a reason to it. If you actually like, if you like heard the history of like Lijiyasu, they used to have a lot of Arab wives and stuff. So I don't actually think a lot of Ethiopians have pure original descendants. I don't think so.
Hmm.
Brother, what do you and your people in Ethiopia consider Arab? Like, is Arab a race to you? Is Arab like a culture? Is it like what classifies someone as an Arab to you?
So, so I believe that like generally nationality and race and ethnicity is different, right? So if you were born in Ethiopia, your nationality will be Ethiopian. If I was born here, I will be American or whatever, right? But race is is different. So Arab is just like a nationality kind of stuff. Like anyone could be Arab. It could be a white person who's born in Arab, and you could consider him somewhat Arabic if he speaks the language or whatever, you know. But race is color because
So
like, are
so
you
wait,
darker or
so to that point, when you're talking about differences in hair texture and complexion being due to mixing with Arabs, if you're saying anyone could be an Arab, how are you asserting certain phenotypical traits like hair texture and color due to Arab mixture? That shouldn't be the case then. If you don't think Arab is a race, if you think a white person or a black person or an could be an Arab, then hair texture should have nothing to do with that.
well, you're trying so hard so that I could contradict myself. But
No, you did. You didn't try hard. It's just what you said. You didn't think about it too much before you said it, bro. That's all.
oh, okay, it was easy. But it's my bias. Like, let me just say this: I wouldn't consider what I said as a fact, but the way that I see
Hmm.
it, the way that I perceive what's Arabic, what's more African, what's more white or whatever, I think I think I'm right in my world. In my world, I don't think there's any contradiction of the things that I've said because he's saying that if you say that the it's like the hair texture or their phenotypical features is related by interbreeding, how could you say that it's original? Blah blah blah, right? But I don't think I don't think there's a contradiction there.
Listen, let me help you out. I'll clarify it.
Okay.
You said that a lot of people in Ethiopia have a certain phenotype and hair texture due to mixture throughout the history with Arabs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he asked you, from your worldview and where you're from, how do you define an Arab? And you basically summed it up to nationality and speaking the language. Those two parameters does not stop a person who is of Asian descent, let's say East Asian descent, Chinese, or let's even say West African descent, let's say Senegalese, from being an Arab, because according to your parameters, that person with Senegalese descent would only have to be born in Arabia, right? Be an Arabian by nationality and speak the language. So when we basically look at a person from Senegal, they have a hair texture that many would consider to be thicker, or as you may say, rougher, right? So therefore, that Senegalese person can qualify as an Arab, and therefore, if you mix with them, how would that then go in alignment with your hypothesis about the hair texture being a product of mixture with Arabs?
Oh, I see. I see. I see the my error like right here. Now when you phrase it in that kind of way, I'm seeing because it's not really like these are not objective metrics. These are more of like where we actually consider what is popular or whatever. Like
Hmm.
saying this is Arabic, saying this is African, or whatever. We don't actually have the clue, like the what is the original source. We're just making stuff up. I got you. But also, there's also a cultural element, like like the eastern part of Ethiopia, for example, is much more Islam, and the north is Christianity. So, like, that
Hmm.
also is an influence, right?
Hmm.
Especially, I grew up Mennonite, so it's much more European culture than the original Ethiopian Christian church, right? So there's also not only are we considering this is Arab because of the language that he speaks or the hair texture, but also what kind of dogma is he following, right? So there we got the answer. I also have other metrics as well.
So where in America do you live now, bro? What state?
I'm in Austin.
You're where?
In Austin,
Oh, you're in Texas. Okay.
yeah,
Oh,
this
you
is
near
Texas.
where Dulcinea down there, I think. Okay.
Yeah, bro, you
Bro,
gotta.
how did you find out about like the conscious community like Sod? I seen you on Sod Netter a couple times on the panel, right?
Who is that
Sod
specifically?
Netter Studios. I saw you on their panel maybe last week. Like two
Yeah.
times I saw you up there. How'd you find out about that?
Well, since I proselytize in a lot of channels and stuff to talk about my Calvinist views, uh, like you found this channel because like what YouTube does is like once you actually subscribe to a certain channel, they
It
usually
shows you
send a
what they
similar channel,
like.
and you found out other channels and the other sub channels. But so that's how I actually find this.
Yeah, like Jay, and I must agree with that because, like Jay, when I subscribed to your channel, when I first met you before we started the roundtable shit, when I subscribed to the channel, it send me some alerts like, "Yo, your subscriber also watches this," and it'll send me to other links.
Oh, okay. But Emmanuel,
But
you haven't.
your Muslim video, the raising head hadith,
Uh-huh.
it is how he really found us.
Yeah.
Right, right. I'm gonna
Hey,
be for real with that word. That went
Emmanuel.
international. That went global. That went global. Good word.
So Emmanuel, I really haven't heard you give a concise oration of your Calvinist views, bro. So would you be open to OTK interviewing you and giving you a space to just go in and teach us what Calvinism actually is, the way
Yeah,
you practice
of
and
course,
see it?
of course. I mean, I don't actually practice it because Calvinism is not really practical in some ways.
Right.
Oh, okay.
uh, Armenian is more of a practical view because, like, if you're like, there are different forms of Calvinism. There's moderate Calvinist, hyper Calvinist, progressive Calvinist, three
Ooh.
point Calvinist, 5 point Calvinist. I'm more of a hyper Calvinist, but like, I don't believe in hell, for example. So I differ from other Calvinists in that sort. Like, I don't believe in eternal hell, for example.
Hey,
So
so you be willing for me to interview you, man? I need your email, man. Put your email in the back
okay,
chat.
okay.
Emmanuel, do you use Discord, bro?
I don't actually. I don't like this one.
Oh
So
man, it's all good.
But let
do
me
I really need that?
put your email in the back. Put your email in the back. You subscribe to the channel so you get alerts. Are you subscribed? I mean, I ain't trying to put you out there like that, man. If you ain't, it's all good. But
I
do
prefer
you get
not
the
to answer.
alerts? You get the
Oh yeah,
alerts.
when you go live, obviously I can see it anytime.
Okay, so you subscribe. Okay. All right. So yeah, put your email
Subscribe. Okay.
put your email in the back chat, man, and
You see it?
I'm gonna email you, and then you just email me right back,
Yeah, I see it.
just so we can prove that it's me and you. And
Do you believe in hell, OTK?
we can go from what happened? You want to question me? Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what?
Do you believe in hell?
You know what? Turn your camera on if you want to talk to me. I don't
Okay.
want to talk to no
Do
bubble.
you believe in hell?
Do I believe in hell?
Yeah.
No.
Good for you.
Huh?
Because I don't actually like that doctrine. So anytime I get a chance, I try to convince people that there is. That is one of the worst doctrines that people have taught throughout.
Okay. I
So
would ask you the same question, but I'm gonna save that for the interview.
okay.
What
Wait,
yeah,
hold on, real
what's your
quick.
schedule? Hold on, Pulis, I'm gonna let you go in. What's your schedule look like? I know y'all don't celebrate Thanksgiving because ain't no Thanksgiving. You feel just like us American Indians. Ain't no Thanksgiving. It's funny that Black Friday is American Indian Heritage Day. The cheapest day, well, ain't no taxes, and the cheapest day of the year is American Indian Day, Heritage Day. But I know you don't believe in that. What your schedule look like for Friday? I know
Friday.
you here in the States.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
can
what
you
time
do
zone you
Saturday?
on?
Can you do
What time
Saturday?
zone you on?
I am in Central Time.
Okay. Oh, so you're an hour behind us right now.
Yeah. So Saturday, 8 at Central Time. Not 8, 9 o'clock will be a very good time. Saturday, 9 o'clock. Can you do that?
Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, listen, man. Don't fool me now.
Why would I fool you? Like,
So
what?
is that 9 o'clock my time?
No,
Or
9
9
o'clock
o'clock
in
your
Texas
time?
time. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 10 o'clock my time. Okay. Make sure you put your the name that you want me to put. Put that in the back chat too. The
But
name that you want me to put
will
in the
that be
title.
a StreamYard though? I just want to know.
Yes, it'll be a StreamYard, but the same way how you on right now, you can
Yeah.
log on. But see,
Okay.
I'll be done email you, and me and you be done get up before Saturday.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
Yeah, that's why I want your
I hope you
email.
don't fight me.
Huh?
I hope you don't fight me.
Fight you.
Yeah, fight me in a sense of like in words.
Hey, you know what? And see, that's how we can tell the and somewhat that's how we can tell the difference between an African and an
You know what?
Indian.
Fight me. Okay, fight me. You know, go ahead.
Us American Indians, we've been
Yeah,
at war for 500 years.
we'll give you all the punch. You could do that.
No. I don't do that with my interviews. My interviews is because of these debates or these conversations like this. Sometimes people get the misunderstanding, or sometimes you don't get to really explain yourself. So my whole thing about my interviews is that when you come on after the interviews, people will know how to understand you from there. So that's all.
Okay.
I don't throw no curveball, no sideways, no nothing that I don't think you can handle, or no nothing like that, bro. I don't play no games like that.
He was about to ask me one question, by the way. I'm really curious what question was he about to ask.
Yeah, my brother
Yeah,
Chulis, go
no,
ahead. Bro.
it was just in regard to the what you said about hell. Like what exactly about hell you find problematic?
First of all, hell is not original. Uh, for example, if you believe in the new, for example, if you think that the New Testament apostles are the founders of the church, well, they never really taught hell. So that was a forged idea that came on later from the writings of the New Testament. And also, the idea of God being all good, or according to the Christian God, if you see the Christian God, if he have a property to be all good, then there is no hell, because if there is eternal torture, then God cannot be good. But if you say that God is good, then you cannot believe in eternal hell.
Okay.
I mean,
Um
there
th-
are things that I don't believe in that I think that are later additional to the, like, for example, even the idea of virgin birth also doesn't make sense. That's why I really don't believe in that concept.
well, virgin birth is possible today. We have virgins giving birth in modern days due to things like artificial
Yeah,
insemination,
but if you
right?
follow the scriptures, that's what I'm saying. Because Paul never really taught virgin birth. Peter
Oh,
never taught virgin birth. John never taught virgin birth. So those
the
are
word
later.
the word virgin is there, but it's not used in modern day usage. It can be applied to a young woman of marriageable age. So I get what you're saying, but we're talking about the New Testament, right? Do you subscribe to the Book of Revelations?
I don't actually believe the scripture is the inerrant information. So I do believe that there are exaggerations, a lot of errors when it comes to even the writings that are in scripture. So first of all, the reason why I am a theist is not because I'm dogmatic. It's more of like, so if I am, but that's not your question, right? To answer your question, do you subscribe to Revelation? Yeah, I think there are some good stuff in Revelation.
Do you think the prophecy told in the sense of what is to come in the end of days isn't an accurate prophecy?
No,
Okay, so you don't believe the prophecy told in the Book of Revelations will come to pass.
I mean some of it will be, but some of it is kind of exaggerated. Like for example, in Revelation chapter 19, like the sea was open wide and all the what was the word? Like like
This
some
are you talking about
Lopez.
the sea of blood?
Yeah, like not just the sea of blood, but also there are some animals that are highly exaggerated where they actually kill people, and the whole thing just doesn't make
Oh,
sense. Like,
okay, what about the lake of fire? Do you believe that the lake of fire is an accurate prophecy?
I mean, how could it be? Because if if you think that you live forever according to the spirit, then lake of fire could not hurt you. But it says it hurts you, so there's a logical contradiction just right there.
Well, the lake of fire are for the wicked. So what you're saying in terms of your spirit not being hurt, these are for those who are saved. But the lake of fire is an earthly punishment for those who are wicked when this prophecy is fulfilled.
But you have to understand what is the intention of these writers, right? So they probably never understood what, like, for example, what is wicked, right? Some of the things that are mentioned in the book of Revelation as people being wicked are not even wicked acts. For example, there are people who have fear that that will go down to the lake of fire, which doesn't make sense, right? Because fear is a natural thing. Everyone has fear. People who fornicate, right? So already right there, I'm going to the lake of fire, right? So like you get what I'm saying, right? So I don't actually I don't think those are accurate description of what is to come. But I know that the book really exaggerates itself to actually say that you will be disqualified from the life that is to come if you don't actually follow what is written in that specific prophecy. So already right there you lost me. Hello.
Yeah, we here, man. Man, let me give me a
Yeah, I'm satisfied with
okay.
those answers. I'm gonna I'm good with that. OTK is gonna interview you more. I'm just interested in the Calvinist view on the Bible. It's
I am
interesting.
atheist, though. Just so you know, I believe in God and Christ. So,
Okay. Okay.
I'm not saying that I don't believe in like in a creator or whatever. Because mostly when you deny these things, people immediately assume that you are actually agnostic.
Okay. All right, bet. Hey, listen, though, hey, I'm gonna tell you now, Truist, I appreciate you for holding back some of your questions. Listen, bro, and when we ask questions, it's because we want to know your point of view. It's not in no contentions. It's not to bash nobody or no nothing like that. It's not to try to convert nobody into nothing else like that. We asking questions because some people just don't know who's watching. They might want to hear it or anything like that. You know what I mean, or something like that. So when we ask questions, it's just we know. And to let you know, bro, my brother, you got the same right to ask us questions too.
Very nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. But Truist, I appreciate you because he held back some of his questions. So after I interview you, then after that, I mean, boom, then people can ask any questions they want because after I interview you, then I'm gonna try to touch all bases so people can get to know who you are over here, man. I want to give a quick shout out to my boy. What's up, Akili Nagas? What's up, my brother?
Good king, good peace to the panel, peace to the kings and the queens.
What's good, bro?
What's good,
You from London town, bro?
Yeah, I'm not from there, but I'm here right now. Yeah, I live over here right now.
Got you.
Your boy
Yeah,
OTK
yeah.
International. You know what I'm talking about? My brother Akili, he's actually from Congo.
Yeah, that's right.
Keely,
That's
you got
right.
an echo, bro. Do you got another window open or something?
Yeah,
No,
he's trying to
no,
look
can you
at
hear
his
me?
phone while he's on the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. He's trying to look at his
Right.
stuff while he's on.
Yeah, you got an echo.
Oh, my bad, Jay.
Yeah, I can hear everyone just fine. Yeah, I don't know, so I don't know what's going on.
All right.
Yeah.
Do I got an echo now? Yeah. Okay,
Now
so
you sound.
I'm actually I got to turn my camera on. When anybody else talk, you're gonna have to mute up your mic.
Yo, Keely,
Say that again.
go out and come back in. Because there's an echo every time someone else speak.
Right. Give me a second.
All right.
Hey Jay, and you know what's crazy? I just got a notification through my email that say that Chrome was fixing the echoing through StreamYard. So they've been having the echoing problem, period. You remember when people was trying to log in, they kept showing us like, yo, their phone got a bug and it's echoing. Right. So that's something StreamYard is working on. I think it ain't gonna be long before StreamYard have to turn into an app in order to run efficient.
What's up, Nisha?
Nothing.
Still on the couch with her milk and cookies.
I don't drink milk, man.
I ain't say you drinking it, you dipping the cookies in it.
Crazy.
I was talking about her when I was speaking in Amharic, just so you know.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead. You talking to her? Go ahead. She can hear you.
When I spoke Amharic, I was talking about you.
Yeah, turn on your camera when you speak
Ooh.
to a female. When you speak to a female over here, you got to turn on your camera because our
Yeah.
females like to see facial expressions when you talk to them.
Okay. I was talking about you.
What?
I was saying that I like the profile picture, like your smile on the picture, blah blah blah.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hell
Then
no,
she
this ain't
almost
about to
sent it,
be the
right?
OTK dating game. Y'all ain't about to be the international hookup on my watch.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
hell no. No,
Please,
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, bro.
I'm already on with someone, so please don't say that. That will
Nah, we
be
about to
cheating.
tell your girlfriend now, Manuel. We telling her
Hold up.
now.
Oh
Don't
shit.
hold up. Don't you believe in multiple?
And multiple. Obviously, we do stuff like we're not like fake with each other. Obviously,
Oh, so you fucking Americanized.
no, not like
You
that.
believe
But
in
you
only
get what I'm
having
saying,
one.
right? It's like we don't actually talk about this stuff, in a sense of like,
Oh, is that against your religion to talk about
no,
it?
no, no, no. What I'm
Oh,
saying is like when we are unfaithful, we don't actually talk about it because our conversation will get worse.
oh, y'all
Get
don't
what I'm
talk about unfaithfulness.
Yeah.
Oh, well, how do y'all heal from it when y'all ass get catch?
Yeah, like sometimes you could actually tell, like when someone doesn't
No, no, no,
respond
no,
for a
no.
very
Listen
long
to my
time.
question. How
Yeah.
do you heal from getting catch? You talk
Oh,
about it, right?
I don't know, man. That
Hey,
that's a tough
OTK. Hey, I'm a retarded dude, man. I'm just tripping with you, man.
one. Okay.
But yeah, Achilles. And you
Yes.
notice I say Achilles.
Achilles.
I put both of your
I put
names
both of your
together,
names
man.
together, man.
I saw that. I saw that.
You still got an
You
echo.
still got an
Um,
echo.
do you
Is
got
it
your
is it really
YouTube?
bad?
You got your YouTube
Got your
in the
YouTube in
background?
the background.
Hold on a second. Let me close the YouTube in the background.
Man, he always wanna look at himself
Look
while
at
he
himself
talking.
while he
Yep.
Instagram.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Is that is still echoing?
Um,
Um.
somewhat, man. It's all clear.
Somewhat, man.
Go
Yeah.
It's
ahead.
all
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And
Sorry
what's up?
about that, man.
What's up?
I'm using my tablet, so I don't know.
Okay. Hey, check
Okay,
it.
hey, check it.
Every time you
Every
stop
time
talking,
you
just
stop
mute up,
talking, just
and
mute
everything will
up,
be
and
good.
everything will be good.
Okay, bet. Now, Achilles, man, I'm gonna mute up, and everybody else is mute up, and then I'm gonna let you go in. Peace to you, my brother, man. You coming from the Congo, and like my brother Renegades Jay said, man, you're in London area or something like that, man. Go on real quick, man, and welcome to the round table, my G. Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, man. Peace to everyone. Like I said, peace to the panel. First time over here. It's been a good minute. I've been off YouTube for a minute, to be honest. But yeah. Anyways, coming from the Congo, I don't really like to say it like that, but yeah, coming from Congo. At the moment residing in the UK, in the belly of the beast. Yeah, man, that's me right there.
So you out there near the square?
Speaker's
Speaker
Corner.
Square?
You out there, bro?
What do you mean?
Are you familiar with Speaker's Corner?
Oh yeah, of course. Speaker's Corner, but I don't actually live in London. Like I live in the north, where it's cold and grimy.
Damn, that's what's up. Hey, the guys. Well, drop your email in the back, man, because damn, it took me damn near 4 months to get in contact with you. And I just happened to find you on Instagram and send you a shout out, and we was missing times because we like 5 hours difference, right?
Yeah, 5 6 hours. Yeah. So it's like quarter past. I mean, quarter to 6 right now over
In the
here. So
afternoon. In the afternoon.
no, in the morning.
Oh,
Yeah, it's quarter to 6 a.m. right now. 5:45 right now.
wow. Okay. Man, damn, man, I ain't trying to keep you for long, man, but I mean, you're welcome. But drop your email in the back, man, because um, if you don't mind, man, I love to do an interview with you because me myself, I'm tired of talking about um, well, I'm tired of hearing people talk about this in Africa and that in Africa or that continent that we call Africa. Um, I'm tired of hearing people talk about what they read or what they see on TV. I want to hear from you, and that's why I'm gonna do the interview with the other brother too, man, Emmanuel. And it's not no nothing about no religion or no none of that. You can wipe that at the door. I just want to know because since I got the access to y'all brothers, I'm gonna use my time wisely with y'all, man, and to bring this information out to other people to show like maybe we have the same things going on here as they have over there. Um, you know what I mean? So I would love to interview you, man. And the way I do my interviews, I ask you one or two questions, and then I let you rock out. We rock out for like an hour or two, and then for the next hour, I like to do an hour straight in. You just go ahead on in. If you can go in for an hour and just and do it, but if not, then I come in and then we can go into like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we let other people come in to ask questions. But one thing I don't allow bashing. Save that for the birds, or save that for your time, somebody else's time. I don't allow nobody to come and bash my guests. Now, if y'all get into a conversation and then y'all go into a one-on-one, I'm all down for that. That's out of my hands because I feel information will stand for itself. But now I will not let nobody call you out your name. And this goes for you too, Emmanuel. I will not let nobody call y'all out y'all name or no nothing like that. Y'all won't have to worry about that. I will jump in. 10 times out of 10, I will jump in. So I'm glad y'all brothers came up, man. And this is real experiencing for me because I'm here on the panel with one brother named Emmanuel that say he come from Ethiopia. Kind of look like he could be my cousin or a brother of mine. And then the guys, I met him after on different platforms and channels, and we've been going in with info, and we still had a respect for each other. To now, I got you here now, my brother, and to be with other people from different countries, man, that's serious to me. That's part of the real Pan-African movement, with these people who say they about that ain't doing. And like I tell my brother Jay, I said, damn, Jay, I'm American Indian, but I feel I'm doing more to help the Pan-African movement around me than I see the Pan-Africans doing. Because
Hey,
I'm
Nick,
trying to
guys.
find, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm gonna steal one of your potential interview questions, and I want to ask him about this icon he got. It says changing the narrative, Akili Negus. And how do you say it, and what does it mean? Basically, like your name and that image.
Right. I'm gonna give a little background, right? So the whole Akili Negus was, well, basically like a clothing brand, right, for the younger generation. And basically Akili is a Swahili name that means smart, intelligent, you know. And then obviously Negus means king, in America or emperor, right? So, you know, and then changing the narrative was all about like it says, like changing the narrative, like going from, you know, calling each other like niggers and so on and so forth. So to me was about trying to empower the younger generation. Like, listen, let's call ourselves negus instead of calling us niggers, basically. So that's a bit of a background behind it. And of course, I put the African, I put the whole Pan-African flag and colors there because, like I said, bringing together different cultures. Like you have the Swahili culture with the word Akili, you have the Negus, that's Ethiopian, and what's it called? Whole picture, the whole, you know, it's symbolized the crest of Congo as well. You know, the two elephants. So it's supposed to be a lion, but I changed it into a pen of, you know, changing the narrative. So rewriting history, and yeah.
Hey, Achilles, when you start talking to us, hey, just stay still for a minute because I know you way over there in a different time zone. And man, you broke up just now as you was talking, but we caught the gist of it. I think. Did everybody catch the gist of that?
Yeah,
Renegade?
he's good. He's good.
Right. Okay. So that Achilles is like Greek, right? Or is it African Greek?
No, like I said, Akili is Swahili, so it means smart, intelligent, you know, clever.
So it's Swahili. Okay.
That's
And
right,
you
brother.
said that Nagas looks like your. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
You said Nagas was like your. Hold on. Mute up real quick. And then you can jump right back in. So Nagas was your clothing brand. Okay. So Achilles, Achille is like Swahili, meaning like um pretty much good, perfect, all that, smart, intelligent. You know what I mean? All that. We can add all that in there. And then the Nagas is like a clothing brand, but it also is like a form of saying king. And then you put it all together because you're like changing the narrative. And then you added the colors in with your icon to represent unity and to represent all forms of that. Is that a correct output that I'm saying? From what I gathered?
yeah, that's pretty much it, bro. That's pretty much bang on. Yeah, pretty much bang on.
Bet. So what's your religion?
You know, I don't deal with religion, bro. You know, I don't deal with religion, bro. Religion is division, my brother.
Hey, Truist, we got a Congo atheist. Go ahead, Truist.
That's
Hold
not
on
what
a
he
second.
said. Nah, go ahead and fix that, Negus. Go ahead, fix that.
Okay. Yeah, tell me, you're not an atheist? Okay. You don't believe in religion, so you believe in African spiritual. My fault. Before I construct you as an atheist. Thank you, Jay. Please, thank you for catching me. Because Nagas would have took that shit and run with it. I already know that. So you don't believe in religion. Do you believe in spirituality?
That's correct. Yeah, I would say spiritual. Yeah, spirituality.
Okay, what is that? You don't have to go deep into it, just so we can keep this conversation going. I save the other questions for the interview, but just so we can get to know you. So, do you have an ideology? any form or anything like that, just so we can feel more comfortable with the conversation and we can go forward.
Spirituality, I went back to my roots, which is Congo. So yeah, I will go back to, Congo or more Congo spiritual systems.
All right, Truist, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You heard him. What you what you gather from that, man? You got a brother from the Congo, man. You got anything you might want to ask him? You or Sister Nisha
Um,
and
no,
the
I think
God
it's
that
beautiful.
go both ways. Now, if you got a question you want to ask us, you can ask us too. So we can just go into a conversation.
But
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. The channel's becoming international. You have a lot of participants and panelists now that are from all over the world and from the mother continent. It's beautiful. Um, in terms of what he said in regards, excuse me, sorry, in regards to his name and the meaning behind it, it's beautiful. His image, logo, it's awesome. He's doing real things. When we're talking about what it is he believes in, I love that he wants to stay close to home with his spiritual system. I think if you are going to have some sort of spiritual system or religious ideology, it should tie close to home. I think that would be the preferred way of going about that. But I guess the one thing I would venture to ask him, and I'm not going to ask him anything past this one question, because I, just like with the other brother, I would like for the majority of the questions to come from the interview you do with him, OTK. I would just like to ask him, in his opinion, um, what is the difference between spirituality and religion? And along with that, would you say that there are any African systems that we can consider religious or religion? Or do you think religion only takes place in Asia and Europe?
whew, that's a that's a good question. Because I know there's been a few debates around this topic as well. The best way I can explain it to me, African spirituality got to do more in the totality of the universe, including obviously the plane that we live on, which is the Mother Earth, right? Whereas um, religion, as far as I understand it, is more of organized scaremongering, uh, with scaremongering with how can I explain it? With certain elements that take you away from the natural world, because everything in African spirituality, regardless if you go north, east, south, or west, right, always ties back to Mother Nature, you know. So to a lot of people, they look at it like there's some type of spookiness in it, but because that's because they don't understand it. And whereas obviously all of us come from some type of religious background. So obviously, being from Congo, I came from a Catholic background, you know, and anyone that knows the history of the Kingdom of Congo, you understand why we were Catholics to begin with. So, we prayed to Mary and all this stuff there, right? So then I moved away from that. So, like I said, when I looked into it, it was more, um, it was more to me. How can I explain it? Yeah, it was more like a lot of fear mongering, you know, about heaven and hell. I mean, yeah, heaven and hell and stuff like that, which we don't believe in our spirituality. You know, we believe in good deeds and bad deeds and so on and so forth. You know, so that's pretty much it. Obviously, there's more to it as well, but that's basically the basics, I guess. And
Yeah.
just to,
The second question was, do you think religion is exclusive only to Asia and Europe, or are there some indigenous African religions?
yeah, no, not at all. I'm sure there are some what you would call indigenous African religions out there. But the question is now, how much have they been influenced by outsiders? You know, when you go deep into it, and yeah. So for me, it's like any type of anything that's African, as far as I understand it, right, with the broad knowledge that I managed to acquire with different research and so on and so forth, right? Regardless if you go to West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, East Africa, even parts of North Africa, right? Which is more difficult in North Africa. There's a lot of Arab, you know, like history there, so it's a bit more difficult. But West, Central, East, and South is there's more research there when it comes to more indigenous African spiritualities. But when you go into it, you will see all of them, although got different elements to it, but they all have a lot of similarities, and that can go if you want to broaden that can go to every indigenous people around the world, right? It can go to even to the Americas, to Asia. If you see the indigenous people, they might have different names for different deities and so on and so forth, or I wouldn't say different deities, but different elements in their spiritual systems, right? But they have a lot of when you see things like when certain type of religions creeps in, then it becomes things like, for example, right, they remove the woman from the whole equation, for example, right? You know what I mean? So, and that's something we see with, you know, with what you call in a so-called Middle East or whatever, right? They start to remove the woman, you know, and then it became more like a male-based system, and then so on and so forth. So yeah.
So, oh, okay, this is one last thing I want to raise, and this isn't even personally to you. This is kind of just giving more insight of your thoughts on this subject matter. So, you were mentioning how, like, with African spirituality, it more so deals with our connection with nature and the universe. And even when we look to American, like Native American spiritual systems, you see similar things, ties to nature. Even when there are deities represented, they're usually tied to some sort of aspect of nature or existence. So, I'm my question then would be, if these are the main characteristics of what you would call a spirituality system, would it be fair to say Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and Celtic mythology, right? Which were all spiritual systems that incorporated those same characteristics you just named, right? They dealt with ties to nature. Each deity represented some sort of aspect of nature or creation or reality. They even represented feminine concepts of and had straight up feminine deities in them. Could I say Greek mythology is European spirituality? Could I say Norse mythology is European spirituality? Could I say Celtic mythology is European spirituality?
That's another good question. If I start with the Greeks, right? Like I said, one, if I'm wrong, you know, someone can correct me, right? But as far as I know and read, right, the Greeks were highly influenced or mainly influenced by ancient Egypt, right? So, and we know based on, like I said, based on my research and things that I've seen, right, is that ancient Egyptian weren't religious. For me, they were spiritual until later times, like later kingdoms and so on, and start to change some of the practices, let's say, right? So now, but when it comes to the Norse, I mean, I'm gonna go to the pseudo field, right, for a second, the pseudo realm for a minute, right? And what I'm gonna say is that I come from a background where we don't believe that Mindele, that is a word in Kikongo that means, so that represent Europeans, right? Or so-called white people. Mindeles can't be spiritual. They don't have a soul or a spirit, you know. So I'm gonna leave it there. So for me is basically, yes. So even though they have the same characteristics, like you rightly said, right? To us, it isn't the same.
Yeah, see,
And but like I
that's what
That's what I was.
oh, sorry about the echo, but that's kind of what I know. And this isn't just in terms of you and your argument. This is the one thing I hear a lot of people that use African spirituality and even bring up American spirituality with natives. They bring up those characteristics of indigenous people, but they tend to leave out that Europe, every continent has an indigenous people, right? If you look at the indigenous people on the Asian continent of Asia, they have the same characteristics. Like if you look at Hinduism, if you look at some of the beliefs in Japanese folklore, Chinese folklore of the indigenous people, even in the Middle East, when you look at Persian mythology, ancient Sumerian mythology, right? Or on the continent of Europe, as I brought up with the indigenous people of the Nordic, right? The Celtics, the people that they called pagans and Druids, that the colonialists went in and killed them and forced them to become Catholic and Christian or die, right? All of these continents have indigenous people, and all of the indigenous spiritual systems carry a lot of the same characteristics you mentioned. So it's not just similarities we see amongst indigenous people of color. We even see these characteristics amongst the indigenous people in the continent of Europe as well. So this is where I kind of get confused as to, well, what disqualifies that from being spirituality other than the fact that some people might just believe that white people can't be spiritual, even if they are indigenous.
I mean, that's a great point, and to be totally fair with you, I guess you can say before the formation of what you call Christianity or Catholicism, right? I guess you can say like they were somewhat spiritual, yes, based on the same characteristics and the same premise. So yeah, to be fair to you, you that's a great point you made there. But like I said earlier, right? I just come from a background, that we don't subscribe to them being able to be spiritual, based, not mainly, but based on the action they have done to indigenous people around the world. Because and I'm not saying that
Right,
being
but
spiritual.
Achilles, if you notice, the people that colonize the Congo are the same people that colonize the Nordic people. They're the same people that colonize like the same people that colonize. Well, let's just call them out, right? What we're talking about, the British, Great Britain, right? France, Spain, Portugal, right? These are the people that invaded the Celtic, the Nordic, right? They are the same groups that invaded the Congo in West Africa. So we're talking about a very specific group of nations, of empires that were pushing Catholicism, pushing Christianity. So
Napoleon?
what's that?
Napoleon?
He's much later.
You know that
Much
movie
later.
dropped. You know that movie dropped today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Napoleon movie dropped today. Yeah.
So,
Go
so
ahead.
like
Go ahead,
so like
Juice.
when you say that, it wasn't the indigenous Greek people that came and colonized the Congo. It was the descendants of those people. It wasn't the indigenous Nordic people that did that. Nor was it the indigenous Celtic people. As a matter of fact, they were slaughtered and forced to convert or die just as well as other indigenous people were by the same forces.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if he corrected you. I don't know if he had a chance to correct you. And I hope I'm thinking of the right place when I say this. Negus, what in the last like 100, 200 years, who was it that was in the Congo doing that crazy stuff, cutting off people's arms and whatnot? What nation was that? Was it the Belgians? Who?
Yeah, that would be Belgians. Yeah, King Leopold II.
King Leopold II. Right. So it wasn't the British, it wasn't the French, it was the Belgians, truest. So I heard that, and maybe it was these other groups too at another point, but I heard that and I just had to correct because the Congo has a very unique history with a unique nation.
Facts. Only certain conquerors made it to the Congo.
Right, but the Portuguese definitely made it to the Congo as well.
Right.
But also it wasn't just me specifically just naming those nations only to say it was those. It was also, I was saying, it was under the banner of Catholicism and overall Christianity in general. They were slaughtering and colonizing indigenous people on every continent, including in Europe. They were slaughtering indigenous European people.
Just say religion, period, because at the same time that shit was going on, the Islamic nation was doing the same thing, coming from the other way. So yes, I agree with you.
So when we talk about these people not having souls, I think we have to understand it's a very specific group of people with a particular theology that committed a lot of these atrocities, even to their own European brethren that were indigenous to their very own continent.
If I may, right, you said mostly right. Like everything you said is mostly right, to be honest. But just like the other brother that came in before, just a little bit of pushback, right? Because as far as I understand it, right, when you're speaking about what you just talked about, right, we're talking about what's it called? We talk about Rome, the Latins, and then when it comes to the Congo, you're talking about the Portuguese, the first people. Right? Now, I understand there's a relationship between the fall of Rome and then the spray of the Latin in those regions, right? But if you look at it closely, they are not the same people. So, for instance, most of Europe are not the descendant of the Greek people, of the Greeks, should I say. They've got nothing in common whatsoever apart from, you can say, having pale skin. So sometimes that's what we do, and I guess as a people we make this mistake on every continent as well. Like people group everyone together and assume everyone's the same. Same thing in the Americas, same thing in Africa, same thing in Asia. Like, of course, there is some type of relation or some type of I guess similarities between the people, both genetically speaking and other things as well. But there's clearly differences between these people, and this is why they're clashing, right? This is what you're talking about. They're constantly fighting against each other, colonizing each other, right? And then it just happens so that those that are representing one sector which is Christianity, and winning, and not the so-called pagans in the north of Europe, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So yeah, we have to be kind of very more precise when we say certain things. Like I think the brother earlier was trying to just imply, I think.
Right, but it wasn't even just the pagans to the north that they were. It was anybody that was still practicing any sort of like, let's when Rome turns to Catholicism, right? Because obviously originally at the time of Christ, the Romans were still practicing their Roman pagan worship of their gods like Jupiter, Venus, Mars, which were derivative of older Greek myth gods, right? So once they turned to Roman Catholicism, anyone that was still holding on to these old ways, whether it be Roman myth, Greek myth, that come from Mediterranean culture in Southern Europe, they were killing them. They were slaughtering them. You were considered a pagan. So it wasn't even just amongst the people in the north. And I was essentially saying it to say, even though France, England, England, France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, right, Greece, all of these places, yes, they may have large differences genetically, as you stated, because it's a large continent, Europe, but the specific nations that ended up colonizing everyone else, they united under a theology called Christianity. And what they decided to do is slaughter and colonize indigenous people elsewhere, so including on their own continent. And this is where I say, when we're talking about putting the blame on a specific people, I'm focusing more so on the people that held a certain theology, because they committed war crimes against indigenous people everywhere. Whether or not they were related to these people, or the people they even teamed up with they were related to, they linked up with people that held the same beliefs as them to commit war crimes as people that did not, that happened to be the indigenous, whether they were white with blonde hair and blue eyes. That didn't matter. What their race was didn't matter. It mattered what they worshipped, what they believed, what their culture was, and what they practiced.
I mean, that last thing, everything you just said, I 100% agree with, and you're right. The only thing, this is where I said earlier, right? This is where I say, right, they cannot be spiritual in a sense that based on those actions, because as far as I understand it, pre-colonial Africa don't have a history of genocide based on our theology. You know what I'm trying to say? We don't have a history of genocide. And this is where it separates, I guess, so-called, and I'm using the word so-called, right? So-called African spirituality and what I guess your premise or the argument you're trying to put forward, which is, you know, European has also had like the Norse, you know, they had their own so-called spiritual systems based on the characteristics that I gave earlier, right? So, and I'm not saying that, this is the last thing I'm going to say, right? And I'm not saying practicing African spirituality it makes you I don't know, like the Christian would say, holy. I'm just saying we just have a different moral and ethic compass that we must follow, which stopped us from doing some of the atrocities that Europeans especially were doing, or have been doing and still doing to this day, matter of fact, you know.
I get it, but the Norse, they didn't really, even though they were like warriors, they didn't really believe in going out and colonizing and conquering people. And they were actually seafaring and traveling people, but they didn't have an ideology like later Europeans did to go out and conquer and colonize people. But they did fight amongst each other. they fought amongst each other like all indigenous people around the planet fought amongst each other.
I mean, that's a great point, but just a little pushback. I mean, they did try to conquer what you call Britain today. Same thing with the Celts. They didn't. The Celts originally came from Northern Europe, but how did they end up in, especially in Northern Britain? So, for example, the Scots are the descendants of the Celts, and the Irish are descendants of the Celts. So these people clearly, like you said, they're seafaring people, and they try to settle in other people's land. I guess over people's
They
land.
were the
and
first
they
people
were
in those lands. That like they were there before there was ever Ireland, before there was ever England, before there was ever any sort of Christianity or any British Empire. They were already there. And it's actually when the rise of the British Empire happens, it's the British Empire that invades their indigenous lands and kills them and tells them convert or die.
Oh, just a little tweak here. I'm gonna just a little bit, right? And you can correct me as well if I'm wrong, right? Or if you disagree.
Right.
Like I said, that the way it is taught over here, right? You had Anglo-Saxons, the Celts, and many, like dozens, or if not more, hundreds of different so-called ethnicities over here, right? And different languages, right? So what we know, and based on what I've read as well, right? The Celts came from the mainland. So before even the Celts came over here, the land I'm living in right now, right? They were also other people over here. So the lands that we see today, for example, like in Scotland, like that's why I said Northern Britain, right? In Scotland and parts of Ireland, right? They were occupied by other people, and these people fought. They obviously like what people do around the world. You fight, you make up, you break up, you know what I mean. So you make up. But to make a long story short, then England became the dominant power and united what you call today Britain. You know, so that's how history of this island over here is taught, is that England under the Anglo-Saxons united after subjugating the Celts and other people. Like you're right there, right? After subjugating them,
Of course, the United Kingdom. The UK, they would teach the story that way. Of course they would tell the story that way. They're not going to talk like it's the same way America doesn't teach the history of this country correctly. They're not going to talk about what they did to the indigenous people with honesty.
%. I agree with that.
It's the same way this country talks about, the natives were here, but we were the dominating force, you know? Yeah, it's the same way this country makes those kind of arguments, that I can see why the UK would make the argument, when Great Britain arises, we were just such a dominating force. It just was something we were able to do. It's the same kind of arguments. The winner gets to tell history how they decide to.
%. But just to answer Sister Gemma now, the goddess, right? What is African spirituality? Like I hear this being, for the past couple of months, right, with Ankh and I think Brother Sekou, they had a little debate regarding this. And for me, it's just, I think, a misunderstanding. When we say African spirituality, we're not talking about a utopian, spiritual system practiced by every single indigenous African people. No, what we're trying to say is that it's a spiritual system that originates on the continent. So it's like a way of generalizing the different spiritual systems. So all know about voodoo and Ifa and you know, Bokongo and so on and so forth, right? You know, so yeah, that's basically it, you know, for those that ask this question, what is African spirituality?
Mm, Shit, who else better to tell it than an African? Hey, George,
You're right.
you want to answer on that? From our point of view, what African spirituality is to you, the definition, what you think it is?
Say that again, sorry, bro.
I was talking to Truist. Hey, Truist.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, what was your question?
Okay. The same question that's on the screen. Our brother just answered it, and he's an African, and he explained what it was from an African point of view. Now, can you explain what you get out of this question and what it is to you from our point of view?
Oh, well, to me, uh, I'm not exactly sure uh how to define spirituality. I guess to me, spirituality would be some sort of beliefs or ideologies you hold that are unique and individual to you specifically. And the reason, and they have to involve spirit because it's in the word. But the reason I say it has to be unique and individual to you is because if it is something we can find a large population doing, practicing, having rules, tenets, and especially holy text writing or books, it's no longer a spirituality. Now you're talking religion, because that is really what the characteristics of a religion is. Once you have something that has set rules, regulations, texts, and a large population following it,
Right,
now
right.
you have a religion. And he
Uh,
brought up ancient Egypt.
uh-huh.
What the ancient Egyptians practiced was absolutely a religion. They had writings upon writings upon writings, tenets upon tenets, laws. They had structure. They had millions of people following it, and they even had rituals and spells. So these are all aspects that encompass religion, and that's why I asked, did he believe any indigenous African religions exist? Because I would say the first we can look to is in Kemet. I think religion begins in Kemet. Um, when we're talking about voodoo, right, or even Yoruba, voodoo and Yoruba are considered religions, scholastically, academically.
Right,
Now,
right.
I know a lot of people might not want to hear that, but all it takes is is a quick little research into the systems, and you'll see they're classified as religions. And this is because of some of the characteristics I just laid out.
Right.
So when we're talking about spirituality, just for me, it has to be something that's unique and individualistic to you.
Definitely. So, Achilles, what you think about that? What he just said.
I agree. I agree. 99%. The reason why I say that is like he kind of just proved his own point by saying things like you need to be a religious text and so on. And what is one of the main thing they always use against Africa? We didn't have writing like that, right? Only ancient Egypt had writing or writing system and so on and so forth. So we don't see that in uh, uh, the majority of indigenous African spirituality. So if you go to, for example, Bukongo, right, which will be our spiritual system in a kingdom of Congo before Europeans came, right? based on, like you said, based on scholarship, we never had a writing system. I bear to differ, but if we stay on academia, we didn't have a writing system. You know what I'm trying to say? Did we have a set of rules and sets of moral rules and so on and so forth? Perhaps so. But it was more oral traditions and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I agree with the rest, the things that you said, but I would also say that I wouldn't say religion starts in Kemet because there was much older. Uh, there was much, and I know American Indians will love to get a piece of this, right? Uh, there was much older evidence of people practicing what you would call religion before Kemet. And remember, when we talk about Kemet, Kemet is kind of, I'm talking about the name now. Kemet itself is pretty young. But if you go before that, maybe perhaps you might have a better case, I guess.
So if I had to like place a bet on it, like if someone asks me, do I believe there are religions older than Kemet? I would say more than likely yes. But the only reason I say Kemet is where religion starts is because, as far as I'm aware, that's the only one we can verify. I know the only other religion there are arguments of being made to be older than the ones we find in ancient Egypt is Hinduism. Like, I've seen some dates for Hinduism that go as far back as like 6,000, 8,000 BC. And I'm not sure how those dates have came about or were determined, but I've seen them. But other than that, we don't have, I'm sure the ancient Nubians to the south, right? I'm sure the Nubians had some sort of spiritual system that could have been deemed a religion if we had more information about it. But I'm not sure we do have enough information to say the Nubians had a full-blown religion. We do have enough to say they had a spiritual system, at least, I'd say. When we're talking about the Americas, because you mentioned the Avos, I'm not aware of any religious systems in North, South, or Central America that predate Hinduism or the ones we find in Kemet. So that would be educating me on something I'm not aware of. But yeah, I definitely think when it comes to a lot of the West African cultures, it is said there's not a lot of writing. But writing and holy texts are just like the smoking gun for religion. You can still have a religion without that, right? As long as you have a large population of people following a specific practice, a specific way, with those rules, tenets, and guidelines. But having a holy sacred text or writing, that's just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, my fault. I thought y'all was going in. Y'all just going cold like that.
No, I was gonna let someone else speak.
Nah,
I was gonna let you defend the American Indian side of it.
Yeah, like OTK, what would you say?
We got spirituality. We believe in spirituality, but we didn't call it a religion.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no denying that there was spirituality here, but what would you say?
Would have been more in the nature and agriculture, though.
Right, but as I said earlier, that's something we see with all indigenous people. Like, I can look at Japanese culture in terms of the indigenous people incorporate nature and agriculture and female deities and stuff like that. So that's just something indigenous people across the world did before the Abrahamic faiths come in. Um, but I would ask, would you look at any of the Native American cultures as religion over here? Or there was no religion in the Americas?
No, I can't say that it was a no religion in the Americas. Um, because yes, it was definitely things that we call today forms of religion that people took spirituality to a form to where they had a whole system behind it. Yes, I absolutely believe that.
I would say the Aztecs and the Mayans absolutely had a
Definitely,
religion. And
definitely.
and
And
they
now
had writings.
right. And so if they saying that they was the first to have this and civilization and that spread it on from there, wouldn't that's like saying like, okay, that done spread it throughout the world over here. But I mean, yeah, yes. I would say yes. To answer your question, yes.
Right. Like when you look at the population the Aztecs and Mayans and even the Incans had, they had like millions of populations living in large cities, all practicing the same system.
Yeah.
And they had writings, right? They had sacrifice, they had rituals, right? That's a religion. But then when you look to something like what the Cherokee may have been practicing or the Apache with much smaller groups of people and try that and not as much writing as like let's say the Aztecs or Mayans did, I would say that would fall more along the lines of spirituality as opposed to religion.
Yeah. And see, when you're dealing with the Cherokee, you got to say it's spirituality because you're dealing with a five civilized tribe. So once you come into that name right there, and it depends on what Cherokee you're talking about. So, but yes, that's underneath the five civilized tribes. So yes, definitely religion will play a major part and them with the Apache, as far as the Apache who later also joined in and became some of the Navajo people and some of that, they got close ties to the UT, which is the Utah. All them boys, they got close ties. So they came up from like what, Canada and that area over there. So you know the Algonquians was the first to have the Bible here in America. They was the first to get their language converted over into the Bible. So would they know a form of religion? Yes, they would.
Jay asks in the comments, so is capitalism a religion, or is it just for the supernatural? Um, so it depends on your, so it depends on um, if we're using the definition of religion and how academia looks at the characteristics for it, or if we're using the textbook definition. I'd venture to say if we use certain textbook definitions, yes, I could say capitalism is a religion. By certain textbook definitions, I can say American culture is even religion, right? But if we're going based off of the requirements academia needs for a religion, I would say no because most of academia requires religion to involve yes, the supernatural. Or at least the spirit. But spirit deals with the supernatural anyway, so yeah.
Jesus, man. Okay, all right. Uh, hopefully that'll answer. Keely, you want to answer that question right there too? So is capitalism a religion, or do it have to deal with the supernatural?
I believe it's like the brother said, True said. I think it's a thing of perspective, right? So on one hand, you can look at it and say no. Personally, I believe no, right? But on the other hand, you can say yes, in a sense that obviously it doesn't deal with the supernatural. It doesn't deal with that aspect of things, you know. But then again, you can have an argument to say, like, to some people, money is God, is their God, right? And I'm sure we all heard that say before. So, you know, and some people worship money and will kill for money and will sacrifice, make sacrifice for money, you know. So I can see the argument, but me personally, I wouldn't put it in that category that it's a religion. And if you go towards academia, right? No, capitalism is not described as a religion.
But wouldn't it? Wouldn't but wouldn't capitalism? Uh, okay. So tell me why capitalism wouldn't be a religion, Truist. Why capitalism wouldn't be a religion? What is the qualification that capitalism don't have that religion do have for it to be called a religion, and for it for capitalism not to be called a religion?
So, at least in an academic sense, the requirements it would fail to fulfill would be the supernatural aspects dealing with at least the spirit. Um, you you don't have sacred or holy texts, although you can make arguments that there has been literature written throughout political history that preaches the benefits of capitalism, right? So you could actually make an argument that there are some writings that could be seen as sacred to the ideology of capitalism. Um, but I guess more so the main thing would be the lack of the supernatural element. Um, because I can make an argument that, yeah, there are literature that support capitalism. There are millions of followers to the ideology. There are people that are willing to kill over capitalism in terms of actually going to war with countries that have socialistic or communistic ideas. Capitalism was the main driving force of enslavement of African people and enslavement of people on this continent. Um, Capitalism makes people feel like it's okay to literally step over the homeless and look at them as lesser than. Capitalism makes people feel like it's okay for some people to have access to healthcare and others to not. So capitalism, it definitely can yield religious results out of people, right, and make them fanatical for sure. But I think the main thing that would eliminate it is the lack of the supernatural elements.
What you think, Nagas?
I mean, there's not much I can add to that. I think Truist said it all. Like, that's just the main aspect is just there's no spiritual uh, there's no supernatural spiritual elements to it. You know, that's pretty much it. I think.
Hold up, man. I can't. Oh, listen, y'all agree. Ain't no way y'all. Um,
I mean, it's like it's like saying is science a religion and so on and so forth. You know what I mean?
Oh, so
There's
you
an
believe in science? Okay, we got. You believe in science, Natas?
I don't think science is a belief. Science is knowing, you know.
Oh, all right. So you rock with science.
Absolutely. We all do. We all rock with
All
science.
right. So what I'm asking you is, I asked you, was you what religion you are? You said you really don't rock with religion. So I asked you, was you like some type of atheist? You didn't answer that clearly. Now I'm asking you, do you believe in science? And you was like, I don't deal with belief. Yeah, I rock with science. We all do. So I'm just trying to get an understanding uh, of you, man. Because right now, uh, it usually be one fence that separate the yard, but right now, the way you got me, it's a fence and two fences that separate 4 yards, so you can jump in an angle. And I'm confused right now.
AOTK. He seems to be along the lines of a brother like Sekou, where like, yeah, he practices African spirituality, but Sekou still subscribes to science because Sekou's whole argument was that you can't that the foundation of science is African spirituality. And this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I was saying all science is the study of knowledge, like seeking knowledge of any kind. So the minute human beings began doing that in Africa, even if it was trying to find knowledge of the gods or whatever else, that is considered science, even in its archaic sense.
Mm, okay.
I mean, you're pretty much right. You're pretty much very right. I'm more aligned with what I guess Brother Sekou stands on, or was trying to debate, anyways, with Brother
Talk
Ankh.
about some that be on Scarnetta.
Yeah. So I was more on that side. So when it come
I'm
when it
gonna
when,
tell you like this. You need to understand that the scientific method that you practice is not the same that we do over here. That's Sekou.
as far as I know, there's only one Sekou on.
Yeah, that's my brother. Me and him talk. before. Uh, yes, a real good brother.
So yeah, what I was gonna say, right, just to go just a little bit deeper, right, and just to add on, I guess, to what Chura said, right, and what I guess also Brother Sekou will be trying to say as well, is that you can't have African spirituality without science. It goes together. So, for example, when you go to Congo, right, you have Congo, right? We have, I'm sure some of you are familiar with Kisi. So, Kisi, just the word itself means medicine, right? The word Kisi,
How
right?
is it
Now,
spelled? How is it spelled for me?
you it's normally spelled NKISI. NKISI, right? Kisi. Now, when you're gonna read about Kisi, they will say to you it's a charm, this and that, to put spells on people, and that's just one element of it. But what they don't tell you is that Kisi can be good and bad. So it has a spiritual element to it. And it has also, like I said, the meaning of it is medicine. So you have a spiritual medicine and you also have a physical medicine, which goes back to the herbs, right? So in the Congo, we are known for herbs. We are known for putting together different herbal concoctions, right, to deal with certain type of illnesses and so on and so forth. So you can see, right, from before Europeans came along or even Arabs, right, we always had the science element with our spiritual system. It went side by side. Now, right, that's one thing you cannot deny when you look into it, and you can go to pretty much over African, so-called African spiritualities, right? You will see the same premise. You can go to West Africa with what is practiced amongst the Igbo or the Yorubas or the Akan people or whatever, right? You will see the same premise in the indigenous spiritual system. You will see the spiritual aspect of it, and you will see the physical aspect of it. But if I go to just my respective spiritual system of my ancestors, right? That is one of the best argument, which is our own what's it called? Our own one of our main elements in our religion, right? Like I said, Kisi means medicine. So that alone, I mean, you can't get more scientific than medicine, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, there you go.
I love that, man. I can't wait to have that interview with you, man. Truest, what you think about that? You ever heard anything about that before, Truest? I know you're well studied, man.
I never particularly like looked into Kissy or anything involving like in the Congo spiritual systems, but I believe in it. Sounds very similar to how voodoo uses the science of plants, right? Voodoo absolutely uses herbs and concoctions to formulate and yield certain results via spiritual means, and definitely psychological and mental means. And like he said, they can yield positive or negative results. It's more so done with whatever intent and whatever spirit and whatever forces you called upon as you were conjuring whatever concoctions it is you put together. Voodoo and even Yoruba tradition has similar ideologies when we're talking about West Africa. And obviously, you have these things find their way over to the Caribbean and places in the Americas. So I believe him. I just never looked specifically at the Congo.
Just to add a little bit, right? I mean, that's great. I think I invite anyone to look into it, because surprisingly, you'd be surprised. You will see a lot of the ancestors in North America was using kisses. You will see that a lot. If you do some research, you won't be far. You will find it. You know, a lot of them was practicing. Yeah, I know that was coming. Yes, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. But like I said, the evidence is right there. It's right there. They use the same words, like the brother said, right, in voodoo, depending where it's practiced. Like, for example, like in Haiti, I believe they still use a lot of the same words that we see in Congo and other places as well. So you do see some aspects of voodoo, right? You see they use the word Nkisi, they use the word Ganga, which mean basically a priest, right? In Kikongo. You see those words. And yeah, like, so you see that practice throughout North America. In the South, yeah, you see that in the South. But what I was going to say, to even go a bit further, right? You have the Congo cosmogram. So we talk about science and spirituality. And it's unfortunate that obviously brother Sekou, it's not his fault, right? That would have been a very powerful, because Congo cosmogram is a representation, right, of the cycle of the sun. So these are people, indigenous people in Congo, observing the sun, right? And they linked it to the spiritual system to say that when it's daytime, it's the time of the living, and when it's nighttime, it's the time of the dead. So meaning that the sun, when the sun is up, right? When the sun is up, right? That means you're alive, right? The lights and so on and so forth. And when you die, you go into so-called the darkness, right? You go into, that's when the sun is down, right? But you need to read more into it, and you will see that, like I said, you always see like Sister Germinal said a duality between spirituality and science, right? There's always been that parallel element to it. It's never been just, oh, these people are spooked out, these people are the pseudo over there in a jungle of Africa. No, these people were observing, and these people was observing and trying to acquire knowledge, and they mixed it along with, because we understand that we're all linked. And it's funny to me because when you hear brothers like Ankh, right, they will say things like, right, we are made of atoms and all these type of things, but these things are found in nature. So clearly we are linked to these things. We are linked to particles in space and so on and so forth. So what is wrong from people, right, wording it in a different way and saying things like, listen, we believe.
Particle God.
Go on.
No, another word for real. Oh God.
I can't understand you. I don't get you. What do you mean?
I don't. Well, something dust, particle.
Yeah, dust particles, and the whole Big Bang theory and all that type of stuff, and how life started on Earth, and what I'm trying to say, when you go into the whole thing, you can.
That's what I call a particle God. Or they will say it's particle. Some people will say it's God.
Right, but I mean, I don't think he would use the God aspect of it. But knowing Ankh, anyway, he wouldn't use that. He's the God killer, right? So with that being said, now, yeah, when it comes to that, you can clearly see there's a link between what you call human beings and nature out there. And I'm just saying that indigenous people of the world are their own way of observing it, and also basically telling the rest of the world how they see it and how they explain this link, this missing link, or this whatever you want to call it, between us as human beings and the environment around us. And you can see this in elements, in Bukongo in Congo. You can see it in Voodoo. You can see in different elements, and I'm sure you can see that also in the Americas. I'm not too versed on the Americas, but I'm sure there's elements of that in different people in the Americas, trying to explain the link between us as human beings and the environment around us, without sounding too spooky, I guess, to some people, or too pseudo.
Yeah, I actually was recently looking at trying to see if there were any mythologies that had their own stories on human evolution. Like, so for example, like most mythologies kind of just talk about humanity being created like spontaneously by some sort of deity, right? Or maybe some will say man was made from the water, or man was made from the dust of the earth, or whatever. But I was looking to see if there were actually any spiritual systems that argued that man developed and evolved from animals. And the one spiritual system I saw that had the closest thing to that. Oh, okay. Sorry. But yeah, so when we're talking about that, Hinduism, it has the closest thing to an evolutionary story for humans. So, for example, when we're talking about humans having primate origins, there's actually stories of ape-like humans in Hinduism. And before I speak too much on it, I'm going to kind of read up more on the story to make sure it's along the lines of what I'm thinking. So I definitely want to cover that at some point, because I think if people can see that there are some ancient traditions and stories that touch on human evolution, maybe not in the same way Darwin did, right? Maybe not in the same way modern science does, but to think that we come from animals if we see ancient traditions that claim we come from animals.
I mean, that's a great point you're bringing up. Once again, as far as I know, that's where me and Unc disagree when it comes to that. You know, the whole evolution theory and all of that stuff, right? And I understand it's a scientific theory, meaning there's evidence there, right? There. So I get that, but when you go, because he always tried to, and I'm not trying to make it about him, by the way. I'm just saying, like, he has the biggest voice when it comes to being an atheist and so on. So he always trying to link indigenous African people with this belief of them having this type of what's it called? This type of I guess belief that it came from they came from some type of ape-like people, and I have never seen this. I saw this amongst my ancestors. We actually believe that we came from the another planet, right? That's what we teach, or that's what we believe in our oral traditions, right? Humans came from another planet, right? And so yeah. So with that being said, now yeah. So I I just don't buy into that whole thing. So now, if you go into Hinduism, perhaps they've got it, and that's great for them. But yeah, I don't subscribe to this whole humans are primates. We have a common ancestor. We no, I don't subscribe to that side of science.
Wait, so brother, let me ask you this. Let me ask, if
Go ahead,
your
Chris.
ancestors, and I'm assuming these people are from the Congo as well, right? If they subscribe to a belief that humans come from another planet, how could they also then in turn believe that at the same time we have ties to nature? Because obviously, like as you said earlier, m- most indigenous cultures around the world have spiritual systems that tie humanity and tie us to nature. But the problem is, if you have a belief that you come from another planet, that would make you alien to everything on this planet. That would make you not have a tie to this planet and the nature and our ecosystem. You should kind of be foreign to it. And this is where I've heard arguments being made about the Abrahamic faiths and why maybe some of the people that practice it could be destructive to the earth, because their creator is something not of this world. It is something that is not of earth. Whereas most indigenous cultures have deities that are of earth. So it's interesting you said that your belief was that we are not originally of earth, because then where does the tie to the earth come from?
And that's a good question. I want to add
Absolutely.
on to that. In other words, Keita, mute up real quick. In other words, if you say your peoples came from another planet, then in that case, your peoples then will have to be the first peoples them here to be called the human race. In that aspect, I can understand why your peoples them saying that, because they the first to inhabit this land, and they came from another planet. So these people who came from another planet and inhabit this land, your peoples them will be called the first humans. Is that fair to say? Like, bro, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair to say. That's a great analogy that you made, right? And a great question you put forward. So the best way I can explain it is that the way it is taught, right, is that we were in our modern human forms. Does that make sense? So when we say we came from another planet, we mean that we came from in a different life form or different body, I guess. And you can make your own assumptions of what that could be. I can't give you a definite answer to that without sounding too spooky or too pseudo or whatever it may be, right?
Ain't no
So
such
that's
thing as that.
I know, I know. I'm just saying for those,
Yeah.
yeah,
Fuck
I'm just saying
everybody.
for those that may look at it like has been spooky or been, and I mean you can look at it like also with the Dogon people in Mali, right? In West Africa, in Mali, right? They have a similar thing. Now, bear in mind, Mali and Congo are very, very far from each other, and these people have the same. I wouldn't say the same, but they have a lot of similarities when it comes to the human race or the first people coming from another planet, and then they have also great knowledge when it comes to the stars and so on and so forth. And bear in mind, these people are so-called primitive, right? But somehow they know about the stars and so on and so forth. So going back to what I was saying, so yeah, to answer the question is, yeah, so y- yeah, we was in a different life form. And like you just said, just to add a little bit to what you said, right? So we would be, I guess, the first humans on the plane, not necessarily the first living thing, but the first human, what you call human beings, right? So I guess that ties us to the land, because if we came from in a different life form and now we are in this human modern form we find ourselves today, and we came to this form on this realm, on this planet, right? That ties us to the land and to the environment and to whatever, because we do have for example, I'm going to use words like deities, right? We do have, I guess, deities like Mami Wata, for example, right? She represents the water element, the river, and so on and so forth. So we do have this type of elements in our spiritual systems. And if you look to our I guess, to make a simple, our chief deity, Tatanzambe Apungu, right? Or God Almighty, right? Tatanzambe. So he would be represented by the sun, for instance. And in some people, I don't want to get too deep because it's a lot, and even myself as well, there's a lot I need to also learn as well, because it's deep. And sometimes it also is represented by the eagle, and I'm going to leave it at that. And this is why you say, this is why you see, for example,
That's why
you
he
have
wanted to make
people,
it to art.
right? You have some people, you have some scholars, that trying to link, for example, Congo spiritual system to ancient Egypt, because you see this, like if you just followed what I said, right? You see this, like I said, the chief deity represented by the sun, stands by the eagle. You have Ra, and you know what I'm trying to say. So, but I don't want to go towards that route. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's
So
how we tie it.
so with the idea that humans came here, right, in one form, and then we are in our current form, which is different than the one we came. Are you implying that that we evolved possibly to the conditions of this planet from whatever we were prior? So, like, in that sense, could you say you agree with evolution? And then, secondly, I'd also like to ask, when you say humans came here, are you talking about all humans, or are you just talking about Africans or your people specifically? And then with that, like, would this be the origin story of white people? Where would you say white people come from?
Just to, you ask some good questions, brother. um, just to answer the first one, right? So yes, you would say we evolved on this planet, right? But not from apes or monkeys or primates or whatever you want to call them. That's not what we believe. That's not what we teach. That's not what we stand for. Now the second part of your question, right? What was it again? Sorry.
So
Or is was it just Africans or other people as well?
yeah, was it just Africans, or were these all races of humans? And where do white people come from?
To answer that as best as possible, I would say they were all Africans. And to be more specific, based on our oral traditions, you would say the first people were Africans, but they were, I don't want to say Bakongo, because we weren't Bakongo then in that sense, but you can say, how can I say, you can say pre-Bakongo, but I'm going to say African just to simplify things. So yes, we were the first human beings on this earth, right, that evolved, right, were Africans, which is funny enough. That's what science kind of teaches. Not kind of, that's what science teaches, that Homo sapiens developed in Africa, right? So funny enough that these primitive Africans, right, believe also that human beings, not only believe, but I guess through observation can prove that we came from, or we were the first people, or the oldest people.
So
and then
did white people come from us?
No,
Or do they have a serpent origin? And the reason I'm asking this is because you mentioned earlier how they can't be spiritual.
Do that real quick, Nagash, because my brother Truish, go ahead, Truish.
The reason, and I just want to clarify why I'm asking, is because earlier I remember you saying how white people can't be spiritual, and I don't mean to assume, but I'm going to assume this is because probably you believe they don't have a spirit, or they're soulless, or they're somehow inherently moral. So my question is, do they come from us, and how would that be possible to create soulless beings from spiritual people, if that's the case?
And he can give us two. The spiritual system from spiritual belief is, and he can give us from what he believes. So go ahead, Nagash. It's on you, bro.
I mean, it's a difficult one. But I would say, right, they don't come from us, no. And the reason why I'm saying they don't come from us, because technically that's what science kind of imply if you look at it from different perspective, right? So you clearly see, right, they were other type of humans, right? If you go to the science field, right, you got different type of humanoid people in Europe, and these humanoids weren't found in Africa. So you don't see Neanderthals, for example, bones in Africa. So where did these people come from? Where did Neanderthals really come from? Now, some people say they evolved from previous humanoid before them, and so forth. That's fine if they can prove that. I'm sure there's obviously there's evidence to kind of show that. But the fact of the matter is, what you call modern Europeans today are a mixture of these different humanoids. So you got a mixture of Homo sapiens and what's it called, Neanderthals, and so on and so forth, right? So, and this is why, so to answer the question as to the best of my ability, because it's a very complex topic, right? Is to say no, they don't come from us. They do not come from African people.
So
now,
where do they come from?
That's why I kind of said, right, these different humanoids. You can say ape-like people, primates. That's the same thing, but that's what I won't say that's where they came from. I'm saying they are a mixture, which that's what science says. Europeans or Indo Europeans, right?
But according to your origin story, where would white people come from?
Okay, so according to our old
yes,
we okay, on a spiritual, if I let me start with a spiritual, right? On a spiritual realm, right? like I said earlier, right? We call them Mindeli. So Mindeli, contrary to what people try to say, that it means just like it represents, it means Europeans. No, Mindele in Kikongo actually means evil spirit. So I've said this on other platforms. So the people of Congo, they named these people, these Europeans, these Portuguese, I guess at the time, and that became known to whole of Europe or all European people as Mindeli. So to us, they are evil spirits, right? But now when you go to the physical realm, like I said, to the best of my ability, is to say that they don't come from, because the first people are Africans, right? And as far as I know, as far as I understand it, that these people came from where they came from to in a cold lands, and they came to our lands, right? So I don't know if that's gonna answer that answers your question or not, but that's the best I can give you right now. But obviously, I understand based on science, right? We are all quote unquote humans. We can all procreate with each other. We all have the same organs and so on and so forth. But yeah.
So you're saying that according to your tradition, they would be considered evil spirits, right?
Correct.
So are they evil spirits that manifested in human form?
That's correct. And just to go a bit deeper, right? And it's funny. It's funny how, and I guess let's think about it for a second, right? It's funny how ghosts or spirits are always represented as being white, right? And I'm gonna go a little step further, right? In Bukongo spirituality, white is the color of death, and black is the color of life. This is why sometimes I disagree with the moles, right? That's another topic, right? So in our spiritual system, white is the color of death. Now, it's funny how Casper the ghost and anytime you see a ghost representation, it's always white, right? And if you go even a bit further, right? Why did the KKK wear white robes? Why did they resemble so-called ghosts? Is there a chance that they understood that there were some quote unquote Africans that see these people as being spirits or the dead or evil spirits? I'm just gonna leave it there.
No, go ahead on,
Go ahead
bro,
on.
because I'm
Because
following
I'm
you on
following.
that. Go ahead.
No. I'm just I'm just gonna leave it there for a reason for now.
Okay, so we can go into
So we can
more
go
work.
into more work.
Don't you hold that
Don't you
shit
hold
back,
that
man.
shit back. No, I'm not holding nothing back. I'm just saying, like, because it's, these topics are very, you know yourself. You've been around for a minute, for a long time, so this topic are very, very vast. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to leave. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, like, just trying to leave it out there. That it's kind of funny that, like I said, in Congo we call them Mindele, evil spirits. In our spiritual systems, white is the color of death. And next thing ghosts are always represented as whites. The KKK go around in freaking white robes that resemble so-called ghosts with the pointy hats and stuff. I don't know if there's a link to it, but it's a bit funny to me. So yeah, to answer the brother's question, yeah, so you would say they are evil spirits that manifested themselves in so-called human form today. Without, like I said, I don't want to sound spooky or sound pseudo, because I try not to be that, you know what I mean?
But see,
But
the thing
see,
is, though, the reason I found out that people be calling things pseudo is because they don't understand it or it's new to them. So things that your family and your culture has been practicing for years and years and years, how can you explain that to us and we call it pseudo? You know what I mean? That's not
that's not
understanding.
understanding. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I do think like the word has been thrown around a bit too much recently. You know what I mean? But at the same time, there's good reason sometimes to use the word, but sometimes it's, yeah, people try to stretch it a little bit. Like I said, the fear of the unknown and so on and so forth, and that's another aspect as well for those the naysayers that's really hard on with the science, right? Is they they know these things, like, not to bring up his name again, right? But brother Ankh, he knows the history of modern science is always evolving. So what you call pseudo today might not be pseudo in 50 years or 100 years, and that goes back forever, right? Once upon a time, the so-called scientists, the so-called scholars in Europe believed the earth was flat. You will fall off the earth if you went too far. But they quick learned that was nonsense, right? And through observation, through tests, and so on and so forth. So, like, you're absolutely right. So the fear of the unknown, and they can't explain. Like I said, once again, it's like a from a Mindele world view. We look at these things. You know what I'm trying to say? Oh, this don't make sense. This spirit thing makes no sense. This is pseudo. There's no such thing as spirits. But then every single day you breathe air, an element that you never see, right? You can feel it. You feel the wind, and what those and that's the one thing I also agree. I guess one of the things I agree with the most, which is, or some of the most, which is, we need to learn the etymon of the word, its etymology of certain words. Spirits simply means breath, life. So I don't know why people try to make the word very spooky when we talk about spirits, So that's what it is.
Okay. So can these etymology books be subjective?
Pardon?
These etymology books can be subjective, a form of
You're kind of going in and out.
All right. Can these etymology books be a form of said subjectivity?
I mean, everything kind of is, or should I say, most thing kind of can be, and are to a certain extent. You know what I'm trying to say? So, but I'm just saying, like, etymology give us a good reference point to the origin of some of the words that we're using.
And the reason why I asked that, because I notice people only use the etymology books when it plays in favor of them. So now I would have to ask, when was the first etymology book written, and what words was in it? Because anything after that first etymology book is pretty much an add-on, because now you add on words. Just like people be going in the Webster dictionary, the same definition that might have been in the Webster dictionary back then, it might not be the same now because of improvement and enhancement. So we gotta watch how we just try to use, like, yo, we look up the etymology of this word and it says this, and that's absolute. No, that's not absolute.
I mean,
I mean,
I
does
mean,
that
you're
make
right.
sense? That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
That makes perfect sense. But like I said, right, it's not absolute all the time, but it can be absolute sometimes.
Okay, so now we playing a 50-50 game. You can be absolute sometimes, but you can be non-absolute sometimes. So now we playing a 50-50. So what
No, we're
decides
playing.
what
I'm just
decides
being
that
realistic.
right, right.
Repeat that again.
I said, so you said, hold up, let me make sure I heard you right. You said sometimes absolute is right and sometimes absolute is not right, correct?
No, what I said right. What I said was sometimes it is absolute. Like you can be like it can't be absolute all the time, but it can be absolute sometimes.
Okay, so in other words,
So because of human error
okay, so in other words,
and human bias.
okay, bet. So in other words, it can be absolute sometimes, and then the other times it cannot be absolute in so many words. Yes or no?
Yes, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, just follow, man. Just rock with me. Okay, so therefore now we dealing with 50-50, right? Absolute or not absolute. So now
I would I wouldn't
what I'm asking,
no, sorry to cut you. I would say I wouldn't know how to uh quantify that in the sense that if it's 50-50 or not. You know what I mean? It's hard to just put that, like make it cliche like that, because I don't know, it might be 60-40, 70-30. I don't know. You know what I mean?
but
On
let's be
either
fair,
way, and
right?
you know.
Anytime we have one topic and that topic can be split into percentages, either you got a half, you got quarters, 3/4, and so forth. But at the end of the day, it still makes a whole. And like I'm saying, okay, it's 50-50. Absolute, non-absolute. So with that being said, when do we decide what is absolute and what is not? Or is
Good
that just a
question, but
go ahead, bro.
um, I would say, right, whichever side can provide the most primary evidence or academic evidence. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. So if you want to say something is absolute, come with a proof. You know what I mean? So when you going back to what we kind of started with the etymology, right? I'm sure it goes through a thorough what's it called, research and scrutiny to make sure there's very slim, um what's it called, slim, I guess, opportunities of where it could be wrong, you know, but there's always room for improvement, you know, and that's what you see. That's why you have different what's it called, you have different what's the word I'm looking for, you know, you have different books and different volumes, you know what I mean? So, you know, so like you said earlier, from the first etymology book to today, there's been more words added, there's been improvement on some of the other word has been there, and been a consistency with some of the word also, you know. So that would be the best way I can explain it, I guess. I'm just saying, like when we use etymology, and not to go around in circles, right? Yes, it's not always the absolute, but at least it gives us a reference point. And then you can then do your own research and find out if whatever word, this word, for example, religion or spirit, if it really originate from that perspective, you know? So, yeah.
So absolute is subjective, in other words, in some
Yeah, you
cases.
keep yeah, you keep going in and out. I don't know if it's only me, but
I said absolute, subjective in some cases, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just making sure you was up, so you can stop this echo. So, with that being said, who decides? Who decides then? Who decides the outcome?
The evidence speak for itself. Like I said earlier, the strongest evidence speak for itself or speak louder. You know,
But doesn't some evidence have limitation?
I've somewhat sorry.
So doesn't evidence have limitation?
It depends what you mean by limitation.
You can only go as far as
I mean, if you're talking, for example, if there's been a, and I don't want to use this example, but that's the only one that came to my mind. Right? If there's been a murder, right, and then there's a video evidence of the person, you can see the face, everything, you know, what the person was wearing, which way they came from, which way they ran from, which car they got out of, which car they got into, and which way they drove off towards. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't see the limitation there.
substantial evidence.
Right. Okay. That's what I mean to clarify what you mean, like by evidence.
That's substantial evidence. That means we have a point of view. So now I'm asking you for some substantial evidence to when a person can say this is absolute and this is not.
I mean, I just have to go back to what I kind of said earlier, like, which is once again, like, whichever can bring forward the best primary sources or the most primary sources to make the case. So if me and you are going back and forth regarding a specific area or topic, right, and you saying one thing, I'm saying the other, right, we will have to go to the evidence. So we'll have to go to, first of all, how many primary sources can you pull up to back your claim? And I'm going to have to do the same. And then you can go down to secondary sources. You know what I'm trying to say? So, and then you go to what does academia says.
So would I be considered as
say that again, sorry, bro. I didn't hear you.
Oh, me. Would I be considered as a primary source, depending on the conversation at hand?
I mean, depending on, I mean, if you're witness to a crime, then yeah, you will be a primary source. But if we're talking about, I guess, what's it called? For example, some of the topics we spoke about today, you would be more of a secondary source.
All right. So let me ask you. Keep your mic up real quick.
All right, one sec. All right.
So let me ask you this. I just asked you, can I be considered as a source? You said no. But the conversations that we had earlier, since I was there to witness that, I will be the closest to a primary source, which is secular. So now I'm asking you, how can I not be a primary source when I'm speaking for me? Nobody else is speaking for me. Because the things that we call primary source today, some of that shit is written secondary hand. So that's why I say, why can't I be a source?
No, you can absolutely be a source. But if we're speaking about academia, right, we're talking about different topics. So some of the topics we're spoken about, unless you were there yourself at that particular time, right, then no, like you are a second source. You read that from someone else, and you then brought forward your own thoughts or your own ideas or your own belief or your own understanding of it. Basically, your conclusion out of it. You know what I mean? But if we're talking about how you feel about it, or if we talk about, for example, how does that affect you now or whatnot, right? You can say then you are a primary source to it. So if we talk about, for example, the slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade, right? You wouldn't be you're not a primary source to it because you weren't there when they say it was happening. You would be a secondary, so you are a remnants. Okay, I'm just saying, not you per se, because I know where you stand, right? I'm saying,
I understand what you're saying, but all right, let me ask this question though. I wasn't there per se,
right?
but mute up the mic, so I'm gonna let you go back in. I wasn't there per se to witness that, but my peoples them was there in this time, in this era, to witness that. So now what I'm asking you, they will not, in my bloodline who was there at that time, would not be considered primary sources?
No, I mean, yes, your ancestors that were going through it or witness it firsthand, right, are the primary sources. You would be secondary.
To me, would that also primary source?
Yeah, I think yeah, you there's no way you can be a primary source to the transatlantic Atlantic slave trade because you weren't there. You wouldn't know how it feels to walk around with chains around your neck and your ankle, and how it feels to get whipped by a bullwhip or whatnot. You know what I'm trying to say? So, you know what I mean? So, but we can believe, or we can respect, and we can take into consideration what perhaps some of your ancestors may have endured, but you would still be secondary because you're going from their perspective.
Okay. Just like you're talking right now from their perspective, you're assuming that they went through hardship or that they came across like this and like that. You're assuming that, right? Because you
mean,
don't have a primary source. So your primary source will be somebody who actually went through that, from what you're telling me. Right?
correct, correct. Well, that's why I said maybe some of your ancestors.
No, some of your ancestors.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of my ancestors definitely went through that. They went through what you call the transatlantic slave trade. Absolutely.
And some of your ancestors might have been from over here.
Uh, I don't know about being from over there, but I know they went over there.
Remember when I asked you, bro, when I said a statement in the chat, you was like, nah, OTK, I don't believe that. I said, bro, I can prove that. You said, man, you gonna have to prove it. And remember, we was supposed to then get up. We was trying to find each other, but we just kept running into each other on Top Cats. You remember that?
Correct.
Right. It was a question that I told you. It was a statement that I made, and you was like, you got to prove that. Do you remember that question?
Somewhat, yeah, somewhat remember. But I know where you're going with this, but yeah, you still need to prove it.
Go ahead, real quick. What you my dog, man. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, just touching on what you were implying, right? What you were trying to say at the time, and I guess that's where you still stand on now, right? You're still gonna have to prove how some of my people came from the Americas, and then, do you know what I mean, and find their way back to Congo, to be specific. That's gonna be interesting, if not
Whoa.
for you to do.
I told you that it was people taken from South Carolina to Europe and to Spain and to Africa. And I told, remember, and you was like, man, you gotta prove that.
No, but that's a different premise. That's very.
But that was my whole.
No. We have to be specific. You said, or what I remember and what I understood was, people from Congo, or what you would call Congo people, right? Somehow, some of them were in the Americas, in the South, particularly, right? And somehow found themselves throughout Europe and so on and so forth, and then found themselves back to Congo.
No,
Oh, okay, but that's what I thought you were trying to imply. But if you're talking about, we know there were natives or indigenous people in the Americas that were taken to different parts of Europe and Spain to be exact first, and then they would, we know this. I mean, I would never argue against that, because that would be just stupid, to be honest.
Guys, that's bullshit, because full 5 months ago on Top Cat, you was like, man, you got to prove that. And I was waiting to prove that to you. I was like, man, I'm gonna catch the guys. And remember, you came up on top. Like, OTK, open the knowledge, jump join the panel. And Top Cat was like, hold on. This ain't because my boy OTK be over there with Unscrambled Minds, right? This ain't over no female, right? Now, I'm going to ask you again, do you remember what our conversation was that I said, and you was like, you got to prove that, OTK. And I say, okay, when I prove it, I think I said something like, are you going to be an Indian from there on out? I think I said something dumb.
I mean, I got to say, your mind is still very sharp, bro.
Huh?
I say you still got a very sharp mind. Like, your mind is sharp. I mean, I remember the conversation, absolutely. Not every details, but maybe there was a misunderstanding, because how I understood it was, you was gonna try to prove or claim that you could prove that, because I was trying to be specific. I said people in Congo, I think I was speaking and I was describing certain things and saying certain things, and you said, oh, perhaps some of your people came from over here. So I was like, okay, came from over where? Oh, came from over here in the Americas. I'm like, okay, but well, you're gonna have to prove that. You're gonna have to prove that some of my people, right? When I say people, I mean people that in Congo, from Congo, came from the Americas.
But you know what? What that sounds like? That sounds more like that, because he has more. That sounds like something my brother would bring to you, because he might have more info on that to prove that. I wouldn't say nothing that I can't prove. You see what I'm saying? I don't know my like that. So I know that's not.
I mean, 100%. So I think it was just a bit of misunderstanding. That's all it was, I think. But you can still, I mean, I'm the same, right? I would not try.
Before I
Say that again, sir.
said, let me trip you out. Before I came out and said anything about the Indian slave trade, I started with my own state in South Carolina. And the reason why I started in South Carolina, because everybody kept saying and talking about my state, Charleston, about, oh, this is where the most slaves came in at, and this and that, and So I say, you know what, man, I'm this close to this. I know most of the history here, and what I'm hearing now don't match up to what I grew up on around here. So with that being said, that's when I started bringing out the Indian slave trade. And when I started with the Indian slave trade, um it came up with multiple thoughts. Like I can ask you a question right now and just give me a yes or no answer. Do you think that more slaves was taken, more American Indians was taken out of South Carolina than Africans was brought in during a certain period of time?
You're gonna have to be more specific because I'm sure during
I'm
certain
being
period of time.
specific as I'm being specific. Just answer yes or no.
No,
I'm just throwing that question out.
but like I said, it's hard for me to answer that because if you go to a certain time period or certain date, right? I'm sure you can show there were more people taken out from the South or South Carolina, right, than certain parts of Africa. But if you're talking about overall, then no, there's
Listen to my question. I said at a point in time that it was more American Indians shipped out of South Carolina than Africans was brought into South Carolina during a certain time period. Yes or no?
I can't answer yes or no. It depends depends on a specific dates.
Okay.
Depending
And
on a
see,
specific
the
date.
only reason
Yeah,
why
of
you saying
course.
that is because you know me.
I mean,
And
because
you
I
know
know
I
for the fact, because I know for the fact, right? Sorry to cut you, but I know for the fact, right? When you look at the record, right, you can see the numbers. There's on certain dates, right? You can see where more slaves or Indian slaves were taken out from certain places, and was taken out. Then there were more. Then there was more Indian slaves that were taken out a certain time period than there was Africans brought in, right? Especially in the beginning, right? In the beginning of the so-called slave trade, you see this thing. You see more going out from the Indian side than you see Africans. Now, when you get more towards the middle points of the slave trade, you're seeing a lot more Africans coming in than it is Indians going out.
right.
That including South Carolina.
Okay. Well, let me tell you this. Nobody was tough in the community. When I brought it out, like I said, man, you know what? I'm tired of people talking about South Carolina like they're here. They talking about the Stono Rebellion and all this, but the Stonos are Indians. That name come from Indians, and they trying to give all the credit to somebody else, but no, they was together, and that's what I'm
Oh,
doing. Like,
can I ask you a question?
you can't credit things to one side. You gotta credit things to both sides because a lot of things in South Carolina got done together in unity. Go ahead.
Right. The question I was gonna ask you, because you've been very specific. You're talking about the Stoner Rebellion, right? And that is a very key, very important rebellion, right, in American history. And matter of fact, I would say, from my perspective, in African resistance against oppression and slavery, right? So you said those were Indians. Can you be more specific? For example, can you tell me what language were they speaking?
It was not all. Actually, it was not all African.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now the
Right.
leader,
It was not all African. I said it was mixed, and plus the Stonos were Indian. I said the name Stono came from the Stono Indians.
that's fine.
All that
There's
was
no
all
point,
that was on Indian land where all that happened at, bro.
bro. We can agree with that. We can also agree that the whole we,
Okay.
we
So
can
the
we can
reason
also
why
we,
I can say that the Africans chose to, let's just say that we can call them African Americans who supposedly uprose during the Stono Rebellion. The only reason why they did that because they knew the territory from the natives who was already here.
Okay, let's deal with, because we can come back to that. That's a great point you made, right? Let's
We can
deal
go
with
into
that.
that
So
later, though.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let me. I just want to clarify this, right? So we're both on the same page on certain things. We both agree that the word Stono is Indian of origin. We both agree that there were some people of Indian lineage or heritage that was involved in the
No,
in the
it
slave
was
trade.
some
In the
people of African lineage.
yeah.
Don't
Okay,
put
okay,
the
okay.
Indian last, put the Indian first. The Stono come through them.
Right. No, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I'm gonna go I'm gonna go, for example, to the leader of that rebellion. Would you say it was Indian?
Ooh, I don't know, man. But is it a possibility that he was mixed? Yes.
I mean, that's
No,
if that's the case, the possible. Okay, let me
We're
just
not
say
about
this.
to use this African because you got half African that you're African descent. No. If you're African, half African, and you're half Indian, you got the right to claim both. Okay. So let's go.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. But let's slow it down for a second, right? Because you're making a claim now. You're gonna have to prove that claim now, based on the evidence that's out there on the leader. It was Jimmy, right? Depending how you want to pronounce his name, I think it's Jimmy, the leader. Now, the leader of that rebellion, the Stoner Rebellion. Now, there were certain things said about these people. For example, the type of language they spoke. Most of them spoke Portuguese, right? Now, the type of religion practicing at the time. Most what? They were Catholics. There's a reason why I'm going down this road, right? And then, funny enough, pardon?
Keep going. Keep going.
Right? And then it's funny how they also claim that the leader of this rebellion, right, was from Congo. Or some sources will say Angola, but it's a misnomer because Angola, Congo is technically the same thing. Because we spoke the same language, we were intermarried, so it's basically the same thing, the same people. Angola and Congo is basically the same people. It's a misnomer created, a division created by Europeans, right? So, and the reason why I'm saying this is very key, because guess what? Like we spoke earlier, right? Guess what? The people in Congo also did what? They spoke Portuguese and they were Catholics. So it's kind of funny how the leaders of the Stoner Rebellion, where a lot of the so-called enslaved Africans were taken to, also spoke Portuguese, and they spoke Portuguese and they were Catholics. You know, so that's very interesting, like to see the comparison. So we can see there's no, you know what I mean? There's no funny business going on there because you can see on both sides of the fence.
Okay, it's crazy that speaking post or whatever like that.
Because remember, South Carolina at the time, who was it? Okay, go ahead.
Say they were speaking Portuguese or something like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. Don't you know that the Spanish period, Portuguese, which is a form of Spanish, or all of these are a form of Italian. So let's keep it like that. They're just different dialects. But don't you know that the Yamasee stopped the Spanish from coming all the way up? So the Spanish never got all the way. Yes, traded. Yes, they traded, but they never got all the way up to colonize all the way up into South Carolina. In fact, the parts that they did accomplish to get, they accomplished that on the map, and they call it Love Florida. And parts of that is what we call Georgia today. Let's be for real. Georgia is a split between the Carolinas and Florida. How Florida was. So Spanish didn't come all the way up here. You see what I'm saying? So this is what we keep trying to tell everybody, like that Spanish speaking stuff. Wherever they went at and they colonized that, wherever they set up shop at, people ended up.
Okay, I see where you're going with this, but I see where you're going with this respectfully, but I think you're stretching it a tiny bit respectfully. And the reason why I'm saying that is because French also is a Romanized or Latinized language, but French and Portuguese are different. I speak French. If a Portuguese person speak to me, I'm not gonna understand them unless if they say certain words that's very similar to French words. Same thing with Spanish. Now, anyone that speaks, for example, my woman speaks, funny enough, right? My queen, right, comes from Angola. She speaks Portuguese. I'm Congo. She's from Angola, right? So she speaks Portuguese. I speak French, right? When she speaks Portuguese, I can't understand a word that she says. But guess what? Anyone that speaks Portuguese and Spanish can tell you it's also different. They have similar words and similar things, but the majority of the language is different. This is why there's a difference, obviously, right? So when we're talking about these specific slaves that rebelled during the Stono Rebellion, they spoke strictly Portuguese, not Spanish. In that you can go through almost every single thing that was written, primary sources now that was written at the time describing these 20 odd or more people that rebelled, right? They spoke Portuguese, not Spanish, meaning these were slaves that were bought or taken from Portuguese slave traders, not Spanish. They didn't come from Spanish slave traders. And they were Catholics. We understand that the Spanish also were Catholic as well. But the fact that they spoke Portuguese is very key. It's not the same, per se, the same language. It's not like you're trying to say, oh, or for example, right now, I'm speaking, or you would say English, in a sense, British English. You're speaking American English. And someone in Australia will be speaking Australian English. But we're still speaking English. We can still communicate. There might be certain words that you use in America and we use over here that may be different, have a different meaning, but the base of the language is the same. We can both communicate like is, hey, you know what I mean? The only difference is the accents, right? But when we talk about Spanish and Portuguese, these are basically two different languages that have a similar origin, but they're different languages. And that's very key to me. So where did these people learn Portuguese from? Where did they come from?
Okay, I'm about to tell you. Mute up real quick, and I'm gonna tell you where they learned Portuguese from. They damn sure ain't learned Portuguese from those South Carolina or from those slave fucking posts in the South or up north. They didn't learn no Portuguese from up that way, bro. Portuguese was strictly down south. Spanish talking period was down south, bro. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, let me. Oh man.
Now my point is right. My point. Sorry to cut your wisdom. My point is this, right? Right. Go ahead.
So they got so many stories about this Jimmy dude you're talking about with the JEMMY, who supposedly led this Stono Rebellion, right? Cato. We can call him Cato in other words. Okay.
Yeah, go
Okay.
go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, that's Wikipedia, but yeah, go ahead, go ahead. It's cool. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. Well, let's start with Wikipedia, man. You know, and then we can tap on the footnotes. So, do you
Go
know
for
that
it.
it said that he led, supposedly that he led 20 other Congolese who may have been former soldiers in an armed march from the Stoney River, and they was headed to Spanish Florida. Where in Florida, fugitive slaves could become free.
Okay.
So that's how they fucking learn Spanish.
No, Portuguese. No, 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 no.
Oh,
They they knew they
Hold on. Brother, hola como estás? Ustedes, señorita, is still the same, whether it's Portuguese or whether it's Spanish or whether it's Italian. It's just the way that you use it. It still means the same goddamn thing. Hello, how are you?
no, 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 no. Like I said, right? Speak to anyone that speak those languages, they would tell you Spanish and Portuguese are different languages. Now they have similar words. Like I said, right? Same thing with the French. I fluently speak French. That doesn't mean I can have a full-on conversation with a Spanish-speaking person or Portuguese person. That's not going to happen. Of course. So it's a it's the same thing. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, right? If you get a person, like I said before, right? My woman, right? My lady speaks Portuguese. When she watches a Spanish show, she has to put in the subtitles. Now she may understand the words or the overall conversation that's happening in whatever movie. She without the subtitles, she would understand it. But she speaks fluent Portuguese. She's Angolan. Do you get me? So you're gonna have to explain why is that? Why is people that speak Portuguese or vice versa, they can't fully understand each other? And then if you go back, right, if you go back into the history, you will see that the Spanish and the Portuguese have their own respective agendas. You know what I'm saying? They have their own respective what's it called? Goals and whatever you want to call it. So they weren't the same people. They were warring at times. We know the Portuguese and the Spanish was warring a lot of the times.
And it's just
so my point is, sorry, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna land it here, right? My point is these. My point is right. These people, they speak Portuguese either because they were bought from Portuguese slave traders or they were stolen, because you know there was a lot of slave raids and stuff, like the Spanish those would be, yeah, the pirates, yeah, exactly. So they were either stolen from Portuguese, army or slave traders, or they were bought from Portuguese slave trade. That's why this specific group of people spoke Portuguese and not Spanish and not English. Well, yeah, not English or not French or whatever. They spoke specifically Portuguese in a Spanish-controlled area. They weren't like the other, I guess, slaves at the time around there that probably spoke or they were learning to speak Spanish. They spoke Portuguese. When they were attacking, these people was talking to each other in Portuguese, not in Spanish. And that's, to me, is very key to, and this is why, like I said to you earlier, you can read most primary sources regarding this rebellion, right? And then specifically the leader of it. It will take you back to Congo. It would always, I'm talking about, when I say most, I mean like 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 sources would take you back to Congo.
Mute your mic real quick. Because going further into this article, once it start talking about how you recruited slaves and all of that, they got defeated by the South Carolina militia by the Edisto River, which today is still the Edisto, and it's a town called Edisto. It's Indians called Edisto Indians, which are today. The survivors traveled You know what I mean? And the ones that was captured was executed. The surviving few was sold to markets in the West Indies in response to the rebellion. You know, and that led to the Negro Act of 1740. So now, when I click on the West Indies, do you know what the West Indies show, my brother? Huh?
Of course, in the
I'm
In
gonna
the
let you
Caribbean,
know.
yeah.
The West Indies is a subregion of North America, surrounded by the North American Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, 13 independent island countries, 19 dependencies, 3 archipelagos, Greater Antilles, Lesser Antilles, and the Lucayan Archipelago. So, ethnic groups: American, which is American Indian, which I claim, Afro-Caribbean, White Caribbean, Indo-Caribbean, Latino-Hispanic, Spanish, Portuguese, Mezzo, Mulatto, Pardo, and Zambo, Chinese, Jewish, Arab, Javanese or Havanese, Hmong, multiracial. So these are the ethnic groups which you find. But you know what, my brother? And this what came up underneath him, underneath the Stono. So if he was a native African being born in South Carolina, or a native African period, whatever he being born at, why would they even bring up the West Indies where it say nothing about the Congo?
Well, like you just read, right? A lot of them, right, that rebelled, if not killed, they were sent there. They were sent there as form of punishment. Because we know for the fact, based on history, when you were sent to the Caribbean islands, it was one of the worst thing, if not the worst thing you can go through. So, for example, islands like Jamaica was known for being very harsh. The slave plantations in America, in Jamaica, you can. I mean, I don't like to compare the level of suffering or pain or whatever, right? Because we all went through it. You know what I'm trying to say? But what history says tell us that not just Jamaica, but I'm just using Jamaica, right? Jamaica was very, very harsh. You know, the slaves, that's why you see Jamaicans nowadays, they are the way they are, in a sense, because their ancestors went through hardship. I'm talking about punishment. And same thing with the island of Haiti. So a lot of the rebellious slaves were sent to Jamaica or Haiti. You know, so that was just a form of punishment if they weren't killed. I can go further, and if, for example, you can speak about people like Bookman, for example. He was what's it called, a rebellious so-called slave from Jamaica that got sent to Haiti because he was too bad and they couldn't contain him and they didn't want to kill him, which may enrage the people or the slaves in Jamaica, right? They sent him to Haiti. And guess what he did when he went to Haiti? He even influenced more people in Haiti to rebel. Until they killed him, he got killed in Haiti. You know what I mean? So that's all that is. That don't take away from the fact that the person or the people we're talking about, these people spoke Portuguese and history. According to academia, all the sources, you're gonna have to show me academia or sources that say that these people were not that, or Jimmy was not of African descent or came from Congo.
No, that would be that would be your defense. Shit,
No, my
historians over here. Shit, historians over here. You
over
don't have to prove that he came from somewhere else.
No. It's not
That's
about
not my.
no. It's not. We're not talking about him coming from somewhere else. The fact of the matter is, he must have been born in South Carolina. But we can say his ancestry.
Man, come on, man.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about his
Born
ancestry.
African?
His ancestry was
Full-blooded?
his ancestry. I'm talking about the primary sources of people at the time in the 1700s. These people describe this man as an African from Congo. That's how they described him. They didn't describe him as a native.
Okay.
Right.
There you go. So that's why I tell you the proof on you.
No,
They
no,
describe them. Hold up. They describe them as a person that looks like he from the Congo.
not look like it is. It was not looked like. We're not going to play semantics.
That he was.
No, we're saying the reason why.
I can prove to you that he's from America.
No, that's playing semantics, right? And this is the reason why I'm saying.
That's not playing proof, bro.
No, let me explain. Let me explain to why I'm saying that it's a bit of semantics, right? Because like I said to you, right, for example, right, Portuguese and all these languages don't already, unless you're one of those American Indian, because I know there's some wild, respectfully, that believe Portuguese, that they believe Portuguese, Spanish, French, English, freaking Latin, Greek, all came from the Americas. I don't think you're one of those brothers. But if you was, that's going to be a total different argument.
No, I'm not one of them.
Okay.
I'm open to whatever. I haven't ran across that. So I say,
okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But that's very suitable. That's fair enough. But
right.
As far as we know, Portuguese do not come from the Americas. It came from a different.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Right. As far as we know, Portuguese do not come from the Americas. So these people, like us, I'm going to stay on that point. They spoke Portuguese. So you taught them. So if this person, hold on a second, please. If these people were Native Americans or they were indigenous to that land or they were Indians, right? Who taught them Portuguese? How did they learn Portuguese? At what time period?
Okay. Now you have to speak.
Pardon? What'd you say, bro?
My bad. You say they were speaking Portuguese. Now you have to show me that they were speaking Portuguese.
But once again, it goes back to the first reports and written what's it called? Written reports at the time that claims and that says that these people, and including Jimmy, spoke Portuguese. Hence why, because if you're trying to deny that, are you going to deny the Negro Act happened after the rebellion?
I'm not denying anything. You're telling me that he was Portuguese. It said that he was born in America. He was fighting against British in the South Carolina militia. Moved to Florida area. And then on some gangster shit also. But now, if you ask me, that's how he learned how to speak. He probably can speak a bunch of other languages.
I mean, now you're going towards assumptions. We're not going to do it because we can all assume like, oh, this person.
Show me where he was writing anything and he was speaking in Portuguese.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say, right?
But then you're going off the assumption.
Now what you're doing, you're creating this. That's what I'm trying. You're pushing back on the evidence that's been presented by even what you pulled up yourself. The first paragraph of what you pulled up regarding this man, right? This ancestor, right? It tells you right there, African, possibly or most likely coming from
America.
But it's still an African. So okay, let me ask you a question, right? Right now, just 1 minute, please. Yeah. Right now, you have lions, African lions in American zoos in New York and so on and so forth, right? Are you going to say those lions that came from Africa, like the Serengeti, came from Kenya, came from South Africa, came from Congo, came from what's it called, Ethiopia, or different regions in Africa, right? And now they were born in a zoo in America. Do they stop being African lions? Are they now American lions?
No, they bloodline is African, but their nationality would be American.
How does that make sense? Yeah, but okay.
Bloodline is African. You're born here.
Right. Okay. Let me put this another way. Right. I've got siblings.
The name American was only a until a certain time period. Anybody who was born in the United States of America.
Okay. Let me ask you another question then. Are you trying to imply that your nationality has a greater importance than your bloodline? Because I'm sure you guys teaches bloodline.
I'm not saying none of that.
Okay, then. So what's more important to you then? What's more important to you, nationality or bloodline?
My bloodline.
Okay, then. So if proof or if the record says that his bloodline, Jimmy, was African and very much likely from Congo, then what does that make him?
But see, I don't have that problem. When you ask me that question, I could answer to tell you the truth because my bloodline is where I'm from. So I could answer both of the questions right. So I don't have that problem. I didn't come from nowhere else. My family didn't come from nowhere else here. You understand what I'm saying? We always been here as far as the 1700s. We've been here. So when it comes down to that type of question like that, bro, I'm both. So my bad. I understand you was trying to get me to answer that question so you can do a comparison. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I would just try to go straight to the point because we have to understand where we kind of standing or where we're standing with certain things. So if we're speaking about bloodline, to me it doesn't matter what you could be born on the moon. That don't make you an alien. You are a human being of whatever ethnic background on Earth that happen to be born on the moon. Like Malcolm X said, if you put kittens in the oven, do they become biscuits? That's
So
very
I
deep.
will go that fucking moon though.
But do we then, okay, now you're going into the science and the evolution. Now you do understand that
Right?
but do we then agree that when for your DNA to change like that, right? It takes a long period of time. It doesn't happen overnight. No. You do believe in evolution because you I'm sure the man that you are today is not the same man.
I don't believe in evolution. I'm anti-theorist.
No, but that's what I feel. Oh man, I like talking to you, bro. I like it, man. Right. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. I'm back in 1 minute. Yeah, 2 minutes. All right, bro. 1 second.
I appreciate my dog. It's fucking 3 o'clock here. They 5 hours behind. So what time? It's like early as fuck in the morning over there where he's from. It's 7 hours in, man. We going on a marathon, man. Happy Turkey Day to y'all. I would say happy Thanksgiving, but ain't no goddamn Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? To all my Americans, all y'all out there, happy American Indian Day, Heritage. Y'all know it really started at Halloween all the way to Thanksgiving, man. And I'm willing to do a show with somebody to show them that it was really a month long. Thing, so. Word. You back, bro?
Did the other brother drop off as well? He looks like he dropped off, right?
Yeah. It's just me and you. So.
Ah, right, because I wasn't looking and stuff. But yeah, man, this is what I'm saying. This conversation must be had. You know what I mean? And you know, for me, it's like I'm definitely one of those people. Like, I don't just believe what I believe in, and that's it. I like to believe. I know I'm a truist. So, if you can provide evidence, strong evidence, preferably primary sources, right? I'm gonna go with it, regardless if it goes against my belief or what I stand for. But I feel like sometimes on these YouTube streets and social media, regardless what you put forward, that person or whoever you're speaking to gonna find something to not agree with. Like, you know what I mean? So that's what tends to happen. And I feel like when we're talking about these type of things, what we talked about just like the past 10-15 minutes, right, regarding the Stono rebellion, I mean, you have people that was there at the time when things happened, writing about it. You don't get more specific and more better sources than that. These people are writing, they're telling you what they saw, they're telling you what they endured, they're telling you what happened afterwards, the aftermath of it, right? We know these things, but then you're gonna have people that's gonna discredit all of that, and then when you ask them for better evidence to prove otherwise, you don't get it. I don't get it. I don't see it. Respectfully, I don't see it. So for you to disprove the claims or the evidence that was put forward for Jimmy and the Stoner Rebellion, you're gonna have to show stronger evidence that prove otherwise, not just assumptions and what you believe. And you know what I'm trying to say? Assumption, yeah, but he was born in America, yeah, but the area was an Indian area, and then therefore he must have been an Indian, and therefore this. No, like show it in writing, show it. Pardon?
I didn't never say because it was an Indian place and the Stonos are named after Indians and it must have been Indian. I said no. I said the Stono are Indians. We still have that name here today. Stono River, all of that. I said that the people in that rebellion was mixed up. You agreed with that. Yes or no? Did you or did you not?
I definitely agree with that. But I also said the leader. That's why I went straight to the leader. But there's more written about him than there is about anyone else.
You can't judge the group off the leader.
Right. And I'm just looking.
The group is because what the leader is. Let's be for real. Damn, the leader of Islam was half white and half black. But he was telling people, hey, look, don't y'all mess with the white devils. So you can't go off that. The leader
the reason why yes, absolutely. But the reason why I'm saying the leader, because that seems to be more of the person that's the driving force behind it. So, and that's the person also in this instance. For example, right, if there was more written about the other participants, right, in this rebellion, then of course you can go to other people. Like you said, you can go to those that was more of mixed heritage. You can go to those that was, I guess, full-blooded Indians. I'm sure there was full-blooded Indians that was involved. But based on the records, based on the evidence, it says Africans. These people are called Africans. They're not called mixed. They're not called mulattoes. They're called Africans. And especially the leader, he was the one that got harshly punished compared to the rest, right? Because he's the leader, right? He was said to be. Say that again, brother. Sorry.
They use the word Negro too.
They use the word Negro for whom?
No, I'm just saying they use the word Negro back then for people, not just African.
I mean, I mean, yes. I mean, bro, come on now. We know Negro. You know, Spanish, Portuguese. It means dark skinned person, and so on and so forth. Now, if you go to the definition, it mostly applies to people of African background, but it can apply to someone in India that's dark skinned. It could be a Negro, or if it's a female, Negra. You know what I'm trying to say? Dark skinned person. But when we talk about this specific people, they are described, and they even telling you where these people or the leader came from, or his ancestry, most of his ancestry came from, which was African, and to be more specific, which was Congo. This is why you will see that. Why he could have said anything. He could have said, "Oh, his ancestry came from the Akan people," or it was Igbo. But there was, for them to be so specific, meaning they had enough evidence at the time to say, you know what, these people or this person here had strong ancestry from the people in Congo. And this is why all the evidence from that time says that. I'm not talking about today's breakdown of the secondary evidence. No, I'm talking about the primary sources at the time says that these people this person is Congolese. Not Congolese, because obviously it's a new term, but this person is from Congo. This person is Mukongo, or whatever the word you want to use. That's what the primary sources at the time was saying. I'm not talking about today. So you're gonna have to disprove that and show greater. Yes, absolutely.
You're gonna have to disprove. No, bro, you're gonna have to prove that he is African, being born. They said that he's a native African. How can you be native African born in America? So you're gonna have to prove that, not me. I ain't say nothing about this dude. I was just talking about the name.
Right. But by the way, right?
You feel me? You brought up Jimmy.
Right. By the way, I just look, once again, you're gonna probably disagree, right? I looked at the etymology. Stono is actually come from Spanish Portuguese, which means stone. So you're gonna have to show me how is that Indian of origin, and from which language, which Indian language. I'm just saying, bro, that's what the evidence is saying here. It says Stono, you know, it's Spanish, Portuguese.
So I can write down that etymology. Got that from? So you can throw that shit over.
Right. That's cool, and I will do if you can tell me. I mean, I will throw it away if you can tell me which Indian language what does it come from?
Was Stono?
Yeah, Stono. STO.
Well, most of I'm gonna tell you that real quick. Before the five civilized tribes, the Stonos and the Siwi, Stonos, but it was Siwi and the Edo, all the boys, they started being all these other tribes, the Eddie Stono. They was naming themselves the river after these tribes. You know, understand what I'm saying? So, whether it's European, or whatever, they named it after native. So, with that being what else? What else you want to tell you? So yes, that word is native. Is a native word. And,
I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that point.
Interpret.
Because, like I said, okay.
My bad.
No. I'm just saying we're just gonna agree to disagree because the etymology don't say nothing to do that it came from any type of Indian influence.
Yeah, I got you. But let me ask you this. How much Indian research do we have to put in etymology books? Because let's be for real. If these Christians and these Catholics went on a book burning crusade with the Mayans and the people they encountered in South America and in Central America before they even came to North America now. If they had book burnings there and the scriptures, stone buildings there, so I mean, how much of our history would they have to be documented in the etymology books?
That's a good point because there was a lot that was destroyed, right? But once again, I think it's
I
double
got
sword.
dictionaries, bro.
Right. Okay. I'm saying it's a double-edged sword that I think you're falling on your own sword in the sense that when you're speaking about South America and Central America, which as far as I understand is totally different to North America to the to a certain extent, right? So in those regions, you see greater evidence of civilizations. Matter of fact, you see even older what you call human being remains compared to North America. North America, I know some people like to say, oh, well, we have mound builders and we have some type of pyramids, but mound buildings compared to actually structures using stones that weighs over 50 ton is totally different.
Yeah,
It's
watch
two different
yourself.
things. Now I'm just
Okay.
saying mound building the okay, let me put it this way, right? The technology that was used, the technology that was used by mound builders and the technology that's used by people that's building pyramids are two the level is like
You would
someone
say
in the
mound
10th
building
grade.
was probably first, right?
Pardon?
You would say mound building was probably the first building place.
I mean, mound building, the technology was more primitive, yeah, compared to pyramid building.
Pyramid. Okay. All right.
Right. So I'm just saying, I'm just also trying to say that you have more because if you say man building, right, is older, which we both agree, but then you said they went on a book burning or crusade in South and Central America because they had more what you call civilizations. So they had writing system, they had temples that still stand to today. They had all these things, societies, they had roads, they had even some places they had sewers and so on and so forth, which you don't see that evidence in North America. So what really was destroyed when it comes to like if you talk about writing system, what was destroyed in North America, writing system wise?
Stop that, man. Stop that. Let's be for real, man. Half of these cities are built on shit. So let's just stop with that shit. Let's just say you going off of what you saw on TV. And I would have to say the same thing about Africa. Because I'm going off what I see on TV. But now I can go off what you saw. So don't give me no bullshit. So when somebody tell me something, I'd be like, nah, my homeboy said something different than what you saying. Don't speak me no bullshit, man.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go with what you're saying right now, right? So,
But no,
so
hold on. Let me finish real quick. Just chill. Put your phone on mute real quick.
go on, bro. Go on.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know, man, that I don't know nothing about this double-edged sword or that type of shit. What you talking about? But damn, how do I switch my goddamn camera around? Because yeah, matter of fact, hold on. I got something for you, man. All right, big boy. Got something for you now. Here we go. You can see that? Nagas?
I'm here, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, can you see that?
I can see it.
Dictionary of American Indian.
Okay.
So now, let's see if your etymology says this. Do you see what that says, bro? Huh? So now, if we see this in American Indian Dictionary, bro, you dead out here about your etymology about some Spanish shit. And then look at the year, 1562. This tribe of the Edisto, remember I kept talking about the Edisto? Were active around the present site of Charleston, South Carolina. Their village was raided by the English in the efforts to secure slaves in the early days of the settlement. So, who are really the Stonos? If they was raiding this place to secure slaves, who was the slaves they was raiding? Was any Africans brought to this place in 1562, bro? Please tell me this, because now you got to answer this. My boy told you, man, you was getting wrapped up by a fucking a cobra, bro. You know what I mean? A boa constrictor, man, and you fell for that shit. You fell for that shit, nigga.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you rock out. Go ahead.
But you fell for that though. I don't talk nothing that I don't know. If I don't know it, I say, you know what, bro? I don't know. Find out. So now, does my dictionary of the word stono from 1560 trump your etymology book? That's why I try to ask you what year your etymology book was. Go ahead.
Now, that was very cute. That was very good. You know, that was a stiff little jab that I think Top Cat would say, right? But what language is it written in? I mean, the letters. You talk about Stono, right? Stono clearly is an anglicized version of whatever you're trying to claim. So they called Stono, just like they weren't called Cherokees, and they were no. Hold on. No. I'm being very fair because that book, that book you just showed, right, is written.
Which one?
That book you showed, right? That book you showed is written in English, right? It's in English, right?
Oh, get the fuck out of here!
No. Just follow what I'm saying to you. Follow what I'm saying to you, right?
That's what I comprehend, bro. Why would I buy a book and something I don't comprehend?
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna ask you one or two questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can ask me, but when you ask me a question, then mute up. So I don't mute up. I don't you know what I mean, echo. But go ahead, bro.
Right. The reason why I'm asking, because the people you're talking about, the first people that will be writing about them, right, will be who? When I'm speaking about Europe, you are the first Europeans writing about the Stono people.
Not the Spanish and not the Portuguese. That's what you fail to understand.
I'm not feeling nothing. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you a direct.
It was the English and the British and the French. They will have more ties to where Carolina at all with the Buford. The Spanish didn't get no farther than Savannah, really, bro. What we call Savannah today, Georgia.
So I wish the British came to South Carolina.
Oh man, the British and the English been doing like they've been on the water because the forts and all that type like they really hold and I'm gonna tell you when they got a foothold because I'm talking about religion is when they really got a foothold. In my area in the 17 and it was French and like English, but they was hugging us. They was hugging us. Like that. And Moors that came up that. I'm speaking for my area, okay?
Okay, yes, but I'm speaking about just in general South Carolina, right? As far as I understand the history, right? The Portuguese, not the Portuguese, sorry, the Spanish and French, right? They were there, right, by around the 15th centuries, and they left around the 16th century.
Hold up.
And
they tried to fail.
But no, that's cool. That's what I'm explaining, right? They left around if they got run out, they got
brand out.
That's bro. I'm giving you I'm just saying what I said, right? I'm saying regardless if they left or they got run out, the fact of the matter is that they weren't in that area after the 16th century. They weren't there anymore. It became a British.
Who was there?
No, I'm talking about the Spanish and the French.
No, the French was still around. The Spanish never had no foothold. In this part of South Carolina, they tried, but it didn't work. I want to say they tried all that north, but that didn't work.
Yes,
but that didn't work. So they never could do it again. So what the Spanish did do was try to travel the coast. You hear me? Go ahead.
Right, because the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? The time period that was shown on the book that you showed, right? In that time period, if you look at it carefully, you would have had the Spanish still around. The British, they were. The Spanish was still in South Carolina in the 1500s, bro.
Whoa.
In the 1500s, they were still the Spanish people were still there. They were still a relevant of French French presence.
And you reading this right now. Now you switching from Spanish, Portuguese, to French. Which one you gonna do? Which one we gonna do?
Okay, let's stick to the Spanish. Yeah, I'm saying this. Yeah, I'm saying that the Spanish, there were still Spanish presence in South Carolina in the 1500s.
Okay,
and
what part?
But it wouldn't be. I can't give you a specific.
No.
I can't give you a specific area in South Carolina, but they were there.
Whoa. The reason why I told South Carolina because you got to understand on the 1500 maps, it was no Georgia. So what you could be talking about South Carolina could be parts of Florida or parts of Georgia today. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I understand. Like obviously, certain states or whatnot have changed and so on and so forth. Right? We get that. So for example,
I have to see maps first.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I guess we can move on. That's fair enough because we understand that South Carolina, right, was formed around the 1700s, right? So, but that doesn't mean that as a province, yeah.
No, it was always called the Carolina.
No, I'm talking about South Carolina specifically, not just Carolina.
Oh, when it got split apart.
Yeah.
South, yes, it became 13 colonies. 13 colonies, yeah.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. So obviously, my knowledge is a bit restricted on that. You probably know more than me on that subject, right? That's cool. But what I'm trying to say is based on that evidence that shows that obviously before the names even came about, right? Because we know South Carolina was established by the British, right? But as a name, as a colony, right? But we talk about 200-300 years before that, right? That there were Spanish presence. And funny enough, right, that correspond with the time you showed on that book, which was I think 15 something. Around the 1500s, there were still Spanish people in South Carolina.
Their presence was only for trade. They didn't
That's fair enough, but
when I told you that earlier, I said yes, trading with the Spanish, because the natives was trading with the Spanish from down. You feel me? Before the British them even came, they already had a lucrative. So what happened is when the Spanish tried to come up with their guns, that's when these natives started with the upper half of the northeast coast, and that's when they got guns. They got the force from the United States back.
Okay, all right.
So
Because
I'm gonna tell you like this. It was more of European countries warring against what stop the influence. So what I'm telling you is anywhere that set up shop and they stay there, they speak Spanish today.
right, bro. Because I was just gonna say, like, I'm just trying to be very kind of specific in the sense that, as far as I know or understand, the Spanish left the area at the end of the 16th century. The end of the 16th century. The source that you showed before, right? That is in the middle of the 16th century. So that still implies that the Spanish was around. So now maybe because you're trying to say of a specific area in South Carolina, the Spanish got run out of there. Maybe so, but all I'm saying is, regardless, the Spanish were there, so there could be an element that the Stono people you're talking about still had interaction or had earlier interaction with the Spanish before the British came along.
Listen, you got me up. I'm writing down everything.
I need to go because I start work at 10 o'clock today, so I need to go. But thank God I'm working from home today. So
nah, you good. You're gonna have to I'm gonna put these fucking maps. And I'm gonna show you what you got. So we can get a better what we talking about.
Right. I mean, you can have it. That's not, to be honest, right? The word itself, I'm not really worried about the word. You can have that. Still know if that means wherever it came from. That's cool. Yeah. No, you can. No, you can have it. But the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is that is just right. The fact of the matter is, right, you're just standing on one specific evidence that kind of prove perhaps your argument to say, you know what, the word is of Indian heritage. This thing happened in that area, so therefore, no. And you're trying to
deny they didn't have African heritage. I didn't never deny that. I didn't say that they were mixed up.
So why do you deny that could be mostly African? I mean, don't you think they will? Okay, put it this way, yeah. Were there people
that he was native South in America. I was just thinking like, man.
I mean, it depends how you look at it, because we both can agree, right? Language and the meaning of certain way we say certain things have a different meaning, right? So, for example, there's many examples today. You know what I mean?
And if we were speaking, Portuguese from the jump, Then that means his
I mean,
mama could have been of Latin to Latin.
yeah, but that then again you're going towards assumptions again. You're making up.
You asking me?
No, I'm not going to.
How Portuguese? You tell me
No,
how a native African born in America is speaking Portuguese. You make that make sense.
because like we both agreed earlier, and we both know which were happening in history. There were slave raids, there was pirates. So you had British pirates that were stealing Spanish slaves that were speaking Spanish. You had Portuguese pirates that were stealing and capturing Spanish slaves, and vice versa. So because we know this was happening all over the place. So that could be one of the explanations behind this group of people speaking Portuguese, but they are under Spanish rule. Because if these people were captured by the Spanish, or they were basically the captives of Spanish people, then more likely they were speaking Spanish to each other. They were speaking Spanish. The records would have said these people were speaking Spanish, to each other, or speaking Spanish with whoever the masters at the time, whatever, right? That's what the records would have said. But the records say they were speaking Portuguese. And why they were saying these people were speaking Portuguese? These people weren't speaking. These people weren't speaking Stono. I don't know what was the language, Stono Indian language. The key people in this rebellion were speaking Portuguese. And funny enough, like I said earlier, right? Funny enough that the people, the same place where the same place where they say his ancestry come from, the people there speak Portuguese too, and are Catholics as well. It's funny, right?
Oh, hold up.
It's funny because yeah. Say that again.
Yeah, say that again real quick.
Yeah, I said, right? It's kind of funny. They claim that this person or these people spoke Portuguese, and where they say he came from or his ancestry came from, the people there also were speaking Portuguese and were Catholics as well. So there is no mismatch there. So if where we come from or where his ancestry came from, the people spoke that language, already was speaking Portuguese and already was Catholics, right? And now a couple of years later, here comes this guy and he starts to rebel, and he also speak Portuguese and he's also Catholic, like his people before him he came from.
You know
what I'm trying to say?
You sound like my African them poppers from the Ivory Coast and that's French. Word. That's what you sound.
I don't know the brother respectfully. I wouldn't know what this person says, or
But I'm just telling you though, man.
Right.
For real. You said his mama. His ancestors. Mute up real quick, That's killing me, bro. All right. You say his ancestors them also spoke Portuguese too? Quick yes or no, Nagas. And then mute back up.
I said where they claim he came from, Congo, that the people that spoke Portuguese too. So that means his ancestry, he had a history in his ancestry of people speaking Portuguese. So it makes sense. So if they said he was from Nigeria and spoke Portuguese, nobody speaks Portuguese in Nigeria or in Igbo land or Yoruba. None of them speak Portuguese. But guess what? Where they speak Portuguese at? In Mozambique, in Africa. And guess where they speak Portuguese at? In what you call Angola today.
Okay.
And you also have Guinea-Bissau. But they said you also have Guinea-Bissau where they speak Portuguese. Yeah.
So all that. So now you're trying to correlate the language to say where he come from, because they speak Portuguese in all these countries. But let's be for real, dog. All these countries speak Portuguese because they've been conquered. They've been colonized. Hold up, mute up.
Yes.
Mute up. I'm gonna let you go back in. So I don't like how you trying to use that as a form to say, okay, Jimmy had to be from over here in Africa because he's speaking Portuguese. But let's be for real, bro. They was in the Caribbean islands and all of that. Mesoamerica, Central America, all that. Florida, way before they get up into real America. And they never got all the way up. So, with that being said, man, this Portuguese language, yes, they left a mark wherever they went. So that's why I'm telling you, that's how you know they didn't make their mark all the way up where I'm at. Because today we will still be speaking a form of Portuguese. Even if we mix it in with our native language, we will still be speaking a form of Portuguese. But no, bro, no. You know where that dialect stops at when you traveling up the south. You know where that dialect stops at. And that's all I'm trying to tell you. So don't use Angola. And then y'all like to use Angola too. But let's be for real. Is it not true that it was Indians and natives from South America and North America took him back to Angola? Didn't they have a Portuguese base out there in Angola where they was taking, they was bringing slaves from this side over that way too?
Okay, let me address the last thing you said, right? I'm gonna say no, but if, and that's a big if there were people directly transported to that part what you call Angola today, it would have been of very small numbers, and you're gonna have to show me the evidence of this, because what I know for a fact what happened is, when you're talking about that, like, you have to understand the Kingdom of Congo and what you call Angola is kind of unique. And I'm not just saying it because I'm from there. I'm saying it based on the people that's writing about these different kingdoms and different things that's happening, because it's one of the only place where you see people from Congo, they get taken to Europe, right? Some of them, they mix out there by most likely by force, right? Their offspring. So now it's mixed people now, right? That have Portuguese and Congo heritage. They come back to Congo with the colonizers to colonize the people there. And some of them are taken to Santo Tome, Cape Verde, and so on and so forth. Because if you speak to people from those islands, Santo Tome, and those that know the history anyways, they will tell you that, yeah, some of our ancestry goes back to Congo and Angola. Because that's what happened. So that's the only, when you talk about people getting brought back to Congo in that sense, as especially as conquistadors or as colonizers, those are people of mixed heritage. And you also have an element of Jewish people. So you have Sephardic Jews from Portugal also, because of the whole thing that's going on in Europe at the time, right, with the explosion of Jews and so on. So you also have them, that group of people also coming into maybe not mainland Congo, but they come into the outskirts. So they come into the islands like Cape Verde and Santo Tome, and maybe a small portion of them made it to the, because the mainland, it wasn't like, it's not like you're talking about how can I say, South Carolina, people are making it to the mainland. No, Congo at first, right, for the first couple of years, the Europeans didn't even go on the mainland like that. They never went to the mainland where you called Congo.
Right, they couldn't.
They stayed on they couldn't, exactly, right. So they stayed on the outskirts. It's only perhaps, I would say, 50 to 100 years later. Madagascar is on the other side. That's more on the east, southeast.
I know, but that gave them like refuge to within the boat.
Yeah, what you're right about is that the first, or what the history says, right? The first Portuguese sailor or whatever that made it to the Congo came from that. It came from around, because so-called they were coming from Asia or India, and they came around. That's the story they give, around Madagascar, South Africa, and they came around the coast and they made it to the entry of the Congo River, which is the Kingdom of Congo at the time.
That route.
Yes.
On through. And they also was
yes, they were. That's what they're trying to claim, right? That's what they claim. So yes, well, I'm going back to what you said, because you made a very and like I said, if the evidence shows it, I'm gonna have to accept it. But I'm just saying the evidence of natives or indigenous Americans directly. You mean that you're gonna have to show me the ships? Because I can show you the ships of thousands of people taken from Congo and taken in different places, Europe or the Americas. So now you're gonna have to show me okay, you're gonna have to show me evidence or ships, names or numbers or whatnot, right? Evidence of indigenous people indigenous people in the Americas getting taken to Congo. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Getting taken to Congo directly. So not stopping off. No. Okay, let me explain it once more time, because this is okay. Let me explain it. Yeah, let me explain real quick. Yeah.
Bottom of Congo.
You see, yes. So when you see when you talk about Angola comes from the word Ngola, which means king at the time. It's like a title given to a ruler, right?
Angola.
Now, pardon?
I was just pronouncing it like.
Yeah. So like Europeans love to do, right? Everywhere they go, most of the time, they don't know how to pronounce the words of the indigenous people, and they make up their own versions of it. So the word Angola, that the whole world knows now, come from Angola. Yeah, Angola means ruler. It can mean king, and so on and so forth. The whole region you call the pardon.
They come from what word?
Angola. Angola meaning NGOLA.
I know that. You say it come from.
Yeah, but it comes from Angola. No, you don't. Not Angola. That's when you're pronouncing it like them. Angola. No, it's Angola. The N is silent. Angola. That's what I'm trying to say. The history. So the word Angola with the A, Angola, comes from the word Ngola with the N, NGOLA, Ngola. That's where it comes from. The Portuguese, the Portuguese created the word Angola from the word Ngola of the native people, the Bakongo, my people, and then that region you call. Say that again, sorry.
Just like the Noya and Louisiana.
There you go. They done the same thing around the world. They rewrote words and so on. But yeah, so let me just get to this point. Yeah. So what you call Angola, the country today, the majority of it, especially in the northern parts, to the middle of the country, was part of the Kingdom of Congo. All that region was whole the Kingdom of Congo. There was no Angola. Angola, if you look at any old maps of a certain time period, there's no such thing called Angola. You will see Kingdom of Congo.
What year?
I'm talking about the earliest you can go. I'm talking about the earliest you can go back. For obviously the Portuguese came there around 1483. So if you go back towards that time, you would see there's no Angola on those maps there. It doesn't exist.
Didn't the Greeks come in before them?
Say that again, bro.
Didn't the Greeks come in and change the name? And then Muslims?
No, but that's the thing. The Greeks, the Greeks never made it to that region. The Greeks got even pushed back by the Nubians. They never made it to those regions. They never made it to Central Africa. They don't even know what it looks like. Remember, it was a big thing for Europeans when they got to the interior of Africa, because no Europeans ever made. There's too much. First of all, it's too hot. There's mosquitoes. There's all these different things. They were dying like flies, right? So it was very hard for them to get into the interior to Africa. So the Greeks definitely never made it to. They wouldn't know what it was called.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of misinformation out there. The Greeks, the Romans. The Romans never made it past Egypt. The Romans stayed in North Africa, Egypt and Tunisia and those type of region. They never made it to Central Africa and West Africa. Never.
Yeah, conquering the desert was about
right. Just because remember, like Frank, you just meant the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert is bigger than the United States. The whole desert, you can fit the United States in it and still have room. The Sahara Desert, right? So
yeah, from what they say,
say that again.
From what they say, yes.
I mean, based not what they say. It's the evidence. Unless you can show different. Can you tell me? Can you prove
and did the shit yourself.
Oh man, all right. That's cool. What they say, right? I know. But I know you are. I know. But so yeah, let me just, because this is very important that I say this, because I see people make the same mistake. They're trying to, and I understand, because that's the game that the Europeans were played on us. They're trying to separate people, Angola, Congo, or it was the same kingdom. Just like today, for example, you have India, you have Pakistan and Bangladesh. All of that was part of India until the British separated Pakistan and then Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. It was all India. So all that region, there's no Angola, before a certain time period when the Portuguese settled themselves. There's no Angola. Angola don't exist. Angola is a title. It's a title for a king that they use to. It's a title for a king that they use to represent the landmass that they took to the south of the kingdom. So the south of the Kingdom of Congo, they named all that region Angola. It was never called that. And all these people, all those different, it was a how can I say it? It was a coming together, or conglomerate. I can't say the word, but anyways, there was a coming together of different kingdoms, right? And the main kingdom was the Kingdom of Congo, and they all spoke Kikongo, or different dialects, different dialects of Kikongo. All those people. So, without going too much here, if you read something, I'm sure you heard about King Nzinga, yeah, Queen Nzinga.
Yeah.
So
Queen
if you read, right, if you read, fight against slavery, and she had to make amends with certain kings, but she was a warrior though, and she tried to keep her kingdom at bay, but she had to make all kind of different ties with people. Are we talking about the same person? That's correct, Queen Nzinga, yeah. So Queen Nzinga, when you read about with more sources, they will say Queen of Angola, they will say a Queen of Mataba, but they don't even understand that the name Zinga is a bloodline, is a family, and these people were rulers in Congo. These people spoke in Congo, but when you read it from the Europeans' perspective, they're trying to make a difference between her and the Kingdom of Congo. When her father was a king in Kingdom of Congo. Her father, because let me put it this way, yeah. You know how in Egypt, there's a documentary, and it's pretty good on Netflix. Yeah, on Netflix, I watched it. It's okay, it's pretty good. Like for example, right, you have different dynasties in Egypt, right? You have different dynasties, different family ruled. So it's the same thing in the Kingdom of Congo. So you had the Nzinga family that ruled. You had different families that ruled the Kingdom of Congo, right?
Right.
Now, for what, right? So when people mention her, they fail to mention that they try to make it seem like as if she's like a different entity. No, she spoke in Congo. She was Mukongo. But they would try to make it, oh, she's Ongolian. She's this, she's that, try to separate the people again. And the reason why I'm saying it, because once again, people not of their fault, right? They just go along with what they've been told. And even people in Angola themselves.
If they were to classify her as an Angolian, that would probably be mute up real quick so I don't that would probably be her highest form, because she converted into religion to try to save her tribe and all that, and then she still had to resort back to her last resort, which is back to her natural spirituality. So would that be her last stage? Go ahead.
I mean, maybe we there's a misunderstanding. What I mean is, see, Queen Nzinga, like I said, a bloodline is Congo. A family named Zinga. If you do your research, a family ruled the Kingdom of Congo. It was like you can say a dynasty there. At some point, for example, right, in the UK, right, the son of the king now, the king of England now, yeah, is the Prince of Wales now, but is English, but his title is Prince of Wales, right? So it's a similar thing you saw in places like Congo. So you can have someone that's from the Kingdom of Congo, but they made them ruler of another part of the kingdom, another sector. So when the Portuguese are coming, when the Portuguese are arriving in this place, and the Dutch later on, right, when they come into this region, they're seeing, okay, this queen, she wasn't really a queen at first, right? But this leader that became queen, right, is the leader of this specific region here, yeah. So that's what she is. Without forgetting that her bloodline, her family were rulers of the main head, I guess, or the heart of the place, which is the Kingdom of Congo. And she was just made a brother or a family or a father was made ruler of a province of the kingdom, the Kingdom of Mataba. Like, you have to know, it's gonna be, you have to just read about it to know. So that's why I don't want to go too deep. But when you read about it, you will understand. For example, there was 12 regions or 7 main regions made up the Kingdom of Congo. So 7 provinces that made up the whole kingdom. And the main place was what's it called? Banza Congo, which is northern Angola today. Banza Congo was a capital. You get it? But all those people that we're talking, but all those people that we're talking about, oh, okay, sorry. All those people that we're talking about, they speak the same language. They have the same spiritual systems. They are the same people. They are the exact same people, the same ethnic group. But the confusion comes with all these titles: Angola, Congo, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And people are running around, these are different people. No, they're not. Like I gave the example with Pakistan and India. For most part, these people are the same people. But because of religion and political ideas, now they're separated. Or better yet, if you want to give North Korea and South Korea, today is 2 different countries, and people may look at it like different, but they're the same people ethnically speaking, the same language, the same origins, then so on and so forth. And that's the same thing, the same game that they played in the Kingdom of Congo. And they use this Angola as a way to throw off people and try to separate and be like, oh, this was Angolian slaves and this was Congolese slaves. No, These were slaves taken from the southern parts of the Kingdom of Congo that now we call Angola. So that's why they call them Angolans. That's why they call them Congo. So that's why I'm saying to you, for example, when you read about Jimmy, right, the leader of the Stone of Rebellion, some sources would say is from Congo, and some sources would say is Angola. That to show you how much these people are, the Europeans don't know what the hell they're talking about sometimes.
And some sources also say he was born here. He was born here.
As far as I know, the sources I've read about him, this always said he was born in America. I never see a source that said he was born in Africa and then he got transported. Now, I never seen that.
Oh, okay. So now, once he was born in America at this time period, let's be honest. Do you think he's full blood African? Could he be African? I'm just throwing that out there. Could he be African and Black European, African and Moorish? You know what I mean? I'm not just saying that he just mixed with Indian. I'm not just saying that. I don't want to say that.
I'm saying there's a possibility for all of that. There's a possibility it could be mixed with Indian, with not Indian, a Chinese, freaking I don't know, Native Americans that you guys don't associate with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a possibility of all of that. That's cool. I'm just going according to the primary sources at the time. They never described him as someone of mixed heritage. You're not going to find one source that said he was of mixed heritage. And normally, when you read about this time period, remember we talk about the 1700s, you know, there's a lot of literature around that time that's very specific, especially when it comes to rebellions. These are the Stoner Rebellion is very key in American history, as far as I know, and that's coming from someone that's not an American. It's very key. So if this person and everything that's written about him,
I know there's a lot of American Indian history is You still here with me, niggas?
Yeah, I think you kind of went out a bit, to be honest. I don't hear what you said.
I say a lot of American history is deep too.
I'm not gonna say otherwise. Of course it is. But we're talking about this specific history right now, the Stoner Rebellion. We're not talking about the other ones that got that got erased from history, that got changed or whatever it may be. We talk about this that's very well because it led to a whole law being made specifically because of it. The Negro Act.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Negro Act. They try to separate and all that. See, I'm very in tune with my shit now. You know, I know you was already headed that way once you talk about the Stoner Rebellion Act and all this. I already know what you was headed at.
Right. So if we both agree or both understand that means, yeah, that we both know it was very strict.
Smooth down. Agree with what?
Well, yeah, bro. I'm gonna have to just, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have to come back another time, you know. It was nice, you know. I wasn't even planning to come out to listen and feel the vibe and stuff, but I'm glad I came on. I seen you have some a lot of level-headed, knowledgeable brothers and sisters on the panel, which is great, you know. And yeah, I already subscribe as well. So yeah, man. Anytime you come back live.
We don't care about none of that. We just good conversation.
Right, right. I seen that. I seen it, and that's what I like. I don't like all the negativity, the negativity. I mean, so
And we even play advocate just for the
yeah,
the conversation. You know what I mean?
right. Now, I'm glad I came on now finally after I know you've been trying to message me for a minute now, and because of like you said, like the time zones are so different. So sometimes by the time I'm already sleeping over here, it's like late. So so yeah, man. But yeah, so anytime you come back alive again or whatnot, just let me know, and
Where you get
I'll
the
try to
alert.
come through. Yeah, because I'm subscribed and I'll get the alert. But if you because obviously I'm not always on YouTube like that. So, but if you message me like you done earlier, then I would definitely get it through my phone. You know what I'm trying to say? I would definitely, I would
got your
definitely see
email.
that. I got your email. Yeah, you got my email address now, but obviously I'm staying on Instagram as well.
Let me ask you a question, man. I want to interview you.
Oh man, I hope that I know your pockets are deep, bro.
You already know. I see
I
your
know your
style.
pockets are deep, bro. I'm only playing, bro.
I know. I think I can afford one of them drinks you got in your hand on the Insta, on the gram. You know what I mean?
Oh man, you're funny, bro. Man, go ahead.
I say, hold on. This is my dog right here. I gotta make sure. Hey man, I appreciate you, bro. And this all we like to have. We like to have intellectual conversation, and just conversations. Period, man. Well, it ain't no problem. But when I do my interviews, man, it's just me, you, Truist, who you talked to earlier, and Renegade J. The first hour. After that, but really, we just let you really rock. You know what I mean, for that first hour, and then after that, man, you can we can let people up to ask you questions, and it's your show after that. You got control of the show. We don't let people disrespect nobody. Um, and that's it. Point blank. That's just pretty much me. And this is roundtable game, man.
I mean, yeah, bro. I'm up for it. Obviously, I don't know if it's a thing where is it going to be like some type of freestyling. I don't know if it's going to be some type of specific topic or just general. I don't know. But
We can go on the specific. But when I interview you, I just want people to get to know you for who you are, because we get caught up with these debates and being in people chat, and we don't get a chance to explain ourselves. Just like the average person will talk to you, and they'll just blow you off. But now, after me and you talk, they might look at you totally different. Like, okay, he has understanding. So now I can understand why he feels the way he feels. And that's what I'm about, man. I ain't here to convert nobody. I ain't here to change nobody's beliefs. No, none of that. You know what I mean? I'm just here to help people acknowledge their self. That's it.
let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna try to answer to the best of my ability, but keep certain things.
We get to what's the strongest field? Study on the gospel. What's your strongest field of study? Real quick before we leave.
I mean, listen, I'm just bro. I'm just trying to learn as much as possible. I'm still learning. But I guess I would say just general African history. And when I say African, I'm not you know where I stand. I've got Pan African. Yeah, so I've got Pan African mindset. So I'm talking about Africa, not just from the continent, but from the whole globe. That's why I won't say specializing, but that's where my interest lies, and that's where I do most of my research. And so I know a little bit of everything here and there, That's pretty much it, bro. And the rest I just listen and try to take notes.
Definitely, man. And see that's what I want, man, because we be hearing, like I said, man, we be hearing all these other people talk about your homeland. You and Emmanuel homeland. We just speculating and guessing. That's just like you being where you at, you speculating and guessing about what's going on over here because of what you see. You see what I'm saying? But I'm glad to be connected with brothers like you. So now we can know what's really going on. You deal with any politics?
I mean, to some extent, yeah, politics is definitely in my top 5 favorite topics. So, depending on what, but yeah, I'm definitely into politics and stuff. Yeah.
So
anything to do with politics, history, boxing, that's my main 3. Like,
you like boxing too.
Yeah, I like especially heavyweight boxing. That's my ish right there, bro.
Anthony
yeah.
Joshua.
You had to go to him, innit?
Oh no, you laughing.
That's
my last name, bro.
Say that again.
Anthony Joshua, the heavyweight boxer.
Yeah.
That's my family.
Oh, is it? Wow.
That's my last name. Bro.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. See, I told you, man. Is Yoruba, so I told you, man. You got some type of African lineage somewhere, bro. I told you, bro.
No. Future Mike.
I told you,
I'ma imitate
Yoruba. That Yoruba blood is strong, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Future Mike, real quick. No, me brother. I'ma tell you like this. Me do not have no Yoruba blood. No, none of that. Me bloodline may have that, but not me. Me American, man.
I mean, hey, we can be all day and go, jab for jab, but there's no such thing as, I mean, yeah, I guess to some extent, but since we understand the history of America,
if you stop believing in evolution, then we can agree.
But I said I don't.
I think life started in multiple places. Point blank.
No, when you talk about life, you talk about human life or just life in general.
Human life.
But okay, that's fair enough. But you're gonna have to prove that human life started. You know what I'm trying to say? Or order in whatever landmass you're talking about.
Okay, bet. Now I really know what you about.
No, that's the thing. No, I'm just saying it how it is.
I'm just saying. You scientists, you scientifical. You need proof as far as evidence, as far as anthropology, as far as lab work and all of that, right? That's the only way I can prove that, right?
That's perhaps the strongest way you can prove it. Not the only way, but the strongest way. If you want to make a strong case, that if you've been accused to do whatever, if you got a strong case to say, hey, listen, I was at home chilling, watching a movie.
What bones do I have to compare when I find what you talking about again?
I mean, there's different avenues you can go into, and some of those are explored by various groups. I wouldn't subscribe to Lucy because Lucy clearly Lucy is a ape, it's a monkey. Like, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a human. It's
Oh,
not.
so
It's
you
not
don't
a Homo
believe that
sapien.
we don't.
No, I said that in the beginning. I don't subscribe to that personally, and my ancestors also never claimed to we came from no apes or no nothing like that. I
Okay.
don't know if you remember. I said that we believe that we
Yes,
came from
yes.
right.
Thanks.
So let me just say this real quick, right? Real quick, and I guess I can go more into it when we do the interview and stuff, right? The reason why I'm saying science here, and this is where I agree with Unc, right? Because that's where our people lack the most. And that's where our people need to get to grip with the science if we want to be some type of superpower again in the world. The reason why our ancestors at some point at the time, right, were superpowers, not because we had just the numbers, not because we were just great warriors and some great abilities, physical abilities, is because we were scientists. It's because we constructed weaponry and battle strategies and so on and so forth. We were scientists. We observed the stars and so on and so forth. So our this new generation that's growing up now, we need to go back towards that. Now you have an argument. You have an argument to say, okay, what kind of branch are we going? Are we going towards more of a Western science field or whatever it may be? We can have a discussion on that, right? But nevertheless, right, I promote and I'm with Uncle that our children need to be more scientific. We need less athletes, less football players, less basketball players, less. It's all great. Less freaking Will Smiths and actors and stuff. Less entertainers and more science because that's what's going to rule the world, especially with the AI that's coming and everything else that's coming. Without that, we are done out here. Like we say over here, we might as well just be instinct as a people. There's no future for the black race or so-called black people if we don't get up to date with the science of tomorrow. And we have to be very careful when we say certain things. We know we don't support science and this and that. We have to be very, because remember, there's kids that's going to be listening to this. There's kids out there. We know what's going on in our inner cities, and it's the same thing in America, same thing over here. And some of us come from that background. I'm not proud to say I come from that background too. Everyone messed up and we're part of certain things that you shouldn't be part of. You know what I'm saying? We change our lives. And that's what I say to the kids out here. You know what I mean? Be whatever you want to be. But if you can be scientific or whatever, that's the way to go. STEM programs and so on and so forth. That's where the money is. You want to create generational wealth, that's what it is. It's not going to be into wherever the hell most of our people follow music and so on and so forth. Like, that is nonsense. And it's not going to work for all of us. And yeah, that's all I had to say. Science is very important. And it's us, it's our stuff. And I would say it's our African, what's it called? Our African origins to be scientific. But yeah, brother, thank you for having me, always showing me love, always giving me time to speak. Sometimes it may go a bit, that's understandable. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready for work now.
I'm here, bro. I was just letting you go ahead and rock on out.
Yeah. I need to start getting ready for work now and log in on certain things. So yeah, I will speak to you soon, and then yeah.
I appreciate you, man, to the fullest.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. We gotta do the interview, man. I email you. I got your email. I email you. I appreciate you for coming through. Hey, listen now. Now that you subscribe, you can get the links, man. Any moment, anytime, man. You welcome.
I appreciate it, King. I appreciate it. Peace to the panel. Whoever that's listening, peace and love. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm out. Respect.
Peace, man. Round table gang, man. Another day, another dollar, man. Nisha, she hanging there with me, man, on the couch eating her milk. Done fall asleep with her milk and cookies. You know, my brother Renegade J done fall asleep, done work all day and then fall asleep drawing and all kind of shit like that. So it's all good, man. 8 hours in, man. It's your boy OTK, man. Gang, gang. We out.